The man's brother was a big, muscular guy. But when faced with his younger brother being bullied at school, he showed no mercy. On the contrary, he scolded me for being useless. Not only did he refuse to help his younger brother Huang Cho-min, he even threatened me if I dared to go out and say, "I was your younger brother, then I will kill you myself." Huang Cho-min was so angry that he gritted his teeth when he heard that. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted loudly, "Is not that too much for you to say? Am I not your only relative?" But his brother just turned around and left. As if he did not hear anything, he slammed the door. And this time, it's 3 years. During this period, Huang Cho-min, every day I have to endure bullying at school, until he received a phone call. Just found out my brother is dead. In that moment, he could not help but be stunned on the spot. Even though the two have not seen each other for 3 years. But Huang Cho-min still decided to come see him one last time. As for the cause of his brother's death, it's because of riding a motorbike in the middle of the night. Carelessly crashed into a truck, causing himself to die on the spot. Huang Cho-min, after a period of intense ideological struggle, decided to abandon his brother's body. After all, scum like him, in the hearts of some people, surely he is also the object of hatred to the core. Instead of spending money on his funeral, I'd rather let myself buy a few more dumplings. But as soon as Huang Cho-min left, then an employee called him back, "Give him a bundle. Please accept this." Actually, I understand. He refused to accept the body because he did not have money for a funeral. Take it, I almost forgot to give it to you. These are all personal items found at the scene of the accident. After Huang Cho-min received the package, immediately find a place nearby to sit down. The mood still cannot calm down. I did not expect someone as brave and bold as my brother. But it ended up like this. Now I'm really the only one left. Think about this. He could not help but shed tears. But right now, the phone in the bag rang again. Huang Cho-min immediately rummaged through it and pulled out a phone. And it's still open. In particular, the first message on the home page is "Bang Shu Bao. Is it convenient to roam around the country?" But when Huang Cho-min was about to open it, then it was discovered that the phone had a screen lock password. Originally he just wanted to try it out. Is it a nationally unified gesture password? Who would have thought that the phone could actually be opened? So he immediately looked at the documents on his phone. There was a message that caught his special attention. "It's Jiang Zhu from my school again. Open it and take a look." Seeing that the other person praised Jiang Zhu's character, it was not bad. This made Huang Cho-min feel speechless. Think about how that person often bullies you. He could not help but curse a few words under his breath. After Huang Cho-min saw all the messages, I immediately knew this was a group of evil thugs. So he joined the pinned chat group. Send a rally message. "I want to call all these people here. Let the police take them to suing." But right now, another person grabbed his ear. The person who came was Han Chang-hee. When he noticed the bundle next to him, I immediately found out that someone had died. But he not only has no sympathy. On the contrary, he took all the things in the package. Pour it all out. Until Huang Cho-min reacted, it was no longer time. Although these relics were not important to him at all, but others arbitrarily intervened. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Cannot bear the anger in my heart. Rushed directly towards Han Chang-hee, pushed him down. But it's not over yet. Han Chang-hee was just about to stand up. Huang Cho-min punched him straight in the face. Although I was also injured by falling from a high place, makes me full of wounds. But he still tried to get up, constantly attacking Han Chang-hee. But right now, Han Chang-hee threw a punch at Huang Cho-min's face. Knock him out. What exactly is this situation? I just went shopping at the convenience store for a while. Han Chang-hee, why are you covered in blood like this? That bastard took advantage of my lack of attention, pushed me down from up there. That behavior is also too cruel. Even if I beat him to a pulp, surely it's not illegal, right? Speaking of this, Jiang Zhu could not help but show a sinister smile. Huang Cho-min heard that. I immediately tried to endure the pain and wanted to get up and run away. But Jiang Zhu did not want to let the other side go so easily, just as he was about to give chase. Then he was knocked to the ground by a sudden blow. After standing up, he immediately wanted to see clearly who the attacker was. Who would have thought that the person who came would be his big brother, Gu Zijiang? He was immediately stunned. I do not know why the other person beat me. I also do not know why. It's just that the gang boss said you're a scumbag. No matter how many times I kill you, it will not be enough. Hearing that, Huang Cho-min trembled all over. I did not expect the person I just sent a message to. It's him again. Do not know what's going on though. But Jiang Zhu did not want to let others do whatever they wanted. Han Chang-hee lying on the ground saw that, hastily advised. Speaking of this, His eyes could not help but shed tears, because right now behind him there are hundreds of people slowly approaching. The clothes they wear, identical to Go Zijiang's, makes people realize that they are one side. Huang Choumin looked at the scene before his eyes, cannot help but break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that these people are all his brother's juniors? Until Jiangsu reacted, then I was completely surrounded. Actually, it does not matter whether you're scum or not, just people that the gang leader does not like. Then we definitely have to deal with it, because that is the motto of our imperial state. When he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward at the same time, beat Jiang Xizhu until he was covered in blood, and all of this was seen by Huang Choumin. Watch out! This time I have to thank my brother for leaving me this strength. I will use it well. Owning this phone can dominate Korea, take over half of the country. But Huang Choumin used it to regulate the school environment, teach those scum a lesson. Not just forcing him to be a meat chair for abused people. But I also had to run naked for 2.5 hours at the stadium. Even under such harsh conditions, he still followed. Because the eyes of the emperor are everywhere. And this has also attracted the attention of a high-level group. Anyway, this past week, more than 20 people were attacked by Emperor Bang. But Captain Du Jianbu is also very suspicious. In the past it was clearly ignored. What's going on lately? I thought maybe they were hired to beat people. If it's really to dominate Daejian and oppress me, then they should have beaten the third years. But they focused on the first year and hit the ground running. It is very possible that this is a dispute caused by 4 people. It is very possible that this is a dispute caused by 4 people. If so let's find out the name. That first-year kid does not know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Then bring it in front of me. Do not worry, I have the same idea. Early the next morning, they gathered the suspects together. Want to find the mastermind who hired the attacker. Ju Minzhou saw that and went straight to the point. State your purpose. That is to find the mastermind who hired the attacker. And I can confirm, the criminal is among you guys. When Huang Choumin heard this, I could not help but tremble all over. How can you suddenly narrow down the scope of suspects like this? The corner of Ju Minzhou's mouth could not help but curl up. The criminal was definitely thinking right now. In the end, how did that happen? It turns out it was all just a scare tactic. People present. It's just an object of his suspicion. I give you guys a chance. The criminal should better confess now. If not, I can guarantee it will let you experience tortures you have never seen in your life. Huang Choumin was very scared though. But he still did not choose to stand up. If so, then there's no way. Everyone must not move. Starting from the front, examine the body one at a time. Looks like I'm really done this time. Yet he brought his phone with him. If discovered, it cannot be denied. And at this moment, there was a person in front who moved. The inspector saw him and immediately punched him. So Huang Choumin decided to take this opportunity to take a risk. Pull out your phone. I want people from Emperor Bang to come immediately. Longhill High School Great Hall. As a result, Ju Minzhou suddenly approached. What are you doing here? Causing Huang Choumin to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly forgot to answer. I told you not to move. Why are you still playing with your phone? That guy secretly hired someone to assault him. Could it be you? Finish the sentence. The two immediately tried to grab the phone, but Huang Choumin held on tightly, refused to let go. The hot-tempered man became angry. Raise your fist to attack the opponent. The results are right now. Another voice rang out. Really? The guy who secretly hired someone to assault me was me, Kim Da-song said tremblingly. Until now. The man's hand retracted. Walk up to him and ask again. Is it all your fault? Kim Da-song saw that. Immediately knelt down to the ground. I just hate the scoundrels who bullied me so much. That's why we hired Emperor Bang. This made Ju Minzhou bewildered. Obviously I never mentioned anyone. Hand it out. How does this kid know? Is he really a criminal? But Ju Minzhou suddenly felt something was wrong. Immediately turned around, directly snatched Huang Choumin's phone, asked the other person what the unlock password is. 131,4520. The result when he opened it. Then it was discovered that the messages were all advertisements. He was immediately stunned. Do not know what to say. Wait until you react. Immediately return the phone to the other person. But now, my juniors have also finished checking Kim Da-song's phone. This kid's phone has nothing. Due to fear of being discovered, I have deleted all chat history. And Ju Minzhou also did not doubt this. Am I such a big deal? How can someone pretend to be a criminal? Definitely this useless guy. We threatened him so he told the truth. My ability. will leave an impression on Du Jianbu's mind again. Makes the relationship of trust between us even stronger. I can also continue to manipulate evil people at will. Then he immediately punched Kim Dae-sung in the stomach on the spot. Surely you are mentally prepared, but before that, you guys can go away now. But Hwang Cho-min, when he left, still could not help but turn around. Not understand. Why did Kim Dae-sung lie that he was a criminal? And how does he know? Was that done by Emperor Bang? This weak guy gets bullied every day. Yet there is a famous black brother, not just a gangster leader, but also an existence that makes all gangs afraid. Just one command from him can make others disappear from this world in a minute. But now he died in a car accident. The phone went to his younger brother Hwang Cho-min, used by him to regulate the school environment. As a result, his friends were beaten miserably. It turned out that people from the first team were suspicious. Someone hired an assault. So we gathered the suspicious subjects together. Want to check their phone chat history. Right when it was about to be Hwang Cho-min's turn, Kim Dae-sung took the initiative to plead guilty instead. I lied because I asked Emperor Bang for help, which is why he did it. It was because of a scene I saw by chance. Unexpectedly, the Emperor's Guild exceeded my expectations. When Hwang Cho-min heard it, his face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when talking alone in the future. But no matter what, it's also because of me that you got beaten up like this. Kim Dae-chung told him not to take it to heart. Anyway, when people make fun of me, you were the only one who reached out to help me, although you may not notice. But I will never forget that for the rest of my life. Furthermore, on the day Chun Du-seon went crazy. Even though I know I should not have this thought, but inside I felt extremely happy. So you do not need to feel guilty. Let's go home soon. They told me to stay here temporarily, prepare after school. Take me to the guy named Du Gun-bu. Anyway, it would not take my life, but Hwang Cho-min does not think so. Not only did he help Kim Dae-chung tear up the review, but also told the other person not to blame themselves for that small thing. Seeing the scum being taught a lesson was very gratifying, also very interesting. We should enjoy it. Just laugh and gloat. Just like Hwang Cho-min gritted his teeth and said, but even so, after school, they will still come and arrest me. You do not need to worry about that. On the contrary, are you mentally prepared to enjoy it? At the same time, in a classroom of 40 people, but there are 39 people lying face down on the table sleeping. The back door slowly opened. A group of people entered, arriving in front of a student who had just been awakened. Ask where the 4th grade 3rd grade drama group is, after knowing the results. Right before the astonished eyes of the entire class, surrounded the drama dan group. There was also a person holding a fire extinguisher. The next second, it hit someone directly in the head. It turned out that Hwang Cho-min had sent 2 messages to the Emperor's group. Handle Ryuogo's folk theater group for me. Right now, when the juniors of the drama dan group saw this scene, immediately could not sit still, wanting to rush in to help. As a result, the opponent punched him directly in the forehead. Immediately fell to the ground. I cannot even stand. The red-haired guy glared at everyone aggressively. Anyone who dares to hinder us will surely die. Then return to the ranks. Frantically kicked the drama dan group lying on the ground. The teacher ran out of the classroom in fear. Call the police station? This is Ryogo School. A group of thugs suddenly burst in. Please come here quickly. Strange noises were also heard in the classroom next door. Suspect something happened. Du Gun-bu is awakened? Slapped the back of the head of the person sitting in front of him. Kid, what are you mumbling? And on the other side, the Emperor's Guild continued to attack the drama dan group. He was beaten until his whole body was covered in blood. I can only ask the other person to forgive me. You guys think that's enough? Immediately told him not to move. Let me take a picture. The people gathered nearby were extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the drama dan group would one day have to ask for forgiveness. After all, he is a famous figure in school. Normally he bullies others. Think of this. They could not help but smile. Take beautiful photos. The boss must be satisfied. Just when the man was looking at the photo, then someone grabbed his shoulder. What kind of place do you consider this as the Emperor's Guild? Then he punched him and threw him out the window. The rest of the people saw this and rushed up to attack. But Du Gunbu's fighting power is amazing. Even against 3 people alone, he's still no slouch. Not only can he dodge incoming punches, you can also seize loopholes to counterattack. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people were knocked to the ground. By this, Du Gunbu roared angrily. Where do you think this is? You dare to blatantly cause trouble. But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, then someone sneaked in from behind, locking Du Gunbu's neck, restraining him. Another person picked up the fire extinguisher, hit him directly on the head. By the time the police arrived, people still standing in the classroom, only Do Gunbu was left alone, the rest were all defeated by him. Song Chung-guk next to him was extremely surprised, as expected of being the school leader, being hit with fire extinguishers countless times, but still standing. Damn guy. Get out of my way. Just see. The blonde guy punched the classmate in front of him and flew out. Behind him there were countless silhouettes of people coming. This group of people is the Nahatdong group that arrived late. The scene quickly became chaotic. Mr. Gunbu, what is this all about? What does the Emperor's Guild mean? Do Gunbu saw this and shouted loudly. Everyone listen here. Those bastards from the Emperor's Guild attacked us. Are all commanded by that infamous gang leader. Just because of one command from that scum. But the Dan Drama Group just met with disaster. We absolutely cannot endure humiliation in vain. This time it's our turn. Make the enemy pay the price for daring to underestimate Ryu Ilgo. Although up to now it has always been safe and sound. But from today, the Emperor's Guild is our enemy. Huang Chomin gradually became serious. Although the Drama Dan Group is a famous figure, but the scoundrels in this school, in the end, it still gathered around him, wanting to destroy this difficult force. Do Gunbu, that key character, must be eliminated. Disgraceful scum. Okay, then let's try it. I will thoroughly defeat you. The corners of Wang Chomin's mouth could not help but curl up. No one knew that his unusual actions caught the attention of the higher-ups of the Emperor's Guild. The boss is so strange these days, is not he? Why are we always wrong? Do you assign interesting work like this? Just a text from the teenager can cause thousands of people to die without complete corpses. But this time, trying to kill someone failed. On the contrary, it also causes schools to fall into deeper oppression. When Huang Chumin knew, each person must pay 100,000 won in protection money every day, he immediately ran to the bathroom. Questioned Gujung, what is this all about? We had already stopped Du Jianfu yesterday. But I did not expect that guy to join the Daidin Lion Association. If you touch him, it's like declaring war. And Gu Jiqiang originally had this intention, too. I'm preparing for a hard fight. Someone called him back. The person who arrived was the captain of Emperor Bang's first team, Park Si-hwa. Because he thinks this is an unnecessary struggle, I will explain myself to the boss. That's why Gu Jiqiang did not report. When Huang Chomin read this message, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Why this bastard Park Si-ho again? It turns out that during the Imperial Palace history, he discovered something interesting. That is, these names have a complete system. As far as I know now, inside there are a total of 3 organizations. Moreover, each company basically operates independently. Among them, the captain of Company 1. This is the name Park Se. Based on the message he sent, we can guess. This guy is probably the person in charge of overall management of the Emperor clan, plays a similar role as advisor. Also for that reason. But Park Si-hwa's arms stretched out more and more, causing Wang Chomin to give orders every time, are all strictly controlled by him. The army was only sent to 5-7 people. If a little more soldiers had come to school that day, besides Ju, maybe even Du Jianfu can handle it. So Huang Chomin immediately imitated his brother's tone, sent him a text message to teach him a bit. As a result, according to the message sent back by the other party, the two of you do not seem to have a superior-subordinate relationship. But friends, Huang Chomin immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I made this stupid mistake again. Obviously just looking at the chat history can see, his speaking attitude is very casual. The two are clearly in an equal relationship. That's it then. It's best not to cause conflict. Anyway, if I do not know right from wrong and just rush in, accidentally cause something, at that time, all we can do is look at his face and work. But fortunately, second team captain Gojiku is a fighting maniac who obeys unconditionally. Just send him to deal with Du Jianfu. As for how to manage the school, that's for later. As a result, this matter was stopped by Park Si-hwa, making Huang Chomin so angry that he gritted his teeth. Dare to destroy my peace again? Then I must make you pay. But he did not know that the other person had the same thought. Just because of the saying my words, when is it your turn to ask questions, made Park Si-hwa feel extremely uncomfortable. So a few days later, he constantly disobeys. No matter what orders the guild master gives, he used all kinds of noble reasons to refuse. Huang Chomin is also very helpless. I'm not Wang Muja anyway. You cannot use force to force the opponent to know your position, but without any action, will make him more confident. It's okay to feel like you're doing something against your will. So then, when I use this gun later, will no longer be right-handed. Who knows? The bullet fired is a hollow bullet or a real bullet. Cannot decide either. The gun has been degraded like this. What should I do in the end? While Huang Cho-min was hiding in the bathroom thinking, was startled by a sudden voice. So he stuck his head out. Want to see what's going on? It was discovered that a group of people had gathered in the hallway at this time. Du Jianfu asked his junior in a low voice. Are the teachers in a meeting? Until it is confirmed that it is correct. He then let the people behind him in. These are all criminals who have not paid their money. You guys remember this clearly. In the future, if anyone dares to consider my words as farts, so just wait and see. It turns out that after joining Day and Lian Association, every day you have to pay a registration fee for this sign, leading to a group of people only being able to demand money from students in the school. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of scoundrels and scammers. When Huang Cho-min noticed Sun Myong go at the end of the line, I immediately could not sit still anymore. It seems like we have to quickly think of a way to act. So that night, he stayed up all night looking for his phone, wanted to find information related to Park Siwa, but inside are all basic apps. There is absolutely no decent social software. If so, what must be done to be able to speak righteously to Park? Here to teach you Jianfu? Until you find a photo. Besides Park's wife, there's another girl. Furthermore, she was wearing the Ryongle school uniform. He is a harmless individual student. But behind his back he manipulates the largest gangster group in Korea, Emperor Bang, but the orders he gave recently were all hindered by Emperor Bang's right-hand man, Park Si-hap, causing schools to fall into deeper oppression. So he decided to make the other person pay. Even though I cannot be like my brother Wang Muji, use force to make others know your position. But I can go through the information I've gathered these past few days. Make up. Causing Du Jianfu to misunderstand. Kidnaps Park Siwa's girlfriend to provoke him into action. Turns out a few days ago, when Huang Cho-min paid protection money, from the conversation between the two he learned, Ju Minjo still has not recovered consciousness, and Du Jianfu is in a state that just needs to be ignited to explode. But he himself happened to know that Park Siwa had a girlfriend, so Huang Cho-min through bank transfer, made up a lie and sent it to Du Jianfu, and things were just as expected when he learned the reason why Ju Minjo was executed. It's because the girlfriend is a two-timing fisherman, just interacted with Emperor Bang's Piao Shaihe, so angry that he immediately sent his juniors to Umsan Girls' School, bring that girl back to meet me. As for Huang Cho-min, he wanted to know the progress of things. Immediately followed Du Jianfu with his brothers, go to an abandoned warehouse. The two looked through the window and saw everything inside. Park Seo alone took care of her juniors. When he was about to ask Du Jianfu, why do you do this unconscionable thing? The opponent did not play well. Punch him straight in the face. This bastard. Since then, I've seen your itchy eyes, especially that disgusting look, then frantically attack. Temporarily gain the upper hand. The two people outside looked on in horror, afraid Park Seo will lose. Even Hong Kumin could not help but think to himself, if I knew I could not fight Du Jianfu, please bring more juniors. Just like to show off and go alone, seeing that the opponent did not resist. Du Jianfu thought Park Seo would not fight back. Start babbling. As for Park Seo, she does not understand anything. I just saw him holding one of Du Jianfu's arms, delivered a shoulder blow, knocked Du Jianfu hard to the ground, then another kick hit him in the face. Blood splattered on Du Jianfu's face. His cheeks were completely sunken, one of the front teeth was also broken. At this time, Park Seo's face was covered in black blood. I racked my brain and could not think of it. I did something horrible. That makes people like that. As for Du Jianfu, he held his nose and slowly stood up, turn around and attack him again, still babbling nonstop. But Park Seo just needs to lean over, cause Du Jianfu to stumble. No matter how many times he stood up, he was easily knocked down. It was like he was toying with Du Jianfu. By this, I just remembered that person's advice. Emperor Bang, you cannot solve it alone. But it was too late. Park Seo grabbed his hair and tried to ask him why. What have I done that is terrible? But found that Du Jianfu had fainted, so he had to skip the interrogation. Until your girlfriend. As the two of them prepared to leave, then enemy reinforcements arrived. Outside, Huang Cho-min saw this and immediately prepared to leave with his brothers. Because this place is about to get busy. It turned out that Emperor Bang's reinforcements had arrived, and all of this was Huang Kumin's plan to take down Long and Hat. The reason is to attract attention. The intention to besiege the arrogant person is the second family of the Emperor Bang. In just a moment, the whole crowd was destroyed. This bunch of people. Why would you do such an unconscionable thing? He even kidnapped someone else's girlfriend. Hearing that, Park Seowa turned her head to look at Du Jianfu. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, you should not do such despicable things. If it was like before, we gave them a beating, then maybe this would not have happened. And that group of Federation associations too, and even used Long Hat to provoke me. In addition to this case, intentionally harming officers to provoke me. If we do not investigate this matter, then our face will be as good as thrown away. You probably already know that. Hearing that, Park Seowa had to agree. Anyway, this is no longer a personal grudge. It's a matter of the clan. So for Nick, must reclaim Long Nat from the hands of the Union Association. If anyone dares to oppose, must let them know clearly. Which side should I follow from now on? It's only been a week. The school was occupied by the imperial state. From now, tribute money will be shouldered by Long Nat's group, because the nature of the two organizations is completely different. Daedan Union Association is an alliance between schools. That's why they collect protection fees for each school, with very high fees. And in the imperial state, this obligation will be shouldered by each person. Anyway, Emperor Bang was formed thanks to Huang Oja's supernatural charisma, is an organization without a school component, and Huang Common, to prevent them from collecting money in school, has specifically laid down a regulation. That's a group of people from Long Nat do not cause financial difficulties for ordinary students. The reason was because he dared to tease the Hong Emperor Bang Cadres. Looking at Chang'e being humiliated, Huang Chaman could not help but show a crooked smile. Even good brothers could not help but praise. Signboard of the imperial state, it's really terrible. How should they be punished? Just became so gloomy. Look out. Being taken over by the Emperor Bang is probably not a bad thing, because every time an individual student collects debt from someone else, the following situation will occur. Was blown away by a group of Long Nat's men. This bastard dare to not follow the rules. Do not, are the Emperor Bang's eyes everywhere. If discovered, the only people who are in trouble are us. Jian said this, I could not help but roar. Then not only did he put his arms around his classmate's shoulders, but also said he would invite the other person to the cafeteria to eat. I only ask that you have mercy, sir. Spare him a life. Huang Chaman hid to the side and peeked, could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Unexpectedly, this kid Jin Dokian is someone who can be used. It turns out that there should not be any conflicts in school. That's why people of a group will control other special students. From now, I just need good management. It is possible to maintain the status quo. Anyway, that group of people will definitely continue to do evil outside of school. There will still be people who are bullied and suffer, but I'm just a normal person. It is impossible to create a world completely free of residue, although I feel guilty. But this is the limit of my abilities. Anyway, if we continue going deeper, we'll most likely make Park Seowa suspicious. So for the future, I cannot keep fighting with him anymore. But there's one thing I am extremely curious about. Could it be that Huang Muji is angry in his heart? That's why I wander around the country. When Huang Chomin calmly thought, the phone in the drawer suddenly lit up. A phone bell rang, pulled Huang Chomin out of his thoughts. And the teacher also stopped his hand movements. Ask whose phone is ringing. Seeing this, Huang Chomin had to proactively admit his mistake and apologize to the teacher. But in my heart I was very doubtful. I obviously turned off the bell in vibrate mode. Why is it still ringing? So he picked up his phone and looked, discovered that the caller was Ma Huiri, but he was completely unknown to him. By the time school ends, Song Chung-guk is still the same as always. Invite Wang Cho-min to the video game center. Sorry, I have some work today, probably cannot go. Song Chung-guk was momentarily stunned. I wonder what's wrong with Wang Cho-min today, and he went to a park and sat down. Seems to be waiting for someone. It turns out that right at that moment, Mahori sent him 2 messages. Said he had something he wanted to give you. What surprised Wang Cho-min more was, someone like Huang Muji has a girlfriend. A moment later, only one person slowly approached. Are you the person Muji sent? When Huang Cho-min saw Mahori, I could not help but make my cheeks turn red. I did not expect the other person to be so beautiful. Could it be the reason why Huang Muji is upset inside? Is it because of this girl? Furthermore, I do not understand why. Feeling this girl. Seems like he really likes his brother. As for other officials of Huangji Bang, I'm sure you also know about Ma Huiri's existence. But if she keeps pursuing her brother and would not let go, I'm afraid my situation will become dangerous. But Mahori struck the decisive blow. Huang Cho-min had to use a breakup tactic to end his relationship with the other person. But Mahori struck the decisive blow, said that he knew Huang Muji was no longer alive. The words just uttered made Huang Cho-min unable to even hold the objects in his hand firmly. Landfall. He could not help but take a step back. What nonsense are you talking about? Did I say it wrong? Just look at his expression, and you'll know right away. At this moment, you are probably thinking in your heart, how do I know? Just saw Mahori approaching Huang Cho-min, say a word in a low voice. He was killed by me anyway. Do you think you can kill him? Honestly, I did not lie to you. It was I who killed your brother. I killed your brother. Unexpectedly, she knew that she was his younger brother. Could it be true? But obviously Huang Muji was hit and killed by a truck. At this time, Huang Cho-min's heart began to waver, only to see Mahori continue to speak. That truck driver's son is a victim who suffered from his brother. It turns out that his son wanted to follow Huang Muji, so he joined Huangji Bank. As a result, in a melee he was hit in the head and died. But I stopped that suicidal uncle. Already. Tell him when and where Huang Muji will appear. Let him kill Huang Muji. Let him kill Huang Muji. But what I did not expect was, he vented all his hatred on Huang Muji, who influenced his son. If so, it's reasonable to say I killed him. By this, Huang Cho-min just believed her words. Yet the second day after Huang Muji died, I met Guzi Gang who was rushing somewhere. Hear it from his mouth. The gang leader told everyone to gather at Jiaqian Bridge. Initial. I thought it was a ghost appearing about something. By the time I searched the entire Daejeon police station. Just know, it turned out that the other guy's younger brother had already taken the relic away. After Huang Cho-min heard all these words, there is no way. If I call the police, then the news of his brother's death will be made public. She clearly understands that, so she dares to be so arrogant. So Huang Cho-min got straight to the point. Ask the other person what they want you to do. Anyway, if she's planning on teaching me, who's impersonating Huang Muji, would not have met this way. If so, I also speak frankly. I want you to continue pretending to be the gang leader. Control the Huangji Bang to destroy the Daejeon United Association. When Huang Cho-min heard about this, immediately burst out laughing. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I do it? Initial. I just want to rearrange my school. But Mahori questioned Huang Cho-min. Did you design for Park Saewa to attack Yongil? He did not know how to answer for a moment. And she continued to say, since that incident, I always follow Yongil's movements. Whatever it takes to get a conservative like Park Siwa to take action. It proves that the kid is talented too. I'm just taking advantage. Just the information I have. But the enemy moved forward. If you are a normal person, will definitely only think of impersonating Huang Muji. Then said something like protecting my younger brother or something. Just worry about protecting yourself. Most people do not even dare to go that far. But he took advantage of the gang leader's power to punish bad guys. In terms of destroying these scum, he is more serious than anyone else. Furthermore, he is a flexible-minded person. After all, back in the day he almost passed the entrance exam to tech school. It turns out Yongil is full of hooligans. The only person who studied hard was Huang Cho-min. But after he turned back on the people mocking him, became a target of bullying. Even before the day of the technology school entrance exam, he was also locked in a warehouse by those people. That's why Huang Cho-min did not arrive in time to the exam room. And from then on, he completely gave up studying. So I went to Yongil to finish studying. Alright. While my younger brother's life goes down a dark alley. Do you know what his brother is doing? He is purging the Federation's people. At that time, my biological brother was also a member of the Union. But since getting punched by Huang Muji, instantly became a vegetable. Still have not woken up yet. That guy's loyal subordinate. Again he agreed to go to jail instead. Really speechless. It turned out that he approached Huang Muji for revenge. But why does he want to deal with the Federation? Whether it's the Federation or the Imperial clan, I'm so disgusted already. At first, I originally intended to take revenge on Huang Muji. But now I feel like I should have a bigger ambition. That's helped completely erase this disgusting battlefield. Speaking of this, he could not help but reveal a crazy smile. Of course you can refuse. But then you have to prepare mentally. Because I will expose all the truth. Until then, just wait to be destroyed. If you do not want to lose your life, you must become king. Huang Cho-min was so scared that his legs were weak, falling to the ground. I just want school to return peacefully. Why get caught up in this trouble? Is it because I'm too greedy, but because it was forced? I had to agree to his request. Until now, Mahari smiled again. So that's right. What a good kid. But even so, it's still far from over. Because he also has to confirm, are you qualified for me to assist? As long as you pass my test, I can meet any request. The result the next second. Mahari changed her attitude. Unexpectedly, you are more sinister than I thought, causing Huang Choumin to quickly change the subject. Quickly tell me the content of the test. Since the Emperor Gang appeared, that's like splitting bamboo to expand power. But in the end, under the obstruction of the Union, the momentum declined. Finally, the current three-leg situation was formed. Among them, there is a group that does not belong to the Union, but not destroyed, but took up a position. It is Qianbi High School in Dade area. Huang Choumin was extremely surprised when he heard this. There is no organization to support, but still has a place. It was clear that Longle School had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Because there, having Kim Taexion, who is known as Qianbi's pride, has his back, that's why we can stand firm and not fail. And his test is to use the Emperor clan to defeat Qianbi. At the same time somewhere else. Yuyun Take also received news that Emperor Gang took over Longyil. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. Unexpectedly, I respected my previous acquaintance, but help him a little. As a result, he ended up touching the lover of an officer of the Emperor Gang, which was handled. That's okay, mainly the power of the Union, being eaten by the Emperor. You dragged that bastard Du Jinfu into the Union Association. So, the main reason is still me. Causing the Union Association to encounter unnecessary scum. This leads to me being questioned about responsibility. Think about this. Wu Yuntae could not help but get angry. Fight the people in the hallway. Until now, he just stood up. Prepare. Well, the news had not yet reached that person's ears. Find a way to save the situation. Result. The chief of staff's phone rang again at this time. Wu Yuntae was stunned on the spot. When I did not expect anything, it came, but with the current situation, he had to force himself to pick up the phone. I've heard it all. Are you feeling it now? Because I accidentally recruited an idiot. So is it almost over? That's not the case. I think that kid is quite capable. Maybe it will help increase combat power. But the juniors next to him are against Big Brother's attitude. It's extremely difficult to understand. The so-called chief of staff does not look very big. Just a chatty guy. Why should you be so afraid of him? That is also a matter of reluctance. Anyway, you probably did not expect that he would touch an officer's lover. Is that strange what you said? Longle is located inside. 2 high schools belong to the Union. For the Emperor Gang, it should have been attacked from the front. That said, there are not any advantages. Maybe that's why. The new Park Sua always finds a way. Do not cause conflict, but then appeared again. The reason why he could not help but attack Longyil. But Wu Yuntae thinks that it was all caused by that crazy Du Jianfu. But the chief of staff did not think so. On the contrary, he asked the other person something. Tell Wu Yuntae to investigate the real cause. What is that? As for the chief, I will help you talk better. The teenager leaned on his dead brother's phone, impersonating the evil emperor of Leichukua. Unexpectedly, my butt is not even warmed up yet. The fake identity has been exposed. He cried and begged his brother's juniors to forgive him. But the 2 captains were completely disrespectful. I feel like I'm about to go to hell to find my brother. But he suddenly woke up. But still so scared that my whole body trembled. And all this? It's all because of his brother's girlfriend. Threaten him again to defeat Qianbi. If not completed then. Will spread the news that Wang Choumin impersonated the gang leader. Let others know. So he had to personally go to survey the enemy situation. Anyway, this is the area of Qianbi pride, Kim Taexion. Even Huang Muji is not easy to defeat. So I have to find another breakthrough point. But unexpectedly, Huang Choumin had not gone a few steps when a student here called him back and was forcibly taken to a hidden corner for strict questioning. In the end, are you a spy sent by which side? Is it the Union or the Imperial State? Because look at the uniform on him. Immediately knew he was not a student at Than Bitch School, but this side causes movement. Quickly attracted the attention of others. But the person who came was Kim Taeyin. When he found out, this person is most likely a Union spy. His eyes narrowed immediately. Huang Choumin immediately felt a rush of pressure. I could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The others were about to beat him to a pulp, then drop it back. But Kim Taeyin feels there's no need to be so complicated. Just one punch is all it takes. Then he took a stance and swung his fist. Remember that in your next life, Do not hang around then, bitch again. Huang Kumin saw that, hastily said that there were people from the emperor's clan mixed in here. Hearing the sentence, Kim Taeyan was stunned. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, if you get hit by one of his punches, I'm afraid life is difficult to preserve. But the two juniors next to him were very suspicious. I think this guy is talking nonsense. Kim Taeyan immediately asked him, what do you mean by your last sentence? Emperor's gang's people have already targeted Than bitch. They were to probe the situation inside. Deliberately installed an eye and ear in this school. If you do not believe it, can you guys go to the bathroom on the 3rd floor to check? If you dare to deceive me, it's not just a simple punch. The results were as expected. You guys really caught a strange face there. Kim Taeyan could not help but pause for a moment, turned to ask him, who are you? As for Wang Kamen, he intended to confess part of the truth, said that he could clearly understand every move of the emperor. I wanted to come here to help you guys. It turns out that just now, Huang Chuman sent a message to a junior of the clan emperor. Told him, sneak into the bathroom on the 3rd floor to wait for orders. Perhaps he did not expect it until he died. I'm just being taken advantage of, play the role of a pawn. After several people stripped him of his clothes, immediately decided to find a place to handle it. As for Wang Kumin, thanks to that, can safely leave then bitch. Unexpectedly, that kid looks stupid. But no so much. I really should have punched him just now, to force him to reveal this secret. Stop it, either way we get help. Taeyan Hyung, are you really going to accept that kid? Although he looks suspicious, but looking at the uniform, he is Long Hat Cosman. So he has every reason to be hostile to the emperor. His school was swallowed up by them anyway, but the emperor's gang did that. Probably to prepare for the upcoming attack, but as long as you're here, I will not let that bitch fall into chaos again. And what tricks did he play? Then wait until this danger passes and then consider. The first thing Huang Chuman did after returning is to report this progress to Mahwali. But the opponent not only did not praise, and forced him to act quickly. If the union loses control first, do you know the consequences? Huang Chuman was extremely helpless. Who cares about his weakness? Fell into the hands of this demon. At the same time, somewhere else, the union also sent Team 10 Captain Jung Tae-jung, the first day he arrived, pointed out the problem sharply. Those Danla people clearly has such strong fighting power, but it just stays there. Do not you see something is wrong? Listen to this sentence. Bae Donhak could not help but ponder. But he could not think of anything at all. We have to throw this problem back to the other side. And Jung Tae-jung heard that, could not help but grin. You should think about it yourself. I did it for your good. Because to create the perfect learning environment for my brother, but has become an incurable scum. Not only did he beat up the surrounding thugs, but also unified that bitch, all the bad students of the high school. But his actions caused dissatisfaction to others. Because he never took the initiative to expand his power. I just know how to force everyone to take care of my younger brother. But all these things were all heard by Huang Chuman who just entered. So he went to Than bitch High School. Through questioning the students here, found Kim Tae-hun's younger brother, Kim Tae-young. As for the other person, he thought Huang Kumin was his brother's junior. So I followed him to the restaurant. Who would have thought that this would be my last lunch? Because of Huang Kumin. Send a secret message to the state emperor. Half an hour later Late Aid will come to ambush Kim Tae-young. Next. Just need to find a reason to bring people there. But Huang Kumin still could not help but remind him. Do not trust people too much. Kim Tae-young is a bit confused. I do not know why the other person suddenly said that. Did I say it wrong? Just keep following me like this. What if I'm your brother's enemy? It's not like you do not know my brother's strength. Even if you accidentally get caught up in something bad, he can also save me. So what if the opponent has a large number of people? So what's the big deal? My brother is not without juniors. As a result, the more the two talked, the more enthusiastic they became. Because of this topic, we quarreled. But no matter what, Kim Tae-young always believes that his brother will come to save him. After all, he promised at his father's funeral. No matter what happens, I will definitely protect you well. And my brother does not break his promise either. One time I was bullied by my classmates. When he found out, immediately ran over. Fight the thugs who are bullying you. A beating, just accept. In this moment, Huang Chuman could not help but be stunned. Remembering the scene where I asked for help from my brother, he could not help but clenched his fist. I do not understand. Suddenly I felt a little jealous of this kid. But in the end he still stood up, prepared to take Kim Tae-young away. Arriving at his younger brother's place, he was ambushed by Emperor Bang. After all, my little life is still in the hands of a witch. If I do not get the gold coin, I'm afraid the person who dies will be me. Moreover, in the face of death, who is not selfish? After taking Kim Taeyang to the meeting point, Huang Chomin immediately found an excuse to leave. But he officially answered the previous question. That's why I did not take any precautions and followed him. Because I see you as a good person. Then he bowed his head and thanked Huang Chomin. Just one sentence like that, but that made Huang Chomin change his mind. Man Kim Taeyang ran towards the school, because he realized Kim Zix's true purpose. It's not about playing gang games. It's about wanting to protect the purity and brightness of my younger brother, instead of destroying it completely. The ideal role model of a brother in my heart. I would rather choose to be beheaded. At the same time somewhere else. Kim Zexin is still practicing in the gym, but a junior rushed in, reporting the captain of Team 10 of Daean Lian Hop, Jung Tae-chung, arrived at the gate of Cheongli High School. Tell him. His expression immediately changed. Even the jacket has not been worn yet. Immediately ran towards the school. But it's already late. Huang Chomin was kicked away by the rushing man, and behind Kim Taeyang. Then a group of thugs appeared. No surprises. Jung Tae-chung caught the target very easily. Use his phone to send a text message to Kim Zixin. If you want to save your brother, then go to the location on the map alone. And Kim Taeyang was locked in the room, still not forgetting to say aggressive words. But unexpectedly, Jung Tae-chung had no respect. Kick him directly in the face. Then grabbed his hair up. This time, even if your brother comes, he will not be able to save you. Anyway, all the raid team members are here. Even a martial arts king would not fight against 50 people. What's more, you're still in our hands. Then Kim Zexin comes. You can only obediently lie still while we fight. The junior next to him asked Jung Tae-chung. How should the rest be handled? For maximum prevention, before the battle ends, just lock it up. But I did not expect the two of them to just leave. Huang Chomin immediately escaped from his bonds. And it's all thanks. The nail is in the back. So he immediately went to Kim Taeyang. Prepare to remove the tape for him. But I discovered he was hanging up a small marble. The mouth keeps saying stupid things. Huang Chomin saw that and patted his shoulder to reassure him. We'll be okay. Until now, Kim Taeyang just stopped crying, then went to the door, carefully observed the outside. Found this place full of people. Wanting to sneak out is basically impossible. Luckily, I usually carry 2 phones with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really have to die here this time. Now I just need to arrest Kim Taeyang in the name of it. Call Emperor Bang here. It could cause chaos here. Until then I can take this opportunity. Lead Kim Taeyang to escape from here. The same thing happened when he faced his younger brother, who was bullied at school. 2 gangster brothers. Again, completely different reactions. A person who not only scolded his younger brother for being useless, even threatened, if you dare to come out and say you're my younger brother, then I will personally kill you. A person who does not hesitate to risk being expelled from school. I also have to fight the thugs who dare to bully my younger brother. Now it's to save his kidnapped brother. No matter how the opponent hits you, there was no hesitation in taking action. But even though he is like that, still worried about his brother's safety, this action also makes the opponent more angry. A direct kick knocked him to the ground. But Kim Zexian still stood up again, and go in front of the opponent, warn him if he dares to touch a single hair of Taeyang, I will definitely kill you. This angry scream made the man afraid and broke into a cold sweat, so to gain courage, he immediately commanded everyone to attack the council. Kim Zexian still did not hesitate to act. At the same time somewhere else, Huang Chomin also found a perfect way. Not only can it protect the brotherly relationship between 2 people, but you can also get gold coins. That is in the name of arrest. Kim Taeyang called Emperor Bang here. And I was spared when they got into a fight. Lead Kim Taeyang to escape. Just for a moment, someone has broken through the siege. Jump into the container. When he saw there were 2 people, also a bit stunned, immediately asked which boy was Kim Taeyang. But neither of them answered. And right now, another angry person came running. The opponent in his hand could not even last 2.5 seconds, was knocked down by 1 punch. Then he turned around and looked back. Discovered that Kim Taeyang's uniform had his name written on it. Just when he wanted to reach out and shake, then someone sneaked up on him from behind. But he did not fall because of that. It's about standing up again. This scene made Huang Chomin so scared that he trembled, but still shouted loudly to run forward. Kim Taeyang, after reacting, immediately quicken your steps. The opponent wants to move forward to block it. Huang Chomin immediately took this opportunity to rush forward. Use the steel rod in your hand to strangle him, but this did not last long. Huang Chomin was immediately thrown away by him. But luckily, Kim Taeyang escaped. It's just that I may not be that lucky. Now in another place, Kim Taeyang is still running non-stop. No matter how tired you are, he still did not stop, because Huang Chomin told you to. Your brother is a very strong person, but consider your safety. Will definitely be in a state of only fighting and not returning, so after you go out, you have to let him know you're safe. Even though I still have a phone in my hand, but for a few reasons, I cannot use it to make calls. As for probably the vacant lot at the Maya building. At the same time, the Dacian Federation also stated its conditions. Needed Kim Zexian to cut off one of his legs, in exchange for my brother's safety, then take out a hammer. It means that this condition is still considered generous. But what surprised everyone was, Kim Zexian agreed without hesitation. But before that, let me confirm Taeyang's safety first. Park Dong-yuk saw that, immediately ordered the junior next to him to call, asked them about it. But somehow, the other end of the line hesitated to answer the phone. The results were immediate. A voice caught everyone's attention. Brother, I'm okay? Then he waved his hand towards the empty lot. Signal that you are safe. Park Dong-yuk saw that, immediately sent his two juniors, go up and catch him. But he did not expect Kim Zexian to rush straight in. One hand grabbed a guy, smashed the two men to the ground, causing them both to faint on the spot. Then he stood up. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This moment, Park Dong-yuk realized the seriousness of the problem, unconsciously uttered a sentence and finished. And now on the other side, Huang Chaming also deeply felt the fear of Emperor Bang. Before I just always controlled them, so it's not very clear. Unexpectedly, there was only one subordinate, which can easily defeat me. Turns out his brother, Huang Wudi, always standing on top of a group of fierce beasts like this. If not, still have to go chase Kim Taeyang. If not, you will surely die today. But Huang Kamen did not want him to leave, because according to what Zheng Taizong said before, only a few people went to Kim Zexian's place. In this situation, if someone else finds out Kim Taeyang disappeared, perhaps Dingli will focus on Kim Zexian's place. So he scoffed, are you planning on running away? The words just came out. The opponent immediately froze on the spot. I could not help but turn my head to look at Huang Chaman. What do you say? Unexpectedly, he actually did it again. I asked, do you want to escape? If you want to make me angry, so I congratulate you, you're successful. Then he rushed straight towards Huang Chaman, but he dodged it and reached out to pick up the fallen weapon on the ground. But his actions were also seen by the other side. Pointing at Huang Chaman's butt, he immediately kicked him out. This despicable brat. Are you planning on using a weapon to attack me? Maybe you do not know men. Is fist the moral? I will let you know. What is a fist that is stronger than iron? As a result, the two only fought one round. Huang Chaman was beaten and bruised all over his face. It's incomprehensible. An idiot like you dares to speak so boldly. Makes me think you actually have some bravery. The result is weak. Huang Chaman still struggled to stand up. These words are from the other side. Also reminds him of his brother. Just thought of this. Huang Chaman once again rushed towards the opponent. Use all your strength. Push him into the pile of nails behind him. Wait until he reacts. The butt was pierced with a hole. He was immediately blinded by anger. Rushed towards Huang Chaman, who was running away, not knowing that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Turns out it was just now. Huang Chaman was kicked by him at this price. But the price did not budge. This proves that it is not light at all. So Huang Chaman took advantage of the moment he fell. Insert the iron bar into it. Now he just needs to use the law of leverage. Step on one end of the iron bar. A gap in the bracket can be pried open. Just like that. No matter how heavy the object is, it can be easily pushed down. And everything was as expected. In the blink of an eye, countless objects rushed towards the opponent. He looked at the scene before him. I could not help but be stunned on the spot. A second later, a high price fell on it. Cause yourself to lose the ability to act. Until now, Huang Chaman breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, scold the other person. What a guy with muscles and brains. There is nothing stronger than iron. So the next thing to do is to conquer King B. So at the same time somewhere else, on the battlefield, a guy appeared that surprised everyone. The person who arrived was the captain of the Emperor Bang's second team, Gu Ziqian. Just see, smiling brightly like flowers, he greeted Kim Zexian. What are you doing? In this school that values strength, there is a rumor like this. That is, absolutely do not cause trouble with people wearing black coats. because they come from the most terrifying dark force. Emperor Bang, and the person in front of him, it was the captain of the Emperor Bang's second team, a Go Zikyong. This made Park Dong-yuk stunned. I do not understand why this guy came here, but he cares about Kim Zexian. But this action makes the opponent wary. Gu Zikyong saw this and quickly explained, "Say you're not here to teach. I just want to give you some advice." But I could not open my mouth yet, was interrupted by Kim Zexian. "If you want to take the opportunity to entice me, join the Emperor clan. I'm afraid it's a bit late, because the risk has been eliminated." The next second, a group of people with guns appeared on the street ahead. "So it's best for you to get out of sight. I do not intend to fight a one-man council. Not someone who comes to cause trouble." But Guji Gang only smiled and said one sentence, "You will regret it." Then he turned around and left, and Bei Donghak saw that and immediately turned and ran away. Absolutely no intention of fighting. The juniors gathered around, asked about Zisunhaing's situation, and should we go after that trash guy, or just let him go? He should also wake up. With that major bravery, it is impossible to get gold money. But just in time, two juniors, while helping Kim Zisun return, a sudden accident happened. It turned out that a junior had raised the hammer, won a sneak attack from behind. Who would have thought that his shadow had already betrayed him? The next second, Kim Zisun used a back kick to send his junior flying. Then he asked what the people in front of him meant. But there was no time for them to answer. Then a voice rang out from behind. "Why still?" "Of course it's betrayal. Just saw that Jung Tae-jung had strangled Kim Tae-yang. It turns out it was just now." Kim Tae-yang went to Cheonbi's people for help. Who would have thought that they had already betrayed Kim Zisun? But he joined Dayton Lee and Hop. But even so, Kim Zisun still wants to know, "When did you guys start?" That thought arose. "It's since I realized you're always taking advantage of us. To protect my younger brother's safety, we are not nannies. I also want to live a little more majestically, to make yourself famous in Dadian." These words could not help but make Kim Zisun sink into thought. Originally intended to try my best, at least not where Taeyang lives, being penetrated by that violence. Unexpectedly, this trend could not be stopped in the end. But this scene before my eyes. It's Jung Tae-jung who has been preparing for a long time. As a result, he wanted to bring Cheonbi to Dadian, collaborated to incite Kim Zisun's juniors, to create negative publicity. But this plan still appears a bit unexpected. That situation of the container was something he did not expect. I originally did not expect that group of raiders can do everything perfectly, further to create variables. I even intentionally locked up that useless guy. Same place. Just gave him a chance to play tricks. That's all. You can grant? The moment when all of the raid team's missions were about to fail. Because Jung Tae-jung himself, I use my intelligence, which turns the situation around. This is my strategy. Anyway, for now, Cheonbi is an extremely important base. In the confrontation between us and Emperor Bang, as long as I can take it myself, then we'll certainly receive recognition from the Chief of Staff. Now just look closely. The brother he was proud of, get beaten up by your own juniors. At this time, Kim Zisun was unable to stand with his injured body, starts to wobble. But even so, he still refused to give up. Question the people in front of you. Do you want to make a name for yourself on the battlefield? Then just try and see if you can beat me. But he just finished saying that sentence. Then the body lost control and collapsed. Kim Taeyang saw this scene. Cannot help but squeeze little Pearl. He already knew his brother could not stand it anymore. But the crowd still did not dare to advance with all their strength. I originally thought that Kim Zisun would choose to ask for forgiveness. Unexpectedly he acted again, so he immediately incited his accomplices next to him. You look down on us too much. I want to fight with all of us alone. Then let Kim Zisun see clearly Cheonbi's incredible power. But unexpectedly he had not finished his sentence yet. Kim Taeyang bit his hand. The pain was so much that Jung Tae-jung could not help but let go. He immediately took the opportunity to run out. Lie in front of your brother, expressing that if anyone dares to touch his brother, I definitely will not miss it. In his heart, he remembered what Wang Chomin said. This time it was his turn to save his brother. If so, then let the two of you go on your way. It's like having friends. But right now, Guji Gang suddenly appeared. Kicked the junior in front of him. That's strange. The leader of the gang guesses everything correctly. Kim Zisun is extremely skeptical. Did not you leave just now? I'm just going to the bathroom for a bit. The people in front of him were in a state of bewilderment. I do not understand why Guji Gang. Hear the name of Leon Hop? You guys may have misunderstood. This one from Cheonbi. Not to mention that bunch of cats and chickens. But specifically Kim Zisun alone. a bunch without this man. Then nothing is nothing. Yet you still dare to betray. I cannot help but be too arrogant. This statement made Qianbi's people angry. Swinging his fist, he rushed towards him, but Gu Gang just leaned forward and dodged the attack. Then there was a punch straight into the opponent's chest. Hit him and fly him out. But right now. Then from behind, someone sneakily punched Gu Gang, but he was unharmed. Instead, he grabbed the opponent's head. With a wild look on his face, he opened his mouth. Maybe you do not know anything. That's why I'm not afraid to act so recklessly. Just brag about it. Emperor Bang's Gu Gang took one of his punches. Then he hit him straight on the head. A strong headbutt. Next, it was like throwing away trash. But throw that white-eyed guy out. Look at the two people lying on the ground. Gu Gang could not help but reveal a crazy smile. Now, next. But no one dared to take action. Anyway, then the name in front of me. He is the captain of the second team of the Emperor Bang. Gu Gang then waved his hand. Signal for everyone to come up. Perhaps Noah. Want to create something to brag about. It's here, it's here. Kim Taexian, who is known as the proud son of Than Bitch Mountain. Why did you choose to join the Emperor clan? Just because Huang Chuming told him the whole truth. That, the leader of the Emperor clan, Huang Wudi, has passed away. And he himself is his younger brother. Furthermore, now I'm using my dead brother's phone to control Hongdi Gang, to manipulate the Emperor's clan. As for the reason I told you the whole truth, is because not only do you not respect any power, but also a man who extremely loves his younger brother. But as of, I just heard that my younger brother is taking over brother's position, so why did I have to join the Emperor clan? That's because of the son, any my goal. I want to completely obliterate the battlefield of mortals in Daejeon. A completely deleted, and turn this place into, where the union does not exist, and organizations such as Emperor Bang, to promote planning. I have to use the Emperor clan to defeat the Alliance Association first, but if you continue to deceive the officials of the Emperor's state to promote planning, I feel like it's not an overnight thing, so he can take on the position of captain of the fourth team of the Emperor clan. Even though it was nominally for him to join the Emperor clan, but what I mean is that I want you to be my teammate. If it was the Kim Taexian of before, I'm afraid he will refuse this offer immediately, because he is completely capable of protecting Than Duel. But now it's different. The King Emperor's men were all bribed by the Union Association. Betray him? At the same time, I still owe Gu Zijing a favor, realizing that Than Emperor cannot escape the Union Association, and the influence of the Imperial State, plus just received my offer. Kim Taexian has absolutely no reason to refuse. He did not expect that, just while changing clothes, met the man who had beaten and injured his younger brother. Moreover, he is also the mastermind behind this incident. Although the opponent is only ranked 10th, but in the Union, also a guy faced with Kim Taexian who has lost all his strength. He was not afraid, even had the upper hand in the duel. In just a few moments, knocked Kim Taexian to the ground. This made the two people standing nearby extremely worried, wondering if I should come help, but Kim Taeyang refused this proposal, because he believed that his brother would not fail, and it happened as expected. Just as Zheng Taizong was about to add another blow, Kim Taexian used one hand to support the ground. Use your force to kick him in the face. Then, as Zheng Taizong fell to the ground, slowly stand up, and because of this short period of time, making him unable to avoid the next attack, he could only use his face to absorb Kim Taexian's powerful punch. He was immediately sent flying more than 10 meters away. Only when it hits the wall does it stop. After the fight, Kim Taexian could not help but say one sentence. This outfit is a bit tight. In the next second, he could not resist. The injured body began to stagger. Kim Taeyang saw that and immediately hugged him. I want to help you stand strong. As for Wang Kumin, he walked next to Zheng Taizong, rummaged through his belongings, and this action was seen by Kim Taexian. After all, if I can find such a good opportunity to entice me, then you must definitely know that your subordinates will betray you. When Kim Taeyang and Kim Taeyang were arrested, and the reason Huang Kumin can know, is because his two phones are in a call, causing all the words Zheng Taizong said. He heard everything clearly, but even so, Kim Taexian still does not completely trust Wang Chaman, but for long-term benefits. Older brother. Currently, I have no intention of killing chickens to get eggs. A few days after the King Emperor revolted, the Emperor clan was officially organized, Team Formation Ceremony 4, but the atmosphere of the whole ceremony was extremely strange. No one in the crowd below applauded. This made Go Zijing feel extremely confused. I do not understand why these kids react like that, and at that moment, Park Seowa, captain of the first team, came over, said that such a reaction is normal, because he made us suffer so much. Furthermore, the number of people who have been taught by Kim Taek-seon is not small. Anyhow, to make someone who was once your enemy your captain, it is very normal to have psychological resistance. Honestly, me, also suspicious of his actions. You this name, why did you decide to join the Emperor clan? Clearly not interested in brawls. Now I want to step foot here. In the moment, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium became more tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on the three captains. Go Zijiang, caught in the middle, also felt very awkward. Of course you should not expect it. Everyone enthusiastically welcomed him. Actually, he suits me very well. Until Kim Tae-seon spoke up to explain. To ease this awkward atmosphere. Honestly speaking, the reason I decided to join the Emperor clan, not because I admire you guys, I also have no intention of becoming famous in Daejeon. It's just that the gang leader needs me. I also want to check it out. What outcome will the path he has chosen lead to? That's all. Hearing this answer, the two captains could not help but be a little stunned. In the end, Park Seowa also helped him relieve the situation. Although they were enemies in the past, but no one here can deny it. Kim Taek-seon's work for the great cause, without considering the past, happy, as expected of a gang leader. If it's his opinion, so we do not have any comments. Welcome to. Saying that, he held out his right hand. Guzing saw this, also quickly chimed. Okay, let's all be a little more observant. The moment two people shake hands, the entire auditorium immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Just like that, Kim Taek-seon smoothly became the captain of Emperor Bang's fourth team, and at another bar right now. Chief of Staff of the Daejeon Association approved the existing news, speculating that Hong Mu-ji is no longer in this world. How much should a person hate his brother? Only can be cruel. Destroying the treasures he treasures, but this series of unusual actions, again causing suspicion from his brother's old rival. Because according to what I know about Hong Mu-ji, there was no way he would easily give up on his comrades. The results now are good. He's back for one. Long-il has no strategic significance whatsoever, but go out and fight. Although he eventually succeeded in taking over Long-il, but their people also suffered heavy casualties. Further in the process, their behavior compares to conquest. On the contrary, it's more like wiping out, leading to the biggest beneficiary after this. Again, ordinary livestock can finally go to school with peace of mind. Let's see from the different signs. Can confirm. Hong Mu-ji is currently in a state where he cannot command. That fake gang leader must have used some method, defrauding state officials to work for him. Hearing these words, Oh Yoon-taek was extremely excited. I immediately wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to once and for all capture Hong De-bao. As a result, this proposal was strictly rejected by the Chief of Staff, and I hope he can keep this a secret for now, because we cannot confirm whether there are insiders of the Emperor clan in the association or not. When they heard this news, it is possible that there will be chaos in a group. Let the Union have a chance to take advantage, but we cannot ignore their strength. Anyway, Emperor Bang's first team captain Park Seowa is not simple. He's more than just a close friend, on par with Hong Mu-ji in the past, but also has a very strong ability to dominate. Probably will become the new clan boss. If only we could change to another method, that might be a little safer. That means dragging the cattle behind to deal with it. Then take over the method that can manipulate Emperor clan. Make your own. That group of Emperor Bang people. We will spin like a pinwheel. How do you see this plan of mine? Does not it feel very interesting? But Oh Yoon-taek felt very scared, thinking that the Chief of Staff is a man who has lost all humanity. Still somewhere else right now. Hwang Cho-min is troubled by lack of manpower, because Kim Taek-seon's strength is extremely strong. In just 2 short weeks, 3 areas were taken. Start from Cheong. Successfully captured the surrounding area. This leads to the next step into the Union's territory, but with current human resources, I'm afraid it's very difficult to solve. If you really want to stretch the battle distance, so some must be included. The card can arouse the enthusiasm of ordinary members. After a moment of thinking, Hwang Cho-min immediately decided to mobilize a few men from the previous 2 companies. Results of this proposal, suddenly rejected by Ma Ho-ri again. Hong De-bang is not a company. Those so-called key cards. It was all because of worshipping Hong Mu-ji that they joined the Hong De-bang, but in the end, their motivation, it still comes from the loyalty of the captains. After all, I've been under his hands for so long. Suddenly leaving a group of people like that, saying under Kim, it will only cause their resentment, leading to many obstacles in leadership. This is the reason for bringing new members to Team 4. If we simply bring this up, equated with the concept of changing jobs, then you'll just lose them. Therefore, only new factors can be introduced. And Kim Taexian also agreed with this idea, and hope everyone can help each other. But that's exactly what the request is. On the contrary, it gave Wang Chomin a headache. Because the number of things you need to worry about is really too much, making him really unable to handle it. But if you want to deal with the association, without revealing your identity, then we definitely have to strengthen Team 4. Plus, Huang Chomin basically did not know which method to adopt. Only then can we find suitable talent to send to the battlefield. Because I'm thinking, so he was not looking at the road, leading to me crashing into someone else. Huang Chomin only now regained his composure and looked forward. Detect, the person who came was Jiang Xizhu who had bullied him. It's also because of this person. But he had just been beaten to a pulp by Emperor Bang. I did not expect to go back to school now. Already, but this guy's strength, it seems to have been recognized by Gu Zijiang. I wonder if we can find a way to get this guy involved. But doing so would probably cause rejection by the Emperor Bang. The results have not yet left Huang Chomin to finish thinking. He was sent flying out by Jiang Xizhu. Only then did he remember that this guy had recently been discharged from the hospital. So basically we do not know the changes in the school. Have not seen you for a few days. Huang Chomin, you're getting better too. Yet you still dare to stand in my way. Plus, his previous debt pushed Tan Changhe down from above. Today I will do all the accounting. Beat him until he's half dead. But right now. Another hand was placed on Jiang Xizhu's shoulder. As soon as he arrived, he hit his people. It really makes people lose interest. What if he is someone with hidden powers? Who knows? What if he could also be a supermaster of Jeet Kune Do? I was just afraid of encountering something like that. That's why I do not dare touch people. But Jiang Xizhu was very doubtful. I do not know who this person in front of me is. As a result, the other person directly hit him with his forehead, with an arrogant look on his face. He said he was a new transfer student. What's the problem? Just such a rough. Very quickly, it attracted a crowd to watch the story. Everyone was talking loudly. Do not know who will win in the end. As for Jiang Xizhu, it's all about dignity. Strike first. But unexpectedly, the other side was not that simple. After avoiding the incoming punch, just punch him straight in the face. Just beat Jiang Xizhu unconscious. But people from the first team heard the noise and ran over. Want to rely on the majority to defeat the opponent. He saw this speechless scene. I could not help but hold my head and sigh. Even if you are a new transfer student, normally it should not be easy to cause trouble. Do not you guys read comic books? Then he immediately raised his finger in front of his face. Signal to you guys, let's fight together. The transfer student's first day of school angered the school boss. Let's meet at the bridge after school. But he did not panic at all. On the contrary, it was comfortable to arrive at the meeting point. Just one sentence made the big brother run away in fear. It turned out it was right at that moment. Kim Ok-chun bullied his classmates because he did not like Jiang Xizhu. Immediately teach the other person a bit. But this action of his angered the people of the first team. If not, the school bell rang just in time. Perhaps it was difficult for him to escape a difficult life. This leads to when Kim Ok-chun comes to a new class. The atmosphere is extremely strange. So he took the initiative to make a joke. Want to make the atmosphere lively. But the whole class, he was the only one laughing to himself. The others all frowned. Did not find anything funny. If people do not like to joke, then let me ask a serious question. Does anyone know where I can meet Wang Muji? The words just came out. Everyone present was extremely surprised. Even Huang Chomin felt very surprised. Just when he was about to ask again, the teacher interrupted him. If you talk about personal issues, ask later. Today, would anyone volunteer to be a school tour guide for Kim Ok-chun? As a result, no one agreed. Teacher see this situation. Just want to randomly choose one lucky person. But right now, Huang Chomin volunteered again. Proactively accept this task because he felt the need to learn about Kim Ok-chun. Anyway, the person the other person wants to find is his brother. Just finished school. Kim Ok-chun immediately went to Huang Chomin. Prepare to invite him to the cafeteria to eat bread. As for Huang Chomin, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Asked the other person's purpose for finding Huang Muji. As a result, he just opened his mouth. I felt someone push me from behind. The next second Huang Chomin lost control. Fall towards the stairs. Luckily Kim Ok-chun caught her in time. Just avoided. In this accident, his eyes turned to one side. Asked the other person if they know. I almost hurt someone else and rolled down the stairs. The person who arrived was the troublemaking first team leader, Do Jeon-bu. Hwang Cho-min saw him. He immediately told Kim Ok-chun this news in a low voice. But he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he forced the other person to quickly apologize. The two juniors next to him laughed coldly. Han Cheng-hee mocked Hwang Cho-min even more. Is this completely for transfer students? The result is just one sentence like that. Angered Kin. Unexpectedly, a short guy with a watermelon head like you. Yet he stood on the same side as them. What a strange thing. Do Jeon-bu did not say much about this, just said I wanted him to apologize. Then wait until after school to come to Gacheon Bridge to find me. Then he turned around and left. Hwang Cho-min saw that the other person had not yet awakened. I just wanted to find an opportunity to call someone to teach him a lesson. But unexpectedly, Kim Ok-chun was filled with enthusiasm. I hate not being able to go now. Causing Hwang Cho-min to hastily stop him, say that the other person will sometimes play badly. There's no need to pay attention to them. If that's really the case, then I have to go. And the reason why he is like that, all because of something 2 years ago. At that time it was only because of my friend, accidentally bumped into his shoulder, which leads to everyone being there. They were all beaten by him without distinction. I was scared and knelt down to ask for forgiveness. Then we can avoid a lifetime. But since that day, I have made up my mind, not just revenge. From now on I will never bow to evil people again. So whatever the reason, I will not hide either. This gave Hwang Cho-min a huge headache. After all, my brother did many bad things when he was alive, which led to people from other areas coming to hunt him down. Until school is over. Kim Ok-chun immediately arrived at the meeting point. As for the people of the first team, before that, it has been determined. Everyone worked together to teach him a lesson. But luckily he did not do that. But as soon as he came up, he asked the other person about the force behind it. Anyway, the first day he arrived he wanted to find Wang Muji. It's really unreasonable. If not, he will choose to play dirty. The Bang Emperor is hiding high above. There will be no hesitation in taking action. Because Hwang Cho-min gave Kim Jae-seon a little attention. Who knows, that guy might become our accomplice. Even if it does not work, then we cannot let him continue searching for a deceased enemy. As a result, Kim Ok-chun did not say anything. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was already a king of cards. Turns out he's the chief of staff of the Daejin Union. Tell him that he only needs to go to Long-il to find Wang Muji. Initial. Everyone thought he was bragging, until he described the portrait of the chief of staff. At this moment, Do Jeon-bu broke out in a cold sweat. He had heard Oh Yoon-deok talk about this before, so I know a little bit. I heard about the identity of the chief of staff. In the union very few people know. I did not expect this transfer student to be acquaintances, and Kim Ok-chun did not intend to explain much. Just tell everyone to feel free to come forward. I will not hold back because everyone is a senior. Seeing my junior about to rush in and teach the opponent a lesson, Do Jeon-bu quickly shouted, "Stop. Tell them to follow me. Do not ask things you should not ask." In the end, only Kim Ok-chun was left alone, bewildered. Unexpected. That guy looks like a chicken with hair stuck in it. Yet he is a formidable character. Just a reputation. Can scare the opponent away. The teenager just got beaten up by someone in high school, immediately determined to take revenge. And from now on, I will never bow to evil again. But when Kim Nak-chun became stronger, then it could not be found. The guy in the jacket with the dragon on it too. Until the chief of staff of the Daejin Association came to him. I just found out that the person who beat me was named Hwang Woo-dai, one of the 2 strongest corporations in Daejun, big brother of the Emperor Bang. If you want to find him, then we have to transfer to Long-il School. As a result, Kim Nak-chun just moved in for the first day. There was a conflict with the school boss. If not, the reputation of the chief of staff is great enough. This contradiction is certainly unavoidable, but even so, what he showed was still seen by many people. In there, including the captain of Emperor Bang's 4th team, Kim Tae-kyeon. So that night, he immediately recounted the entire incident that happened here. Cho Hwa-min. In that, their conversation was due to the distance being too far, so I cannot hear clearly. But we can also understand the situation a bit. Compared to Do Jeon-bu giving respect to the new transfer student, it's more like being threatened and making you run away. After saying this, he immediately hung up. But Hwang Cho-min could not calm down. Mahori does not understand. I think this does not need to be that serious. This is actually not as simple as you think, because of Do Jeon-bu. Impossible in a situation of numerical superiority. Once again, the enemy threatened him and made him run away. Result, he only talked a few words with Kim Nak-chun and then left, then prove something made Do Jeonbu afraid. You must know that people can do that. Besides the Emperor clan, there is only the association. What you mean is, could it be that Kim Nak-chun is related to the association? And on the other side, everything was not unexpected. Kim Nak-chun is sharing with Liu Sang-jae things that happened today, causing the other person to not be able to help but utter a sentence. You are truly a dishonest person. For a moment, Kim Nak-chun did not know how to explain, so he had to change the subject. Liu Sang-jae, looks like you're pretty good too. Just a reputation can scare the leader away. They just do not want to offend the association. Anyway, before that, the two sides had some conflicts. As for you, it's not like you have not found it yet. Who knows Huang Wudi's whereabouts? Do not worry, today is just the first day. I will definitely find him. Say it again and again. Surely he will be very curious about the person you know, right? This statement made Kim Nak-chun bewildered, but Liu Sang-jae had no intention of explaining. After he returned to school, Huang Cho-min immediately wanted to ask for information from the other party, ask Kim Nak-chun if he knows anyone in Daejun, it cannot be for revenge, and come to a place without any relationships. And he is very indifferent. It is very easy for the other party to ask for information. When Huang Cho-min heard about the chief of staff of the Daejeon Association, I could not help but be slightly startled. Luckily, I have not touched him yet. After all, Ma Huiri mentioned him once. I heard that he is a very smart and cruel guy. Huang Cho-min thought of this. A terrifying guess could not help but arise in my heart. That was the chief of staff who speculated. The impostor is in Longil. And now, it's just that he's taking advantage of Kim Nak-chun, without even knowing it, to scare someone in Longil. If this continues, his list of suspects will surely get smaller and smaller. So at this time, the only thing I can do is confront it head-on. So he immediately made a request to Kim Nak-chun. That is, he wanted to meet the chief of staff once. At the same time, on the other side, Liu Sang-jae is sitting in a Maybach. And all along this journey, the driver almost constantly flattered him, wanting to leave a good impression in front of the young master, but he only glanced once. I immediately guessed that this driver must be new, so he kindly reminded the other person, my parents like quiet people who do not talk much. It's okay if you're in front of me. It's best to be in front of them. Should pay a little attention. I can understand you. Anyway, humans. Always interested in existence in a world different from mine. Finish this sentence. He immediately looked at the phone. At this time, Kim Nak-chun sent a message. Ask him if he's free today. But Liu Sang-jae was in no hurry to answer, but planning in my heart. Summarize yourself. Successfully concealed the news that Hong Wudi had died, and take advantage of his hatred to set him up at Longil. Because I guess for sure, with his personality, there will definitely be conflicts with the thugs in Longil. Do Jeonbu also did not disappoint me. Indeed, he went to tease Kim Nak-chun. Maybe now, the news that he was related to the association's chief of staff, it's already gone viral. If in Longil there is someone impersonating the gang leader, we'll definitely guess. I want to take advantage of Kim Nak-chun. To eliminate the suspects, then this person will definitely react. And everything is not unexpected. It's only been a day. Someone already wants to meet me. Can you believe it? A good student in the eyes of this teacher. Another gang chief of staff who does bad things without hesitation. Rely on his command. But the Daejeon Association is in decline. Become able to confront the Emperor Bang. And the conclusion is that someone is impersonating Huang Wudi. That's to force the fake gang leader to reveal himself. He chose to meet privately with the suspect. But Huang Cho-min contacted Kim Tae-kyun. I want him to go find someone. Arrest the chief of staff of the Daejeon Association. The result? When seeing the chief of staff for the first time, I could not help but be slightly startled. Unexpectedly, the other person was not only the same age as me, still studying at the best local experimental high school. Initial. Huang Cho-min even suspected that he was a substitute, but Kim Nak-chun clearly knew the other person. Right when Huang Cho-min still did not know what to do, Kim Nak-chun suddenly stood up again. Say you want to go to the bathroom for a moment. Everyone just keep talking. But when he left, the atmosphere immediately became awkward, and Ryo Sang-jae also chose to get straight to the point. I do not know if you know, even though I am the chief of staff of the Federation, but will not work on the front line, so I will try not to reveal my identity. Guess why? Huang Cho-min replied hesitantly. Because he did not want to become the Emperor Bang's target. Did not expect you to understand so clearly. And those who try to find out my identity, most of them are from the Emperor Bang. But Huan, why do you want to meet me? Do you also want to eliminate me? As a result, there was still no time for the other party to say the reason. There was a group of people gathered around. He did not panic when he saw that the corner of his mouth revealed a strange smile. In my heart, I cursed what an idiot I was. The surrounding guests also slowly approached. I cannot. Are you the one impersonating the gang leader? At the same time, the surrounding guests also slowly approached. It turns out Ryu Sang-jae was there to prevent this situation. The Federation's people were soon arranged here, but he did not choose to reveal his identity, but warned them when they discover people from the Emperor Bang. Then attack. Just when he thought the game was over, Emperor Bang's men attacked Wang Chomin again. He was immediately stunned on the spot. Do you know that you violated the Emperor clan's motto, arbitrarily causing conflicts in school? There's also the name that goes with you. He also needs to be punished. And at this time, Kim Nak-chun had just finished going to the bathroom. Immediately saw the scene before my eyes. He immediately became angry. I want to rush in and destroy these people, but there's no time to act yet. There was a group of people rushing up, caused a dispute with the Emperor Bang. If it were not for Ryu Sang-jae calling out to him, Kim Nak-chun was probably still bewildered on the spot. Sigh. Unexpectedly, there were rumors that Emperor Bang was correcting discipline in Long-il. It's true again. It's truly surprising. It turned out to be the instruction that Wang Chomin had just sent. To be, teaching Kim Nak-chun is causing conflict in school, and you are in the same class. Because what he wants is, in the situation of Emperor Bang, and the Federation does not doubt itself, resolve the Chief of Staff, achieve a perfect victory. This left Kim Taexion watching in a dark place. I cannot help but feel sorry for myself. Hwang Chomin, just how powerful a person are you? At the same time, Hwang Chomin also chose to proactively attack, to compare who is smarter. Did you just ask me why I wanted to meet you? It's because I'm Hwang Muji's younger brother. It's here. Hwang Chomin and the Chief of Staff met for the first time. He chose to reveal the truth again. Do not just tell the other person. My older brother is Hwang Muji. He also said that his brother had just had a car accident. No longer in this world. It turned out it was right at that moment. Kim Nak-chun because he has a part-time job, so I had to say goodbye in advance, but he just left. The atmosphere between the two immediately cooled down. Anyway, the reason Ryu Sang-jae clarified his identity to Hwang Chomin, it's because he doubts the other person. If it's really a fake gang leader, it certainly would not be easy to be chief of staff. The unions left like that. That's why I decided to wait for people from Emperor Bang to appear, then use the previously arranged forces to deal with it. As a result, the person Emperor Bang was looking for was not him. It's Kim. This actually surprised him a bit, but even so, there are still two possibilities. One is that he resembles, as Kim Nakan said, truly my fan. Second, his mind is quite smart, although I do not know the reason, but it does not matter anyway. After all, it's just a piece of livestock. Later send someone to arrest him. Then use a simple and brutal way to force the question. But when the two of them were about to say goodbye, Hwang Chomin again at this moment revealed the truth. This made Ryu Sang-jae stunned. Do not know what the opponent's purpose is in doing so. As for Hwang Chomin, he continued to speak out the reason. Kim Nak-chun is a good person. I cannot let him continue searching for a dead person. But I'm afraid of this. It will cause misunderstandings between the two people. Anyway, he came to Daejeon because he believed in you. That's why I wanted to meet you once. At the beginning, I even thought if he was a fierce-looking guy, then I would not say a word, but after meeting, I just discovered that he is a somewhat common man. So you probably understand what I want to say, right? If he wants to continue playing the role of a smiling genius, then you must tell everything to Kim Nak-chun. Just as long as Kim Nak-chun is no longer around him, it's like losing the means to investigate in Long-il. So Chief of Staff, what are you going to do? Unexpectedly, the other person spoke again. Nak-chun soon guessed that Wang Muji was no longer alive. The reason he said that, it's because they want to find the imposter Hwang Muji. When Hwang Chomin heard this news, he broke out in a cold sweat. This guy is definitely looking for me. But he still chose to pretend to understand. And Ryu also patiently explained the reason to Hwang Chomin. Emperor Ban, it is still unknown that there is someone impersonating the gang leader commanding them. That's why I want to be sneaky. Find that person, stealing his method of manipulating the Emperor clan. So I hope you can also pretend to know nothing. But Hwang Chomin again, one glance, and you can see through the other person's lie. Because Kim Nak-chun has no way of knowing this, but he already said that, if I still tell the truth to Kim Nak-chun, Then his intention to hinder the investigation will be exposed. But there is one point I'm quite curious about. Why did not you hold a funeral for Wang Muji? Hearing that Huang Chomin broke into a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the other person still doubted him, but he quickly reacted, say you do not have money. That's why there was no funeral. Although this reason is very forced. But it's okay. Anyway, as long as he does not know the phone exists, then there's nothing I can do. But Wang Chomin quickly realized something was wrong. If he is attacked by the Federation, this will cause the Emperor Bang to lose its leader. By then the officers will definitely realize something is wrong. If so, I will become a useless person. And I who have lost my usefulness value, it will definitely be accidentally thrown away by that witch. So I have to protect my own safety. If viewed from this point, I still have to feel lucky. Because this guy hid the plan from everyone. Now I just need to dispel his suspicious eyes. Then you can be safe and sound, but Yu Sang-jae did for some reason. Must go home before a trip, but before leaving, he still called Wang Chomin back. Want to make friends with the other person, for future contact. Wait until he's gone. Huang Chomin just started to summarize. I cannot help but doubt that I chose to show my face to the Chief of Staff. Is it really correct? Anyway, this would place him among the many students in Long Il. Just pay special attention to yourself. But also thanks to this meeting, it just gave me a better understanding of the person of the Chief of Staff. The next focus is how he will act. And in another development, Yu Sang-jae was also recalling everything that happened today. If Wang Chomin is really the one impersonating the gang leader, then he does not need to confess. I'm Huang Muji's younger brother. Furthermore, the words he said had a second layer of meaning. That is, if I do not know right from wrong and take action against him, then I really become a fool. Think about this. Yu Sang-jae could not help but burst into laughter, causing the driver driving in front to startle. I just saw him smiling madly. It's interesting, obviously just a pet. If so, then I'll have some training and play a few tricks with you. The woman wanted to use a beauty trick with a tough guy to separate the relationship between him and his brothers. But he not only did not know, but I also called my friends to help. Little did he know that Huang Chomin and that woman were on the same side, because he wants to deal with the Chief of Staff very difficult, if using Emperor Bang. This will make the opponent suspicious. But if Kim Nak-chun attacks the Chief of Staff, so what will it be like? Just when he was hesitating whether to use this tactic or not, Mahori on the other side called. Said he had made an appointment to meet Kim Nak-chun. It turned out just now. She happened to meet her on the street. So I immediately took the initiative to make friends. Want to make an appointment with Kim Nak-chun. The reason she did that, it's because Huang Chomin mentioned it before, even though it was impossible to incite Kim Nak-chun to destroy his Chief of Staff. You can also get other information from the opponent. As for Kim Nak-chun on the other side, his face turned red. After all, this is the first time in his life being initiated in a conversation by a girl. I cannot help but wonder if this is some kind of conspiracy. But my hands seem to not listen to me, but click on her avatar. Look at the other person's selfie. Kim Nak-chun immediately fell into a state of self-doubt. Could it be that my appearance in Daejeon is very popular? But when he thought of his brother, who was still lying in the hospital bed, immediately throw the phone away. My purpose of coming to Daejeon, it was to avenge his brothers with Wang Muji. But now I'm disappointed because of a woman. Is not that useless? But think this, he did not even last half a second. Again, justifying yourself in your heart, this is my challenge. Difficulties on the path of righteousness are challenges. So I absolutely must not step back. So the scene at the beginning of the story happened. Kim Nak-chun pulled Wang Chomin along. But in his heart, he could not help but mutter, why are there idiots? Take your friend out on a date with a woman. Look at it from this perspective. Kim Nak-chun is probably only good at fighting. In this respect, he's still just an idiot. But outside the mouth, he still compliments the other person very well. Yet someone asked for my phone number. People like me simply do not dare to think about it. These words just came out. Kim Nak-chun could not help but lean close to Huang Chomin's ear, because he also felt a little suspicious. Suddenly asked for my contact number. He also said he wanted to go on a date or something. Or is it a new type of scam? So you can watch for me later. See if she really likes you. Listen here. Huang Chomin was so scared that he swallowed his saliva. Unexpected. Kim Nak-chun is so observant in this matter. But the two had just finished discussing. Ma-ho-ri immediately arrived at the meeting point. When Huang Chomin saw her appearance, cannot help but be stunned. Is this Ma-ho-ri in sincere mode? Kim Nak-chun next to him was extremely excited. Accidentally, his legs became weak and he sat down on the ground. Emma, on the surface, it seems like he's asking Kim Nak-chun, who is this friend? But then secretly passed the news to Hwang Cho-min. Why are you here? Why did you choose to get involved in this matter? But Hwang Cho-min is also very helpless. Tell her not to worry. Later I will find a suitable opportunity to leave. There is only one idiot. Kim Nak-chun was introducing his friend to her. After he finished introducing himself, the two immediately started dating today. And Hwang Cho-min stood behind him and secretly observed. Discovered that Kim Nak-chun really likes Mahori, but still did not let down my guard. In other words, my focus is to find evidence so I can tell Kim Nak-chun Mahori liked him. Or in other words, it is necessary to find Kim Nak-chun's advantages. So some people went to the cinema, anyway to show off men's attractiveness. Still have to use that trick. But the horror movie ahead, it did not make Mahori scared at all. On the contrary, I felt it was tasteless. But he still chose to pretend to be scared. I want Kim Nak-chun to protect me. As a result, he was so scared that he fainted. No matter what Hwang Cho-min calls it, he still did not wake up. And next, some people went to the studio to take photos. Prepare to take a photo of your card. But I did not expect Kim Nak-chun to have camera phobia. Scared to the point of sweating, even when eating rice, he also cannot eat any spicy food. Otherwise, you will be shocked on the spot. So some people were reluctant. I had to go to TV to sing karaoke. But Kim Nak-chun did not know what illness he had. Went to the bathroom and vomited again. And Mahori's expression also made him suspicious. Anyway, today I have absolutely nothing to make the other person feel moved. Yet he had no intention of going home. On the contrary, he smiled at me. Surely there is another plot. This made Hwang Cho-min unable to help but lament. Why cannot he do anything other than fight? Just like this? Not only could he not accept Mahori's kindness, but even more doubtful. But here it comes. He remembered Kim Nak-chun's only advantage. That's fighting. So he went to the next room, deliberately causing trouble with the thugs here. Tell them if they are not satisfied, go to room number 6. Then he closed the door and left. But Kim Nak-chun wanted to go home first because of a stomachache. And right now, the door of the room was pushed open by someone. Who the hell was that guy who came to my room to cause trouble just now? Just when Hwang Cho-min thought. Kim Nak-chun, finally able to show off my fort talent. As a result, in the next second, he stopped laughing. Because the person who arrived was the captain of the Emperor Bang's second team, Gu Zijiang. He walked towards Mahori with a fierce face. Questioned him why he is here with 2 men. Could it be adultery? The 2 of them were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Gu Zijiang appeared here. Looks like it's done this time. Come. Kim Nak-chun is about to welcome the first battle in Daejeon, but his opponent. It's the captain of the Emperor Bang's second team again, Gu Zijiang. It turns out it was just now. Hwang Cho-min, to promote Kim Nak-chun's fighting advantages, deliberately went to the next room to cause trouble with the thugs there. Tell him if he does not agree, go to room number 6. Making 2 people angry and planning to settle the matter. Result? Again, he bumped into Gu Zijing, who had just returned from going to the bathroom. After a while of asking, I found out, during the time I was not here, someone suddenly rushed in to pick a fight with us. When Gu Zijing heard this sentence, he immediately became angry. Immediately went to room number 6 alone, because the Emperor Bang has regulations. People without coats are not allowed to fight. Unexpectedly, he met the girlfriend of the gang leader, Mahori, and he was now sitting with 2 men. So Gu Zijiang immediately questioned him, could it be adultery? Kim Nak-chun noticed the dragon-shaped jacket on his opponent's body. Immediately blocked in front of the 2 people, because he thinks that Mahori could not possibly be related to the Emperor clan. This is just an illusion of the name in front of you. Gu Zijiang was amused by this statement, but for many different reasons, I cannot explain it myself, can only turn him up. Hori questioned, but I did not expect Kim Nak-chun to act first. Also warn the other person not to shout at you. This scene made Hwang Cho-min gasp in surprise. Do not know what to say. Gu Zijiang was punched because he did not understand the situation clearly. Originally did not intend to fight back. As a result, Kim Nak-chun even showed up, not just saying he's trash, also said that the gang leader is also trash. Gu Zijiang immediately could not bear it anymore. This kid, you do not want to live anymore. Then he rushed towards Kim Nak-chun, but this punch was blocked by the opponent with both hands. Hwang Cho-min saw this scene. I immediately wanted to advise Mahori to come with me and get out of here first. but the other side wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Check out Kim Nak-chun's fighting prowess. See how many seconds he can last in Gu Zijiang's hands. And things were as expected. The two had fought for less than 3 rounds. Kim Nak-chun has begun to fall into a weak position, got kicked by the opponent. Just saw Go Zijiang preparing to attack again. Kim Nak-chun plays tricks again. Quickly took off his coat and threw it at him. Then take this opportunity to punch him again. After punching, he did not forget to sarcasm. How's that? As for Gu Zijiang, he completely ignored it. On the contrary, he even praised the other person for being cute. Just like that, the two fought each other for a few rounds. Besides the 2 sneaky punches that hit, he no longer hit the opponent again. The whole process was overwhelming. He could not help but have doubts about life. What the heck is this kid? Completely different from appearance. It's so struck. Him and the guys at Long Ill. Absolutely not on the same level. As expected, he is a member of the Emperor Bang. Once beaten, there is no chance to counterattack. Mahori stood to the side and could not help but grumble. Did I have too high of expectations? Why do I feel like his performance is so bad? Only he can deal with the captain. People of that level are indeed too reluctant. Huang Chou-min's mood is completely different. In my heart, I silently cheered for Kim Nak-chun, even though I'm in a situation where I'm taking advantage of the Emperor clan. But now I suddenly want to cheer for you. You definitely do not. Defeated by the Emperor Bang's ordinary henchmen. And Kim Nak-chun was also extremely unwilling at this time. In my heart, I frantically cheered for myself. I will not. Results next sec. Gu Zijiang's fist smashed into his face. But unexpectedly, Jin Rak-chun did not lose consciousness because of that. On the contrary, he even lifted a table, then hit the opponent hard. The situation in just a moment was reversed. Huang Chou-min next to him was excited. Unexpectedly, he actually won against Gu Zijiang. So I immediately went ahead and flattered. But Jin Rak-chun scratched his head embarrassedly. Anyway, he knew that he won because he used weapons. Mahari's expression was still cold, because he was the one who rose to the position of captain very early. In the imperial state, he was called Fighting Demon Go Zijiang. How can you beat him with just Jin Rak-chun? The next second, Gu Zijiang stood up. This kid is really cunning. Just now, he intentionally let go of his defense. Let me attack your face. And then you intend to secretly throw the table, right? If you intend to rely on this little trick to defeat me, well, you really are daydreaming. Come on, let's continue. You have to have fun playing with me today. This moment, Jin Rak-chun. You can exactly feel that atmosphere. He confirmed that it was not wrong. Gu Zijiang is definitely a madman. I cannot win against him. The man came to a strange city for revenge, but he found out again. I did not even fight against one of the opponent's juniors. Even though he used every despicable trick in the fight, but still unable to defeat the captain of the Emperor Bang's second team. Gu Zijiang was even frightened by his aura. If it were not for Huang Chou-min promptly impersonating the gang leader. Play messages. Make the juniors call Gu Zijiang. Then Jin Rak-chun's defeat was certainly inevitable. As for him before leaving, he looked towards Mahari. Tell him to explain himself to the gang leader. Why? Living with someone who is at enmity with the Emperor Bang. Then he turned around and left, but Jin Rak-chun called him back again. Tell him to at least leave his name before leaving. This action caused dissatisfaction among the two juniors, but Go Zijiang did not pay attention. As you wish, tell him your name. Just other than coincidences like today, kind of people like you. There would not be a chance to meet with me alone, so you do not need to remember my name. Waiting for you guys to leave, Jin Rak-chun's mood still could not calm down. As a result, Mahari asked him where to go next. This made Jin Rak-chun stunned. Even Huang Chou-min felt confused, so the two of them discussed quietly with each other. Anyway, just be a normal person. When this happens, you should immediately want to go home. Seeing Jin Rak-chun seemed unhappy, Mahari also did not try to hold back. Just give him some medicine to treat skin wounds. Tell him to at least take this. Jin Rak-chun saw this scene. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. Do not know what to say. You do not need to thank me. On the contrary, I'm the one who should thank you. After all, just now you were protecting me while fighting. Alright. At this moment, Huang Chou-min suddenly woke up. It turns out, Jin Rak-chun is in an unfavorable situation that deals with Gu Zijiang. But Mahari often took advantage of this. But Jin Rak-chun blushed because of this statement. Unexpectedly, the other party could see this point. But do not know all that Mahari did, just to seduce Jin Rak-chun. So he tried everything. Want to keep the opponent to stay and play for a while longer. Huang Chou-min also could not help but admire him. Mahari. In seducing others, he is truly an expert. Jun now. You must have completely fallen in love, right? As a result, things developed far beyond what he expected. Jin Rakshun not only did not fall in love, but he also resolutely refused this proposal after he said sorry. Without looking back, he left, but my hand still could not stop shaking because he also really wants to be with everyone. But no matter what you think, Jin Rakshun at all. I cannot continue to have fun like this anymore. Although just now I was really in a disadvantageous situation, but even so, he also would not allow himself to be crushed to this extent. Jin Rakchun's gaze at this moment became extremely determined. There is no regret left. If I were a person like a frog at the bottom of a well, then I have to make an effort to adapt to the new environment. Try to raise your level. Huang Chomin still cannot believe it. Jin Rakchun gave up the opportunity to continue dating. Mahari snorted coldly. That's why I said those who risk their lives to fight. Impossible. When Huang Chomin heard this sentence, he could not help but tease him. But it's clear he's talking loudly, saying that I do not expect to be successful in one day. But having said it, we have to say it again. Today is still thanks to you. It's okay, I have not been this happy in a long time. If there's nothing else to do, so I'll go home first. This statement made Huang Chomin stunned. I wonder if I do not really understand Mahari. But I have not had time to think too much yet. Then received a message. When Huang Chomin took out his phone to look, then it was discovered that the sender was the chief of staff. He asked if he could spare some time. He has something to tell you. I did not expect him to want to meet me alone. In the end, what is being plotted behind? Besides, he did not ask me when I had time. But can you spare some time? What an arrogant person. Instead of meeting and then causing disputes, or would it be better if I refuse? But as the risks increase, then the probability of having his weakness will also increase. Just when Huang Chomin was thinking about countermeasures, then I heard a slapping sound coming from the next street, so he could not help but be curious. Want to see what's going on? Detection results. People being taught. It's Mahari who just broke up with me. I did not expect the usual arrogant and overbearing demon. But there are days when I fall into this situation. The scene before his eyes made Huang Chomin stunned. And through the dialogue between them, you can also roughly know the situation. These people are for Mahari's brother. Became a plant person? That's why I dare to move my hands and feet like that. Before leaving, he also warned the enemy. Next time, do not wear clothes that stand out so much. Huang Chomin watched the backs of the people leaving. I wanted to let Emperor Bang come and teach them a lesson, but she was suddenly stopped by Mahori. By the way, he even told the other person to take him home. Huang Chomin is very difficult to understand, but still choose to agree, and the result this time made him extremely surprised. He originally thought that Mahori must be a genius, lady with jade leaves and golden branches or something. Unexpectedly, they are no different from you, even a little worse. Mahori seemed to see through Huang Chomin's thoughts. Immediately explain. Due to having to bear the cost of his brother's medical treatment, that's why she had to move here. This could not help but make Huang Chomin feel guilty. After all, this was caused by his brother, so he immediately asked the other person, "Who are those girls who just bullied you?" As for Mahori, there was no wavering at all. Tell him the end of the story. Then Hong Bomi in their group liked it. A brother should want to find the other person to confess his love. But she did not expect the guy to proactively come to her. But things did not go as she planned. The purpose of this time the boy came. I want to ask for Mahori's contact information. Hong Bomi out of jealousy. He immediately said he did not know her. Seeing my plans fall apart, the boy also turned and left. From then on, Mahori has become the object of their hatred, frequently starve her. Initial. Mahori did not pay any attention, but things gradually exceeded the limit. They openly spread rumors again, also send messages to others. When Mahori heard this news, immediately got angry and gave the other person a slap. The whole classroom suddenly fell silent. The eyes of the entire class were looking this way. At this moment, the corners of Mahori's eyes still could not help but shed tears. But she still asked the other person, "Are you slandering me?" As for Hong Bomi, she did not object at all. So what? Do not you really like seducing others? I'm just here to help you promote yourself, so you can easily find a rich guy. After hearing these words, Mahori immediately lost control, wanting to give the other person another slap. But her hand was raised. Again, she was grabbed tightly by her boyfriend, dragging Mahori away. Wanted to teach her a lesson. The results just arrived at the classroom door. Immediately there was a kick that sent the man flying out. The person who came was Mahori's brother. As soon as he arrived, he suppressed the whole school. Go in front of Hong Bo Mi and teach her a lesson. From then on, she does not dare to cause trouble with me anymore. Until I heard that my brother was in a coma. Then it's back to how it was before. After hearing this story, Huang Chomin could not bear it anymore. Immediately took out the phone, but Mahori stopped, telling absolutely not to do that. Anyway, even if I was bullied, I would not want to ask my brother for help. What's more, thanks to the power of the Emperor Bang. So forget what you saw today. This is my personal story. You just need to find a way to capture the chief of staff. But even so, Huang Chomin still did not choose to ignore it, but prepare to let Hong Bo Mi know what is real bullying. Early the next morning, Go Zijing appeared in front of their school gate, wan through asking others to know the whereabouts of Hong Bo Mi. It's here, it's here. Gu Zijiang is about to have a lover. Just now, Huang Chomin to take revenge on Hong Bo Mi, asked Ma. All information related to Gu Zijiang, including the type of person he likes, and Hong Bo Mi is exactly the type of person he likes. So Huang Chomin let Kim Taexion convey a false news to him, says that the girl in the photo likes him. Gu Zijiang, after learning about this, immediately went to Baekhyun Girls' High School. I want to ask the girl next to me to give Hong Bo Mi a message. Say someone is waiting for you at the school gate, and Hong Bo Mi on the other side is bullying a girl, just because she does not buy coffee, and poured the entire bottle of milk all over her. Also use a mop to wash the other person's face. Until the bullying is over, some people just left the women's restroom. On the way back to class, like Xiao Wu also asked Hong Bo Mi, how are you and Yuan Zong doing lately? Have you been able to dump him yet? If it were not for that kid, he'd be fine. I do not even bother seducing him. These past few days I've had to pretend to be a woman. But the results are probably coming soon. Just when 3 people were chatting loudly, then a girl came. Say that at the school gate there is a brother looking for you. Hearing that, Hong Bo Mi immediately showed a proud look. Show off your achievements to your 2 girlfriends. The result, when she reached the school gate, the whole person could not help but be a little stunned. Because the person who came was not her brother Yuan Zhong. It's a man with a fierce appearance. She could not help but instinctively step back, try to find the courage to ask who the other person is, but unexpectedly Go Zijiang stepped forward immediately. Opening his mouth was like a thunderclap. Do not you like me? Hong Bo Mi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It seems you have misunderstood something. The 2 girls who were peeping to the side were also scared out of their wits. Unexpectedly, Hong Bo Mi even knew this type of person. See the reaction of the 2 people. Hong Bo Mi immediately knew. This will definitely make them misunderstand. So he immediately told the other person to stop. Do not keep talking anymore. Even if there is an illusion, there must be a degree. How could I like a bad thug like you? Get out of sight quickly. Finish the sentence. Hong Bo Mi immediately turned around and left. But she does not know. My nightmare has just begun. Because the image Huang Chomin created for her was arrogant. No matter how much you like it, then the mouth will still say hate. And Gu Zijiang is a rude type of man. Even if rejected, you will pursue the person you like to the end. The more he hates it, the more he hates it. Gu Zijiang became even more enthusiastic. Early the next morning, in the classroom, there are many people talking about Hong Bo Mi's story. In the end, it was still her best friend who spoke up to remind her. Tell her to quickly go to the grocery store. And now at the grocery store, there were many students milling around. When Hong Bo Mi pushed through the crowd, she saw the scene before her eyes. His eyes could not help but light up. The person who came was Gu Zijian. He wants to buy all the coffee in the grocery store. But the sales lady was determined not to sell to people outside the school. Until Gu Zijiang saw Hong Bo Mi in the crowd. Just thought of a solution. Tell her to come buy it, and Anyway, this aunt said she would not sell it to you. You cannot directly rob it either. But she asked, extremely confused. In the end, who is the opponent? Why do that? Gu Zijiang could not help but voice criticism. The way people ask this is too much. Yet even Go Zijiang of the Yellow Emperor clan did not know. Of course I want to get your contact number. Anyway, I really like your arrogance. Seeing the other person's crazy eyes, Hong Bo Mi was completely frightened. If there are any stupid rumors, then she probably never will maintain an ambiguous relationship with Mr. Won Jung, so she decided to temporarily appease. Give the phone number to Gu Zijiang. Tell him not to come to school anymore. But Hong Bo Mi still could not understand. Why am I being stalked by this kind of person? How crazy is Gu Zijiang after falling in love? Yet you go find someone the other person likes, beat him to a pulp, and then steal his phone. When Hong Bo Mi learned this news, her face immediately turned pale. You have to know that just a second ago she was bragging to her best friend that he's about to defeat Won Jung. As a result, he was now told that he had been beaten. I guarantee he will not appear in front of you again in the future. Scarier than that, Go Zijiang appeared again at his doorstep, made Hong Bo-mi so angry that she threw the phone on the ground. It's very difficult to seduce a handsome guy. Yet it was disrupted like that, so I definitely have to give it an eye for an eye. Let him be as unlucky as me. So she immediately called her ex-lover. Wanted to come help kill Gu Zijiang. Just be able to complete this request. Whatever you say, I agree. Bae Won-ki heard that. He could not help but reveal a sinister smile. This is what I said. After finishing the phone call, Hong Bo-mi immediately went downstairs to find Gu Zijiang. Tell him to come with me to get the air hue. Wait until you arrive. Hong Bo-mi just asked a question that she has wondered about for a long time. Where did you meet me anyway? Hearing that, Go Zijiang looked puzzled. Should not I be the one asking where you saw me? New right. Anyway, I heard that you fell in love with me as soon as I met you. Hearing this sentence, Hong Bo-mi could not help but gasp. Just who the hell is spreading these rumors? But Go Zijiang thought she was shy. That's why I said these words. Who would have thought that Hong Bo-mi already had a murderous heart? Now it's just stalling for time, just waiting for her ex-lover to come. So she found another topic. Ask Go Zijiang about his clothes. You also feel cool, right? This dragon-shaped jacket is the symbol of the Emperor Bang. Go Zijiang said this with a proud expression. After that, I was like a crazy fan, constantly telling stories about the boss. This made Hong Bo-mi feel speechless. Do not know what he's talking about. Just know that Go Zijiang greatly worshipped the man named Gang Leader. When asked if he liked the boss, Go Zijiang replied without hesitation, of course. Anyway, you are the first person I met. But I really want to follow. Just say one sentence. He is the most wonderful man. So no matter what price you have to pay, I will definitely make him king. But having said it, we have to say it again. Maybe I really do not know. What does this jacket mean? Speaking of this, he could not help but mutter a sentence. That guy who hit Maxiak Singh. Looks like he's wearing the same jacket. But Go Zijiang could not hear clearly because the wind was so loud. I want to ask you to say it again. But she said it was nothing. If so, then let's go eat. Standing still like this is not my style. Just when Hong Bo-mi was about to find an excuse to stay a bit, the ex-lover finally brought you there. He just got off the bus. I could not help but laugh at how scary this person's appearance was. Why am I being stalked by him? Only saw 5 men coming out of the cargo truck. The infamous guy also carried a wolf thorn club, but Go Zijiang appeared extremely calm. Ask Hong Bo-mi a question. Do you know him? But do not wait for Hong Bo-mi to answer yet. The opponent proactively spoke up. Why do you always know such poor quality people? Is there a relationship? Go Zijiang reacted from his words. Knowing that Hong Bo-mi is an extremely dangerous woman, but even so, he is still shaken. Anyway, that's the only thing that suits his personality. As Go Zijiang wanted to tell Hong Bo-mi to hide behind him. She ran out directly again, even when getting in the car. He also gave the others one word of advice. Quickly take action for me. After killing him, throw him into the lake. As for Go Zijiang, his face was speechless. Could not help but voice a criticism. Indeed, women's hearts can easily change. But Bae Won-ki does not want to procrastinate. Tell your juniors to go directly and kill him. The results are not yet long in coming. Several people were beaten until they lay on the ground. Go Zijiang conveniently caught a business card. Discovering that the other person is someone who works in the loan sharking industry, immediately showed a look of disdain. Anyway, bully this second row. Is not that not so good? First date. Was jumped by 5 big men playing the trick of a fairy. The girlfriend not only ran away, even being ridiculed by the other person as a brat. The results were 4 of his juniors. Neither of them could last more than 2.5 minutes in front of Go Zijiang. But even so, he still did not pay attention. For that, the other side is just causing trouble at the student level, and I'm killing on a real battlefield. So the two are basically not on the same level. Turns out it was a long time ago. Bae Won-ji was defeated by Mahaprayak's brother in one move, but he was not willing. I want to find someone to avenge me. But the other side not only did not help him, he also advised Bae Won-ji to apologize to Mahashin. After all, that guy is a member of the union. If you want to live well in Daejeon, then definitely do not offend this power. Moreover, it will not be long now. I will also enter the union. A few days after this happened, Hong Bo-mi also made a request to break up because she finds Bae Won-ji too embarrassing, yet defeated in one move. Just as Hong Bo-mi was about to leave, then Bae Won-ji grabbed her hair, make her repeat what she just said. But right now, Another group of people came, threatening Bei Wenji to release Hong Bo-mai. If not, just try it. Alone against 4 people due to the smaller number of people, he had to listen to the other person's words and release Hong Bo-mai. But the 2 left before leaving, throwing a salary deduction for Bei Wenji, made him so angry that he trembled, finally chose to leave Daejeon, coming to Gongju to live with all kinds of hooligans. During this process, I do not know how many big battles I've been through, just achieved today's achievements. So it's just the kind of gang player like you, but you want to win against me. What a myth. I want to see how many attacks you can dodge. And in the next war, Bei Wenji also successfully captured the pause after dodging the opponent's attack. Use the stick to hit him hard on the shoulder. Gu Zijiang reacted promptly. Use your head to block the attack. But even so, he still got knocked out. But he did not care about his injury at all, which is to immediately look at the clothes. Detected the attack just now. Still tears clothes. Bei Wenji noticed this action, cannot help but be stunned. Suspecting this kid is because he does not want his clothes to be torn. That's why I use my head to block the attack. Think about this. Bei Wenji immediately thought that the other person was looking down on him. Holding the spiked mace, he charged towards him, but Go Zijiang was angry at this time. After dodging the attack, immediately organized a counterattack, kick him directly in the chin, and just a normal attack like that, making Bei Wenji suspicious again. What is the weight of this life? Is the other person really a student? Why? I have never felt this in other scoundrels. But Go Zijiang still did not stop. Instead, punch him hard in the face. In a blink of an eye, he hit him from the shore down to the shore of the lake. But it's not over yet, just with these 2 small attacks. It was basically impossible to dissipate Gu Zijiang's anger. The pitiful screams continued to ring out, scared Hong Bo-mi to the point of cold sweat, because she understands very well. This pitiful cry is from Bei Wenji's ex-boyfriend. Until the lake shore was full of blood stains. Gu Zijiang just stopped. Student level. He thought the name was Huang Wuji. Is it only this level? Unexpectedly, it was just because of a girl's joke, which almost caused the largest Black Ops group in Korea. Almost disappeared, and the first to discover the truth, it's the captain of the second team who specializes in fighting, a Go Zijiang. Just now, Hong Bo-mi realized something was wrong and wanted to call the police, but Go Zijiang quickly broke the glass door. If you threaten the other person, if you want to live, keep your mouth shut. And Hong Bo-mi, after getting off the bus, then immediately kneel on the ground, beg Gu Zijiang to forgive him. But the other party still feels confused at this point. Clearly he has never done anything to offend a woman. Why do you want to assassinate me? Even to achieve this goal, even pretend to like me. Speaking of this, Hong Bo-mi could not help but choke up. She had absolutely no memory of ever saying those words. These words just came out. Gu Zijiang became even angrier. So you're saying that Zeke Xianhyang tricked me? But he quickly thought of something. So he pointed to the 4 people lying on the ground and asked, are these people just your doing? If that's really the case, then I may have offended them somewhere. Anyway, there are usually too many people I offend. I cannot remember clearly. Hong Bo-mi did not understand what Gu Zijiang was saying, but she saw an opportunity to escape the immediate danger. She immediately asserted that she was threatened, but right now, a familiar voice rang out from behind. He relapsed into that bad habit again. Obviously ask others for help yourself, but it does not comply with basic ethics. The name of that emperor clan, I admit you are better than me, but you certainly do not know the story about your clan leader. And this statement aroused Gu Zijiang's interest. So he told the other person to try it out. If it does not help, then you do not want to survive, if I'm not wrong. In the past, it was because the gang leader had hurt someone so tragically, so I suffered a bit, right? Seeing Go Zijiang unresponsive, he did not intend to continue hiding it, which clearly talks about fighting with the kids of the Daejeon Union, beat people into plants. Hong Bo-mi heard these words. In an instant, I realized something was wrong. Want to call Bei Wenji to stop, but he continued to open his mouth, even analyzed for Gu Zijiang. Was your gang leader angrier than usual at that time? Do not you feel strange? Go Zijiang could not help but be stunned when he heard these words, recalling the scene from the past. No matter how much I advise, the boss still does not listen. He also threatened Gu Zijiang not to follow. If not, do not blame me for turning around unintentionally. In the end, the leader of the clan only brought with him a small number of subordinate troops. Go attack the Union. The 2 captains did not participate. As a result, 30 people were seriously injured on the Union side. A person is in a coma. Just like that, things become irreversible. Because there was a person lying in a hospital bed, common unconsciousness. So reluctantly, they had to choose someone to take the blame for the gang leader. Price. Because this is related to the survival of the Emperor clan from then on. The gang leader never mentioned this again, and we do not open our mouths either, so I do not know the situation clearly. But this name in front of me. Again, he seemed to understand everything, even confirmed the kneeling woman. Compare me. You should know the truth about this better. Initial. Gozi Jiang could not even believe it, because he did not even know about Emperor Bang, until Bei Wenji clarified the reason. It's because that girl hates a girl. That's why I asked someone to teach her brother. Let that person seduce your gang leader, teaching Ma Hashin of the Daejian Federation. But even so, Hong Bomai still refuses to admit the truth. Lie that Bai Wenji is making up a story. But Gu Zijing did not want to manage that much. He only knew that the other party had suspicions. Then I have to clarify the truth, even if she runs to hell. I will also follow. At that time, if I find out you lied, it would not just leave a small wound like that. So you better tell the truth. Hong Bomai heard that, scared to the point of cold sweat. Just tell me everything I know. When Gu Zijing heard that person was his brother Ma Hawali, cannot help but smile a little, but just to be sure. He also specially showed the photo to Hong Bomai, until confirmation is complete. Gu Zijiang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. No wonder the day I met Ma Hawali at the Karok bar. Just felt like something was not right. It turns out the truth is like this. Gu Zijiang finally learned all the truth behind. Just now, he heard it from Hong Bomai. Ma Hawali, he's the one who instigated the gang leader to turn his sister into a vegetable. The person behind the scenes, pulling the strings, was the captain of Emperor Bang Park, Siwa's first team. So trees. Wolf club it. I could not hold it firmly and fell to the ground. Gu Zijiang felt a headache though. But he knows, now I have to spread this news. Inside the Imperial. So he prepared to leave immediately. Hong Bomai glanced at Bei Wenji's face and saw that his face was very bad. I immediately wanted to let Gu Zijiang take him with me, but Gu Zijiang refused his request. Say that if not there is something more important. If you have to do it, at least teach it once. Bei Wenji saw this scene and could not help but smirk, then came next to Hong Bomai. Pulled her hair and dragged her into the truck. And Gu Zijiang right now, I'm driving a motorbike at 200 kilometers per hour. I wish I could return to Emperor Bang immediately, also call other members. But they did not pick up the phone. Just as Gu Zijiang put all his attention, go to the phone. Unexpectedly danger was approaching, causing him to be careless. Let the Union people catch him. When Gu Zijiang regained consciousness, then I found myself in a warehouse. The man in front, captain of Team 9 of the Daejian Federation. Min Mun sang. He could not help but tease the other person if he was in love. That's why I absent-mindedly wandered outside like that, defenseless. But Gu Zijiang did not care, but complaining that I should not be here right now. But this action of his has caused dissatisfaction for Min Mun sang. So he immediately stepped forward to provoke the opponent. As a result, Gu Zijiang bit him directly on the nose, making Min Mun sang scream in pain. His junior saw that, immediately rushed to help. Only then was Gu Zijiang pulled down, but Min Mun sang's nose was bleeding non-stop. I hate not being able to kill him right away to vent my anger. Luckily, two juniors stopped him in time, because the chief of staff had told him to save his life. Gu Zijiang immediately provoked the opponent. If you do not act now, then you will definitely regret it later. But Min Mun sang did not care, but laugh at his ignorance. Given that Gu Zijiang is still unclear about his situation, so he immediately told him directly, now you are just a pawn of the chief of staff. In this situation, the fact that he told us to release you on parole, which means he's preparing a more cruel plan. Also on the other side, Huang Choumin is also following the road map. Go to Liu Sangjae's house. Discovered that it was a luxury villa, but he did not have time to complain. But you have to boost your spirit. It only takes one mistake, then this game will end immediately. Until now, Huang Choumin just rang the doorbell, and Li Hud, then take him to a study room, and told him to come to this tea table and chat slowly. The two seem to get along very well on the outside. But in fact, each person is looking for loopholes in the other. The feeling that Liu Sangjae gives Huang Choumin, a boy with a golden spoon, was born. How do you look, Alf? He had nothing to do with those sweaty fighting scenes. Completely unrelated. Yet he is the chief of staff of the Daejian Federation. Huang Choumin really does not understand. Why do I have a title that does not suit me? Could it be, how could doing so help his life? It is clear that a warm boy with a golden spoon was born, yet behind him is a chief of staff of the gangster community. But also to find the fake clan master of the opposing force. So the suspects were called to the house, wanting to take advantage of the newly captured Gu Zijiang to test the opponent. See what the reaction will be, but he did not do so directly, but first asked Wang Choumin a question. You think it's a fake gang leader? In the end, what tricks were used to manipulate Emperor Bang? Huang Choumin could not help but be a little stunned. Unexpectedly Lu Shengke called me over, again because of this, but that's it. So he immediately told the other person the correct answer. Probably using tricks like text messages and all, anyway in this situation, but hastily pretended to guess wrong, it will become even more strange. But I did not expect Lu Shengke to ask this answer. In your brother's relics, is there such a thing as a phone? And this reply, Huang Choumin did not intend to tell the truth, because the opponent cannot confirm whether the content is real or fake. Result: you just said there's no phone in there. Lu Shengke showed a gloomy expression. Ask Wang Choumin, is this true? You're not lying to me, are you? Causing Wang Choumin to break out in a cold sweat. But he still did not waver. Firmly say that there is nothing special in it. My guess is not wrong. So there must have been a stray, accidentally picked up a phone, then use it freely. But that guy is definitely being patient. There is no doubt about this point. Huang Choumin immediately asked the other person, why are you so determined to defeat Emperor Bang? You should not have to risk your life for this, right? Could it be that there is some deep hatred? As a result, Lu Shengke spoke indifferently. This is just an entertainment activity. It's like comforting the tired contestants. Moreover, the cattle joined forces. It will help to overthrow that king. I thought you would understand what I mean. Anyway, people are at the bottom of society. They should all be taken advantage of like that. Finish this sentence. He immediately prepared to leave. But Huang Choumin still does not understand. What does it mean to overthrow the king? But look at his face, and you'll know. Definitely not a good thing, so I must stop him. But Lu Shengke at this time. He turned around and asked Huang Choumin one last thing. Our people caught it by chance. Emperor Bang's second team captain, Gu Zijiang. If it were you. So how will we make use of that kid? Huang Choumin saw that. I have to pretend to be confused. Is not catching officers a good thing? That's right. He is an important fighting force of the Emperor clan. Maybe there's no need to find the fake gang leader. But it is also possible to defeat the Emperor clan through this matter. So I want to make good use of him. Can you help me think a bit? So let me congratulate you in advance. Do not know what I can come up with though, but I will try to help. But Lu Shengke just left. Huang Choumin immediately panicked. What the hell is he talking about? How could Gu Zijiang be arrested? Is not he going to educate Hong Baomi? Finally, what happened? Which led to his arrest. Perhaps the chief of staff wanted to observe his reaction. Should have lied. But if he's telling the truth, losing him is a huge loss. Because after all, Gu Zijiang not only has outstanding strength, but also someone who is absolutely loyal to the boss. So I have to grasp the exact situation now. That's all. Only then can we confirm whether what he said is true. But if I'm in this situation, I would like to go home. I'm afraid it will make him even more suspicious. So that would go against my purpose of coming here. So Huang Choumin immediately went to the butler, asked the other person where the bathroom is, because now he can only calmly cope. If what the chief of staff said is true, then I must live in this house. Rescue Gu, but I did not expect this scene. They were all seen by Lu Shengkai in the surveillance room. Will Huang Choumin choose to take out his phone? It's here. Huang Choumin, for removing the suspicions of the chief of staff. Instead, he chose to go deep into the enemy's lair, but just to be sure. You should still leave Kim Jae-sun outside the door waiting for him. Kim Jae-sun was very worried again, afraid Huang Choumin would not be able to come back. And the situation was as expected. His current situation is very dangerous. Once Huang Choumin took out his phone, the chief of staff in the surveillance room will confirm the opponent's identity. Because he just intentionally leaked the news of Gu Zijiang's arrest. If Huang Choumin is a fake gang leader, then he will definitely find a way to confirm the truth. Anyway, it's the only thing he can do now. It is an order to the Emperor Bang. Let someone else confirm the situation. So you quickly take that phone out, but as a result, Huang Choumin was left stunned on the spot. Thank you for the toilet here. It looks bigger than my room. This made Lu Shengke unable to help but be a little stunned. Unexpectedly, he did not do anything, simply go to the bathroom. But unexpectedly, Huang Chomin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because just now he almost took out his phone. If you really do that, I'm afraid something big will happen. Anyway, the current chief of staff is doubting me. If based on this assumption, analyze the current situation. If he wants to know what his reaction will be, it should have been said on the spot. But he said it to me as he left the room. This shows that he is very curious. What reaction will I have when I'm alone in the room? So there's definitely something here. Maybe let him see this with his own eyes. Otherwise he could not after he finished saying that sentence. Before I could see his reaction, I had to leave the room. Because that's all. Only then can I give myself time to think independently. But it still feels a bit illogical. He should have guessed he was going to the bathroom. Now I can deduce two facts. Suppose the entire room is within sight of the chief of staff. It's okay. And he installed the camera because of me. Or is it inherently there? That does not matter. Now I can deduce two facts. Firstly, the chief of staff wants to get it. The method that can manipulate the emperor clan. That is, he wanted to get Huang Muji's phone. Second, before seeing the phone with your own eyes, he wanted to hide his suspicions from me. Because he did not want me to throw away my phone to live. But I'm from Ahori. Now, no matter what, we must take advantage of the emperor clan. But the chief of staff could not have known all this. As for my coming to this house, he did not use force to force a body search. Probably because of fear. I did not bring Huang Muji's phone with me. That will increase my vigilance. So he only confirmed it with his own eyes. I'm holding Huang Muji's phone. You can just snatch it right on the spot. Because anyway, he is a man who only has absolute certainty. Just took action. And the incident was not unexpected. The other butler is hiding in the corner. Wait for the young master's orders. Huang Chomin did not know he was going to this extent. In the end, it depends on how interesting something you want to do. But if he is really such a careful and meticulous person, then I can only give up Gu Zijian. At the same time, in the surveillance room, Lu Shengkai also fell into thought, since returning from the restroom. But he just sat still like that. Could it be that the news has already been leaked? But I clearly told Wu Yun, must remind Ming Dusang, temporarily keep Gu Zijing's arrest a secret, so to confirm my guess. He called Ming Dusang. Ask about this other than Wu Yunzi. Did you tell anyone else? But he said he was only talking to himself. The others basically did not have time to speak. Wu Yunzi immediately contacted me. Tell the chief of staff to tell me. Do not leak the news to others in the Federation. But then, I also did not talk about this with anyone. Just keep Gu Zijing here. So in the process of capturing him, was it seen by others? Probably no one will see it. Because anyway, we immediately took him to the ruins. Nearby, if I do not contact you again in 10 minutes, then you can remove that guy. But after Ming Dusang hung up the phone, he appeared very dissatisfied, whispering that the other person does not even give a compliment. If it was not for the president, I will definitely ask Wu Yunzi to tell me his true identity, then beat him to a pulp. Although this makes me feel very uncomfortable, but no matter what, this will also become my merit. In 10 more minutes, I can aggressively lecture that guy. Obviously they are all aces in gangs. But the strength of the two people is worlds apart. Yu Jinsu's punch to the opponent's body, just like cotton, and Hajuan only used one punch, made his eyes roll back. The reason why the values of two people are so different. This is because the organizational system is different. Emperor Bang's trump card refers to those recognized by the four captains. The Federation is the right-hand group with a ranking number. It turned out Huang Chomin to be sure. Always keep in touch by phone with Kim Taek-seon. So the words the chief of staff said, he heard it clearly. So he sent a message to Gu Zijian, want to confirm the truth. But the other person did not answer. If it's normal, surely he will reply to the message within a minute. But Huang Chomin said nothing. That means he is in a situation where it is difficult to give instructions, but Kim Taexian also knows it well. Gu Zijiang is an indispensable person of the Emperor Bang, absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Just when Kim Taexian did not know what to do, the phone kept making knocking sounds. It sounded like fingers tapping on the screen, and the frequency is every 3 hours. He quickly reacted, this is Huang Chomin conveying some information to me. Kim Taexian thought it at first, this is Morse code or something, but he thought no. Correct. Because I know absolutely nothing about these things. Huang Chomin cannot use this method to convey news to yourself. So he immediately thought in a simpler direction. Given that the message Huang Chomin wanted to convey to him, it's number 3. But according to the current situation, meaning of number 3, it could not possibly be Gu Zijiang's location. Is it just Team 3? It turned out that he had asked Huang Choumin a long time ago if I were the captain of Team 4. So who is the captain of Team 3? But the answer to this question, even Huang Choumin does not know, because he only looked at the Emperor Bang's list. Just found out that Hongdi Bang also has a team of 3, but those guys seem to have never participated in combat, probably an independent army. Although I have their captain's phone number, but because I do not know what is the relationship between him and Huang Muji, so I did not rush to contact, but to prevent any unforeseen events. I'll give you his phone number first. Could it be that Huang Choumin is pointing to Team 3, no Go Zijiang's location, but considering the current situation, I can only choose to take a gamble. And when Kim Taexian called the other person's phone number, he only said one sentence: no. 38 Yimsuk Street. Abandoned factory. Then immediately hung up. This made Kim Taexian bewildered. But he still chose to trust the other person. Announced the news to everyone in the Emperor clan. That's how the first scene happened. A confrontation between two aces, but the results were not surprising. One-way crushing, and Lu Shengkai is on the other side. It's assumed that Huang Choumin did not bring his phone, or the opponent chose to give up on Gu Zijiang. The probability is half on each side. But anyway, Gu Zijiang will eventually be lost. This is a huge loss for Hongdi Bang. But right now, another phone call came in, so he stood up and answered the phone. But unexpectedly, the news transmitted by the other side made him extremely surprised. As for Min Du-sang, he himself did not know what was going on. Why did Emperor Bang suddenly barge in? But their number of people is too large. But this time, Lu Shenkei's mind was not on their side at all. After hastily giving the order, he hung up. He really does not understand. Why does the situation arise? The capture of Go Zijiang. Apparently only 4 people knew. The only person who could give instructions to save Go Zijiang was Huang Choumin. But he did not do anything. Could it be that Huang Choumin is really not a fake gang leader? In this moment, he could not help but fall into doubt. But unbeknownst to him, this hit Huang Choumin's heart. Not only can Go Zijiang be saved now, but it can also eliminate the suspicion that you are a fake gang leader. Truly a double joy in the forest. How powerful is the mysterious Team 3? Not only did we find the location where Gu Zijiang was kidnapped, but it also helped Huang Choumin eliminate suspicion, causing the chief of staff to fall into confusion. You have to reveal the truth to the other person. Wanted to ask his opinion. So Huang Choumin immediately spoke his mind. I think it was accidentally seen by others. Anyway, a group of adults acting out will easily attract attention. The chief of staff replied with a calm expression. So what? Thinking in my heart, could it be that the other person is really just my fan? And Huang Choumin achieved his goal. Immediately made an excuse to go home. But the chief of staff wanted him to stay a little longer. I want you to meet someone. Actually, I want to observe for a while longer. As for the other side, it will probably be resolved quickly. Anyway, I informed the president that I had captured Bo Zijiang. Already know. At the same time on the other side, Daejin Union reinforcements also arrived at the scene. And the leader of the army this time is Lai Rong, who ranked 8th. When Min Du-sang, who was hiding in the warehouse, saw him, immediately he gritted his teeth. Obviously, in the beginning, we can make our own merits. Now that's good. This little rat Larong also came to compete for credit. Gu Zijiang, who was nearby, saw that, immediately sneered. Is your friend here? Congratulations. Made Min Du-sang so angry that he could not help but want to kill someone. Wanting Go Zijiang to not be able to laugh anymore. Anyway, reinforcements arrive. That means the president also wants to educate this kid. But even so, Gu Zijiang was still full of disdain, still mocking the opponent like before, causing Min Du-sang to be cursed to the point of losing his temper. Wanting to be one step ahead to finish off Team 2, team leader, to take this credit, but he raised the hammer. But no matter how hard I tried, I could not swing it down, because the hammer was tightly grasped by Kim Taexian. Wait until Min Du-sang reacts. Then the other person grabbed his shoulder. Use a wrestling attack to throw him out. The hammer also broke in half due to the force of the impact. But even so, Min Du-sang still slowly stood up. Unexpected. Kim Taexian of the King Emperor actually joined the Emperor gang. But he did not care about his opponent's ridicule. On the contrary, he also criticized Min Du-sang's wrongdoing. Wanting to attack the enemy is normal, but the way you use it has gone beyond the limit. But now, Min Du-sang noticed the open warehouse side door again. I just realized that Kim Taexion came in from here. So he immediately turned around and mocked the other person again. His style and physique really do not match. In my heart regret, did not kill Go Zijian. As soon as we catch him, and Gu Zijiang is on the other side. After chatting a few words with Kim Taexion, immediately looked towards Min Du Sang. I told you not to get complacent too soon. Now that's good. Even if I give you food, you cannot swallow it. After Min Du Sang heard these words, he completely lost his temper. I cannot hold back my anger anymore. Ignoring everything, he rushed towards the two people, constantly cursing the other person for being a bastard. And his pun. It was not unexpected that Kim Taexion stopped him, but what surprises people is this. He dodged the attack again, then he swung his fist at Kim Taexion again, but still blocked by the opponent. But after a few rounds of this fight, again it made Kim Taexion have a different view of him. Praise Min Du Sang even though he looks slow, but the movements are extremely flexible, and he felt extremely dissatisfied, thinking that what Kim Taexion said was meaningless. If you do not have the strength, how can you stand in the rankings? The result when two people touch their fists together. Min Du Sang immediately regretted his recent actions, because he did not expect the opponent's hand strength to be so great. At this point my whole body was numb. Wait until this numbness disappears. The pain in my right hand gradually came, so much so that he could not control his trembling. Even Min Du Sang did not know what was going on. But he knows one thing clearly. Kim Taexion is an absolute monster. Gu Zijiang next to him explained. If you want to solo with him, I'm afraid that at least someone one level below the president must come forward. Just fought back. And the outcome of the battle was not unexpected. Kim Taexion won with a unilateral dominance. He then immediately untied Gu Zijiang. But the other person could not help but rub his hands. Want to compete with him a bit? You know how Yellow Emperor did it. To build such a strong power-holding institution. All thanks to the mysterious Team 3. Because he always conducts comprehensive internal monitoring. Anyway, look at Emperor Huangwu's personality. He basically does not trust anyone. Also be very wary of men's will to challenge. That's why Team 3 was established. On the surface, they are the team in charge of gathering information. It in fact, monitor every move of members within the Emperor gang. Screen out those who are not loyal to Emperor Huangwu. Even they made a fatal mistake. That's ignoring Mahori, who is a woman. That's how the current situation was born. Huang Chomin clearly did nothing. As a result, there were still people who went to save Gu Zijiang. So much so that even the chief of staff fell into a coma. But he, still trying to appear calm. In my heart, I'm thinking about where the problem lies. Anyway, Min Du Sang nonetheless finished 9th in the league. It is impossible to be a sloppy worker. So now I should be the first to be suspicious. There are spies within the Federation. Why do I keep having this feeling? Was all of this planned by Huang Chomin? And this look on his face. It also scared Huang Chomin and quickly apologized. Thought I said something wrong? The chief of staff realized this was an official deviation. Now I just want to believe. Just what I want to believe. But even so, he still feels very strange. Although, evidence proves that Huang Chomin is not a fake gang leader. Continuously appearing, but what made him even more incomprehensible was, why do I want Huang Chomin to be the fake gang leader? Do I want to have a duel with him? No one. His thoughts were close to the truth, because right from the start, Huang Chomin already knew. The chief of staff likely had complete control over the variable. Din Zixian also just finished persuading. This absolutely cannot be attributed simply to my luck. But this on the contrary helped me escape the suspicion of being a fake gang leader. Just prevented the Emperor clan from losing its force. Just managed to divert the attention of the chief of staff, internal to the Federation, inciting the Federation to cause civil war. At the same time, somewhere else, Din Zixian also just finished persuading Gu Zijiang, who wants to compete with me. When he found out he was the captain, Team 3 told me. Then I could not help but fall into contemplation. Maybe, are they observing through artificial satellites? Otherwise, how could you know Daejun so well? And I joined the Emperor Bang for so many years, but still do not know anything about them. But there is not much time for him to think right now, because people are still dealing with Union people. No one knew that at this time Hong de Bang was at a disadvantage, because this time there were too many enemy reinforcements, leading to the ace of Team 2 being Hyo Ju. There was absolutely no time to save his captain. Just when he was distracted, then a stick hit him in the head. Only saw Li Rongshu ranked 8th. While driving a motorbike, he blatantly crashed straight. Wipe out all enemies in front of you. He could not wait to rush into the warehouse, stealing the credit of good brother Meng Du Sang. The result was just when Li Rongshu was about to drive to the door. Then a hand proactively opened the door. Only Jin Zixian was seen with lightning-fast speed. Pulled Li Rongshu down from the motorbike. This horrifying scene was seen by Heo Juan, who was slowly standing up, because behind Jin Zixian there was a man standing. That was my captain Go Zijing. And he was lying on the ground sleeping soundly. But the battlefield situation, very quickly, it began to change in a good direction, thanks to the joining of the two people. Even though Go Zijiang is currently covered in injuries, but dealing with the small shrimp in front of you is still a piece of cake. Wait until Li Rongshu wakes up from his dream. Then the battle came to an end. He looked at the scene before him and did not know what to do. I obviously wanted to rush into the warehouse. Why did you suddenly fall asleep? Until a phone rang. Li Rongshu reacted, but right in the process he answered the phone. Then there is a person who has no martial virtue. Want to sneak attack me? Luckily there was a junior who promptly reminded him, caused him to avoid the attack. Then he immediately launched a hook kick to knock down the guy in front of him. Until now. He then looked towards the battlefield again, discovered that the situation had fallen into an unfavorable position. You cannot recover with your own strength. And he also saw Go Zikang among the people, found out he was robbed by someone else, so he did not plan to stay much longer, rushed directly towards his motorbike. Until Jin Zixian noticed him, it was clear that it was no longer enough, and Li Rongshu before leaving, it left Jin Zixian with a meaningful smile. Then without looking back he drove away, completely unconcerned about the life or death of his juniors. But everyone did not expect it, this time outside the battlefield. There is also a red-haired man silently watching everything. It's here. The captain of Team 3 finally appeared. As soon as he spoke, he questioned Jin Zixian, who was also the captain. What is the real reason you joined the Emperor gang? Just now. Jin Zixian single-handedly turned the tide of the battlefield. The only regret is careless. Let Li Rongshu, ranked 8th in the Federation, escape. As for him before he left, it left Jin Zixian with a meaningful smile. Then without looking back he drove away, completely unconcerned about the death of his juniors. Jin Zixian was very skeptical though, but he did not care too much, so we immediately processed the report of Team 2's ace, Pig Juan. He said, I arranged for Captain Go Zijiang to escape successfully, and those people from the Federation, it's basically done. It's just that there are still a few bigots struggling to die. I do not know if I should pull the weeds from the root or not. Jin Zixian heard that and immediately turned his head to look over. Detect that the enemy is very hostile, always say harsh words, and it was clearly the first time the two of them met. Where does this hostility come from? Maybe just because belongs to different organizations. Why do we have to do these meaningless fighting actions? Jin Zixian, after a moment of reflection, even more determined to want to end this situation, so he forgave his opponent. But I did not expect it to be this time. Then there is a foot, directly stepped on that small fry's head. This scene made those present feel extremely surprised. But so many words. After that, he immediately ignored other people's advice. One kick kicked that small shrimp away. Hey, what are you even doing? Did not you hear that the captain ordered a retreat? The opponent's actions caused dissatisfaction for the man. Just when he was about to strike, teach the kid in front of you a lesson. Hajuan promptly relieved the siege. Long time no see, Captain Yamjun. This made the man feel a bit surprised. I did not expect someone to know me. And Kim Tae-sun also reacted, knowing that the person in front of him was the captain of Team 3. Yam Jae-hoon saw the other person being so polite. Immediately tell him about Go Zijiang's appearance. Your captain seems to be in love. But when Hajuan asked why he came here, Yam Jae-hoon looked towards Kim Tae-sun again. Then he walked up to him and asked, Arrogant genius. Kim Tae-sun, I want to know, someone like you who always walks alone. Why did you suddenly change your mind and join the Emperor gang? Tell me the real reason you joined the Emperor gang. But Kim Tae-sun did not answer, but just solemnly stared at the other person. This made the two people next to them feel curious. I do not know what this statement means. Maybe other than wanting to follow the leader. Is there any other reason? Because they had heard what the captain said. The reason Kim Tae-sun chose to join Emperor Bang. Because he saw the greatness of the leader. Anyway, just be a man. Everyone wants to follow someone like the leader. Not until half a minute later. Kim Tae-sun asked the other person why he asked that. You're joining the Emperor clan? Maybe it will become a fire that burns the Emperor Bang. It seems that he is very anti-outsider. But these words, at least it should not be someone who knew Gu Zijiang was in danger. But he stood there with his arms crossed as he spoke. I did not expect you could say that too. But even so, I also only do what I should do. Furthermore, I originally did not want to care about Go Zijiang's life or death. Anyway, look at that idiot's personality. Sooner or later, stupidity will cause great disaster. But what you just said sounds really annoying. Finally, do you know what it means to reject outsiders? Finish this sentence. He immediately attacked Kim Tae-hyen at extremely fast speed. One hand was still in his pocket. This scene made the two people next to them break out in cold sweat. Obviously still do not understand anything. Do you understand now? This is called anti-outsiders. The type that is both fat and not fat. Just saw the cigarette stop in front of Kim Tae-hyen, only 5 centimeters away from the pupil, and Kim Tae-hyen in this process, not even blinking an eye. Until now, Hajuan breathed a sigh of relief. In my heart I silently blamed myself. Anyway, at least, you also should not do this with Kim Tae-hyen, who is trusted. Yem Jae-hoon immediately put his cigarette back. Anyway, the other party's reaction was too tasteless. But he placed his other hand. Take on the role of Kim Tae-hyen. Show that you can use your eyes. See what a person is thinking. And you have eyes full of tricks. Even if you can fool Park Se and Gu Zijiang, cannot fool me either. This time I came to want you to live a decent life. Otherwise the little brother he was afraid of would melt in his mouth. I'm afraid it will not be comfortable. The boy's older brother was a large, muscular man. Every time my younger brother is bullied, he will run to the side and fight regardless. The thugs used to bully his younger brother to a pulp. But now someone dares to stand in front of him, using Kim Tae-young's safety to threaten Kim Tae-hyen. He immediately could not bear it anymore. Aim towards the opponent's right hand and grab it. Warning Yem Jae-hoon, it's best to be careful with what you say. If not, I do not mind disposing of you. As a result, the opponent was the one who made the first move. Also praising his reaction is very interesting. I like it that way. And Kim Tae-hyen saw that and refused to be weak. Very quickly they counterattacked. This scene made the people around break into a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the two captains actually fought. Among them Yem Jae-hoon's speed is extremely fast. Not only can Kim Tae-hyen's kicks be easily avoided, but you can also catch his loopholes to counterattack. After a few rounds of fighting, even Kim Tae-hyen had to admit it. The opponent's speed is much faster than mine, but my strength is greater, and Yem Jae-hoon clearly felt unhappy. Just because I'm part of the intelligence team, but everyone seems to look down on me. It really gives people a headache. Then he rushed towards Kim Tae-hyen, but right now, Hajuan does not care about her own safety. Stand between two people. Tell them not to fight anymore. But this action made Yem Jae-hoon feel extremely angry. You crazy. Seeing that, he quickly apologized. Said he had something urgent to report. I heard that Chung Bai is being attacked by the Union. It turned out just now. Hong Hamin also met the person the chief of staff wanted him to meet. That is the general director of Gugok Group, Ryu Sang-jin. Also his brother. When Hwang Cho-min heard this, he quickly bowed and bowed. But the other person had no expression at all, just eyes staring at me. But even so, the impression that that person creates is also extremely great. It's like I cannot breathe. And that person before leaving a cryptic sentence, how strange. This made Hwang Cho-min feel a little suspicious. So he immediately asked Ryu Sang-jae, why do you want me to meet him? As a result, that person said he just wanted you to see. I also have relatives I want to get rid of. After that, he immediately said goodbye to Hwang Cho-min. But he just left not long ago. Ryu Sang-jae immediately called Oh Yoon-taek, have his men launch a surprise attack on Chung Bai, and do not ignore anyone wearing a Chung Bai uniform. And among the members participating in this association, it's possible there's an insider, so it is necessary to investigate again, and we must thoroughly investigate each person. If you do not look it up, then 100% Hwang Cho-min is a fake gang leader. Until Kim Tae-hyen returned to Chung Bai, I was so angry that my whole body trembled. I did not expect the people from the Union Association act so. Do not forgive anyone. But fortunately, a few people suffered minor injuries. Can roughly recount the incident. The leader is a guy with a Mohican head. Kim Tae-hyen heard that. Immediately remembered the illusion that Lee Young-soo had. Left it for me before I left. Turns out it was because of this reason. But he thought of worse news. Will something happen to his younger brother, Kim Tae-yang? So he hurriedly returned home. Then I saw Kim Tae-yang with the captain of a team. Park Se-ha. He could not help but be stunned, the other side said. It was the gang leader who told me to come and protect Kim Tae-yang, but I do not know either. Obviously no one was looking for his younger brother to cause trouble, but the gang leader still asked me to come and be a bodyguard. It seems that Jung Tae-chung did not share with others about his younger brother. Also thanks to him, a person who does not want others to be better than him. And Park Seo saw Kim Tae-seon return, then prepare to leave, because I do not have time to waste here. Did something big happen? It's not just a big deal now, but also the beginning of a full-blown conflict. Thai Union Association and Emperor Bank. Before that there were many conflicts, but that's just using a conservative approach to resolve the matter, because once the balance between the two sides is broken, the situation will immediately tilt to one side. So both of them deliberately avoided this from happening, but the union raised the issue again this time. From Gu Zijiang's story to shooting and killing, the gang leader could not help but order revenge. Now, there have been many people attacking Jungyu Kijidong, and that place is Lee Young-soo's territory. 8th rank person of the Federation. Before, did not you want to see what the guild leader was up to? So now we can wait and see, because after the full-scale conflict, there will only be one force left, all-out war between two leading gangs, about to explode. From now, Daejin will only have one power left. But the 4 captains of the Emperor gang each had their own opinion. One person suspected of being a member of the gang, a person who is suspicious of outsiders. There is one person who doubts Vong. The last person was unprepared, because his purpose is different from the other 3 captains. He wanted to end this damn battlefield, but somewhere else now. There's a guy chasing an illusion, approaching the truth. Shin Rak-chun actually picked it up, a helmet with a dragon image on the riverbank. So he immediately brought the hat home. After a while of research, I discovered it. This renovated helmet gives me a familiar feeling again, like I've seen it somewhere. But Shin Rak-chun could not remember. Finally, the golden dragon gave him a hint, remembering the scene where I was abused by Hwang Muji before. But also at that time, because he wanted revenge later, he decided to secretly follow him, to find out more information about the opponent. As a result, Hwang Muji just walked out of the alley, immediately drove away. But the helmet he wore before leaving, you absolutely cannot forget, because this is not a mass-produced product. It's a renovated helmet, drawing a dragon stroke by stroke. In other words, this is a unique helmet in the world. But why Hwang Muji's helmet appeared again under Gyeongcheon Bridge? Could it be that he abandoned him? But he renovated this hat so meticulously. You must really like it. This caused Shin Rak-chun to fall into a deadlock. Want to think of an explainable reason. At the same time somewhere else, Lee Young-soo, 8th ranked person of the Daejeon Federation, running fast in a small alley, but no matter which direction, they were all blocked by Emperor Bang's people. Just as he was about to change direction and continue running, then it was discovered that Kim Tae-seon had caught up. Seeing that the opponent was about to order his juniors to take action, he immediately shouted to stop. Lee Young-soo said he was wrong. I should not have laid hands on your brothers, but you also know this is war. I'm just following work orders. But unexpectedly Kim Tae-seon stepped forward to face him. War. You really know how to joke. When you left, clearly happy to have the opportunity to trample up my area without me guarding it. This place, although not a battlefield of survival, but inside a group of people gathered, take pleasure in making your opponent submit. So you have to pay the price for this. Anyway, he was able to enjoy that pleasure. Seeing that Kim Tae-seon did not intend to forgive him, Lee Young-soo immediately acted first, but the gap between the two is too big. Kim Tae-seon knocked him out with just one punch. But just as he was about to stand up, then he saw a fierce look. They surrounded him. The next thing happened. No surprises. A group of people punched and kicked Lee Young-soo. And the person who caused this scene was Hwang Cho-min. Because Kijidong's geographical location is very special. Only when it is captured can the situation be opened up. But right now, Park Seo sent another message. Boss, should you go home too? It sounds like a simple inquiry, but actually inside is suspicion towards the gang leader. Because the full-scale conflict has begun. Looking at the instructions he gave, it can also be seen that he wants to determine victory or defeat. But until now, why does he only text and never call me? But the most important thing is, with his personality, there will be no open conflict. When I'm not present, even if it hurts him. How strange. This feeling does not make sense for some reason. Just make me see. Although the gang leader still keeps in contact with me, but those messages do not all come from the home state. Just when Park Shi-ho was investigating and thinking, another junior kicked a can of water away. This made him curious, so he asked the guys what was going on. As a result, we found out that the other guy had been deceived. His girlfriend texted and said she wanted to borrow some money. The results discovered that she was having an affair, and the person texting was her strange guy. After completing the transfer, the other guy immediately took his girlfriend's savings book and fled. Cannot say for sure. He should have made the phone call and then transferred the money. After hearing this sentence, Park Shiho could not help but ponder, because he completely missed this point. What if the person texting me is not the boss? Although he cannot have his phone stolen, but what if Mahori's plan succeeds? So who is the current gang leader? Cannot say for sure. Unexpectedly, the most loyal guy in the state. Yet there was also doubt about the identity of the gang leader. Just now, Go Zijiang, to clarify the truth, went to intelligence team leader Yim Jae-hoon, asked him if he already knew. The person who previously instigated the gang leader to educate Ma Ha-song, it's Sik Ha, but he did not know what the hell Gu Zijiang was talking about. Who is Maung? Have you forgotten? It's because the gang leader turned into a union guy. Become a plant person? That's why the Emperor Bang encountered a great crisis. That's the story. Until I listened to Go Zijiang's description for a while. Yim Jae-hoon just remembered this. At that time the gang leader seemed crazy. Want to kill that guy? Which I mean, perhaps, is that the fault of Park Shiho and the cave master? Seeing that the other person is still pretending to be ignorant, Go Zijiang's emotions could not help but be agitated. So he directly exposes lies. Do not pretend, do not you always know everything. But unexpectedly, Yim Jae-hoon did not change his attitude because of that. On the contrary, we see the opponent gaining momentum. So I decided to teach him a little. Let him know that being a human being requires at least some decency. Although I did not expect him to call me brother, but you cannot just call out loud. As for Gu Zijiang, he thought his opponent was crazy. Situation now. Is addressing really necessary? So what do you call Kim Taek-seon? Taek-seon Hyung. Just finished speaking. Yim Jae-hoon could not help but be so angry that his veins appeared. Boy, that's why. That's why I feel that addressing is very important. Finish the sentence. He rushed towards Gu Zijiang again, until he said it. Ma Ha-sung's younger sister is Mahori. Yim Jae-hoon just stopped. Do you find it very suspicious? If it were you, is it possible to associate with someone who hurts your loved ones? Furthermore, there are too many questionable points in this matter. For example, why did Shiho instigate the gang leader? Why did Mahori hang out with the enemy? Etc. After a moment of contemplation, Yim Jae-hoon just asked my first question. Are you sure these are all true? Anyway, this kid is not the type to talk nonsense. After knowing it was true, he immediately asked Gu Zijiang, how long have you been traveling around the country? It's probably been a month already, yet normally he never calls, but only use text messages to give orders. Is this true? It's real, but it seems you're off topic again. We have to clear Shiho first. Now confirm whether the host clan is safe or not. It's the most important thing. As for the question you just asked me, I actually know Park Shiho instigated the gang leader. But there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, if something happens that endangers the interests of the leader, you should originally report to the boss. What he said is not wrong. But the key point is what he used to incite the gang leader. It all made the gang leader so angry that he lost his reason. That's why Ma Ha-seong became a vegetable. Although the gang leader was eventually able to escape prison, but Park Shiho's purpose is not only that. For example, he intentionally let the gang leader make enemies, just to take advantage of that person to harm the gang leader. I understand every move in Daejun, but the gang leader does not know anything. This made Gu Zijiang suspicious. I do not know what the other person actually wants to say. I mean, perhaps the gang leader is no longer in this world. After all, Park Seok-ha and the gang leader are longtime friends. If you say, he most likely wants to get rid of the number 2 position forever. Hearing this sentence, a Go Zijiang immediately took out his phone. Want to prove what he said wrong. The boss is clearly still texting him all the time. About this, Yim Jae-hoon also could not confirm, because in the past, the gang leader did not often look for him. If you say, so the gang leader really has not lost contact. But no matter what, I still have to meet him in person. This made Go Zijiang so angry that he could not help but scream loudly. Did he really think that Seok Hyung had harmed the gang leader? Yim Jae-hoon immediately told him. Between people, there is no such thing as a 100% trust relationship. Those who trust each other absolutely. You will often be betrayed by those who do not trust you. So you definitely do not let others know. We already have our doubts. After all, this is a big matter related to the survival of the Emperor clan. The gang leader is inherently very brave. Now I'm so scared that I'm shaking all over. I wish I could jump off the building and commit suicide. Because just now, he doubted the strongest person in Daejeon. Want to confirm if the gang leader is real or not. But if the opponent is real, then Go Zijian committed great disrespect. Perhaps taking one's life as compensation is not enough. As for Yem Jae-hoon, who is also the captain, he does not think so. Anyway, if the current guild master is fake, so will not the gang leader who has gone to heaven die unjustly? Hearing this sentence, Go Zijian could not help but be stunned. Think carefully. Seems to be correct. Then he regained his spirit. But if the current gang master is real, then before I stop breathing, I will definitely send you on your way first. With the condition that you must have that bravery first. There's more to this, should not you tell Park Siwa? After receiving the opponent's answer, Lee Ji-hoon just said his hypothesis. If the clan leader really no longer exists, it was definitely Park Siwa playing tricks. But Go Zijiang refused to believe this hypothesis. But what if I guess right? So whether it's the fake gang leader or Mr. Siwa, everyone must pay for their sins with their lives. If the boss does not appear on Jiachuan Bridge in 3 days, until then, I will bathe the Emperor clan in blood. At the same time, somewhere else, Huang Choumin also fell into a deadlock. He really did not expect it. Gu Zijian could say such words, to the point of making a good student like you. I also do not have the mind to concentrate on listening to lectures, because Go Zijiang is among the gang members, the most loyal name. So after he made this request, Huang Choumin immediately felt helpless, but he still could not understand that name. After all, why do you doubt your identity? And what to do? Only you can make the other person believe that you are Huang Wuji. It stayed like that until noon. He still could not think of a good way, and Huang Choumin's reaction was seen by Song Min-guk, who was having lunch with him. So he immediately asked the other person, did something happen recently? Why do you keep seeing him so upset? Result, Huang Choumin asked another pointless question. If you want to make a deceased person look like he's still alive. So what? It's such a strange question. Unexpected. Song Min-guk actually gave his opinion again. Maybe we could try making a straw mannequin. Anyway, in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang also used straw dummies to deceive his enemies. But Huang Choumin said that that's just the plot that appears in the book. In reality, it's basically impossible. And right now, Kim Nak-chun came to Huang Choumin again. I want you to go up to the rooftop to talk, then go straight to the topic. Ask Huang, why did not you tell me you were Huang Wuji's younger brother? This made Huang Choumin break out in cold sweat. For a moment, I did not know what to do. Results next second. He immediately said this was told to him by the chief of staff. I've heard it all. He especially hated his brother, for that bastard, yet even relatives are so cruel. It seems that the chief of staff certainly believed it. Even if Kim Nak-chun knows, I am Huang Wuji's younger brother. I also would not say that that guy is dead. That news. Anyway, my sins now. Unless you want to prevent him from continuing his search. Long ill. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about Huang Wuji. This also indirectly shows that the chief of staff is still suspicious of me, and always waiting for me to make an opening. Unexpectedly. Yet even at school I had to fight with him, but for now, just cooperate with him first. So Huang Choumin immediately told Kim Nak-chun, I'm afraid that your hate will spread to me. That's why I did not tell you. And the other party immediately believed it was true. You did not do anything wrong. How could I hate you? Moreover, I feel very excited. Anyway, I went to Daejeon. The first friend I made was Huang Wuji's younger brother. Does not this show that I will definitely succeed in revenge? Oh, I almost forgot because I was so happy. Lately you have to be a little careful. Looks like Huang Wuji is also in Daejeon. After hearing these words, Huang Choumin could not help but be bewildered. Do not know why Kim Nak-chun suddenly making such an unreasonable judgment. But now I have a bunch of things to think about, or just ignore it and get it over with. As a result, Kim Nak-chun told him again, I found Huang Wuji's helmet under Jiachuan Bridge. Just finished listening to this sentence. Huang Choumin could not calm down anymore. Hastily confirmed whether there was a yellow dragon pattern painted on it. After receiving the correct results, he could not help but remember the scene of being bullied by Han Chang-hee before. And at that moment the helmet fell into the river. Unexpectedly, it was found by Kim Nak-chun. This is truly a paradise. The teenager relied on his dead brother's phone, impersonating the Black Emperor of Korea. Unexpectedly, my butt has not warmed up yet. Some people began to doubt his identity. Hope you can go to Jiachuan Bridge in 3 days. Faced with such unreasonable demands, in the end, how should Wang Cho-min cope? And you chose to bring this issue up for my best friend, wanting to make people who are no longer in this world look like they're still alive. So what? Faced with this question that makes people understand nothing, Song Min-guk actually gave the answer. Can follow Zhuge Liang in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Try making a straw mannequin. This gives Wang Cho-min a lot of inspiration, because it was not long ago he accidentally knew. Kim Nak-chun discovered Huang Wuji's helmet, so Huang Cho-min immediately took advantage of this opportunity to trick Kim Nak-chun into pretending to be the gang's boss. And the key point is the opponent's determination to take revenge. Anyway, he still did not know that Hong Wuji had died, but even so, 1,000 juniors and 4 captains of Emperor Bang. It's enough to make him wary. If you do that, you will not get revenge. Do you think you can overcome those people's siege? To swing his fist at Huang Wuji. As a result, Kim Nak-chun actually said that, just boldly step forward. We'll definitely do it. Must have known that a week ago. He was also beaten by Go Zijiang until he doubted his life. So Huang Cho-min immediately told people directly, if you do that, you will not get revenge. Because individuals absolutely cannot compete with groups. Even if I risk my life, I cannot. These words, making Kim Nak-chun so angry that he could not help but grab Huang Cho-min. Talking to the other person only requires a strong will. So there's nothing that cannot be done. But Huang Cho-min did not change his face. If it's true as you say, then in this world no one will have to suffer anymore. Turns out it was a long time ago. Huang Cho-min, because he wanted revenge on his bullies, determined to strive to become stronger. So he immediately went online to learn martial arts techniques. Preparing for admission will show them how to be polite, but the development of things is often not so smooth. Huang Cho-min has just met his enemy. Just give him an earful. Here, I give it back to you. After this, I will not be able to hold back anymore. Then he immediately showed his boxing stance. I want to show him my power. But unexpectedly, the other party did not have martial virtue and called his friends. And the results were not unexpected. Huang Cho-min was beaten to a pulp by them. From then on, he deeply understood a principle. Those are the people who can overthrow the kingdom single-handedly. Only exists in him. After hearing these words, Kim Nak-chun could not help but fall into contemplation. Before me, I'm really afraid of that guy's juniors. So you're going to tell me to give up revenge. Forgive the guy who trampled on my friends. Seeing that the other party misunderstood, Huang Cho-min hastily explained, I just want to talk to you. One person absolutely cannot compete with a group. But gathering into a group to take revenge is unknown. But it's come to this, how else can I establish a new organization in Daejun? Is not there still an alliance? And that is the only union. Has enough strength to confront Emperor Bang. But is not the Daejun alliance Yeosang Jae's? Why would he do this? But help me take revenge. Rest assured. Until then you just need to follow my instructions. He will definitely agree to this request. After instructing everything, he immediately found his teammates. Tell them everything that happened in the past few days. When the two heard that Go Zijiang asked Wang Cho-min to meet, I could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling extremely surprised, until I heard Wang Cho-min had a countermeasure. Just breathed a sigh of relief, but after hearing your plan, I could not help but gasp again. I wonder if Wang Cho-min is crazy, because he wants to let the guys join forces. Go deal with Gu Zijian. He also asked Kim Tae-kian about this. In Kingbi, who has Jung Tae-jung's phone number, but the other side said, although this method seems simple, it is effective. But it will cause the Emperor Bang to lose its fighting power, causes a fatal blow. Rest assured, I have no intention of actually eliminating him. So why do we still need to find a few alliance managers? I just want to. Creates a slightly chaotic scene. Anyway, with Jiang Taejong's ability, it's a bit difficult to deal with Gu Zijing, but even so, Gu Zijiang also cannot easily win over a whole team. Wait until you push him to the limit. Then the main character should appear. Unexpectedly, the whole gang came together. Yet it was only to remove the man's helmet. It turned out just now. The two captains of the Emperor Bang followed as promised, arrived at Egyptian Bridge, but the gang leader they were hoping for did not come. This makes Yan Jae-hoon feel frustrated. If 10 more minutes, he still did not appear. You know, Bojigang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Say I do not need you in so many words. Because in his heart, always trust your boss. Soon he will definitely come out from the other side. Then it will give us a lesson. Yes, that's definitely it. Think of this, Go Zijiang. I could not help but clench my fists. The result was waiting for a group of people from the alliance. And the leader is Zhang Taejong, ranked 10th. He originally only brought psychology to try it out. Unexpectedly, Go Zijiang actually appeared here. Looks like the message I received was real. So he immediately decided to rely on many people, defeat the two captains of the Emperor clan, but face the scene. The two people's expressions remained unchanged. Choose how to deal with them first and think later. Anyway, the enemy has already rushed in front of us, and Huang Chumin stands high, silently observe everything. Because he affirmed that even though the two of them had more strength than others, it is also not easy to win over a team. Now just wait for the allies. Push them to the limit. Then let Kim Nek-chun come out, but things often do not go as smoothly as he imagined. No matter how many enemies appear in front of you, both of them coped extremely easily. You can even take advantage of your time. Discuss whether the clan leader will come here or not. This scene made Zhang Taejong so angry that he gritted his teeth. I did not expect the juniors to be so useless. So he immediately took the lead and rushed forward. Wanted to re-encourage their fighting spirit. But he was in no hurry to attract fire. Let the juniors go first while I hide behind. Stealthily shoot arrows. After kicking once, he turned around and ran away. Not forgetting to glance at Gu Zijing. Smile Kismat. Want to use that to provoke the opponent, but right now. Another figure came out from under the bridge. Heard footsteps. Go Zijiang immediately turned his head to look back. Want to see clearly who is coming, but the person who came was not the clan leader he was hoping for. It's the captain of Emperor Bang's fourth team, Kim Taexion. Behind him was a group of team members following. When the alliance people saw this scene, his face suddenly changed greatly. I did not expect enemy reinforcements to arrive so quickly. But the more surprising things are still to come, so much so that even Yan Jaihun stopped his actions. There was only Zhang Taejong, still immersed in fear of Kim Taexion, until the juniors behind reminded me. He just raised his head and looked up at the Jiepsoyan bridge. But the scene before him made him break out in a cold sweat, because up there was standing a familiar man, and the helmet he wears. It is the exclusive dragon-patterned helmet of Emperor Hongwu. But who would have thought? The scene before our eyes was all planned by Huang Chumin. Wait until the alliance gets threatened by Kim Taexion. Souls? Just let him show up. But this is just the beginning. The real plan is still behind. As for Kim Nak-chun, why did he agree to do so? It's because Huang Chumin told him. That's all. Only a few cadres of the Emperor Bang can be dealt with, but even so, Huang Chumin still could not help but nervously swallowed his saliva. Anyway, this plan is too risky. Almost put all hope. Enter the chief of staff. We have to see how he reacts. And the results were not unexpected. He informed everyone in the Federation. Asked the staff near Jichen Bridge. Immediately gather at Jichen Bridge. Because Yellow Emperor appeared there. You guys definitely have to take off his helmet. Although people are a bit skeptical, but still decided to go there and move on. At the same time somewhere else. Go Zijiang looked at the gang leader on Jichen Bridge with excitement. But Lion Jiaxin had some doubts. Is that person really the gang leader? And Gu Zijiang thinks that's definitely the case. Anyway, it's a unique handmade hat that I made for him myself. Then, regardless of everything, he rushed forward. I hate being able to immediately go to the gang leader's side. But Lion Jiaxun did not understand why. Still feel like this is fake. Although it is indeed the leader's helmet. Furthermore, he also could not let others take his helmet away, causing Lion Jiaxun to be careless, distracted while fighting. Luckily, Go Zijiang spoke up to remind him, leave number 3 behind. He just had time to react. Blocked the attack just now, but this made Lian Ziaxun feel even more suspicious. I just met the boss. People from the Union Association received the news and rushed over, and when he saw Li Chomok ranked 5th came. Zhang Taejong immediately politely came over to say hello, but he did not pay attention, because he never would. Quit exercising to do something else. Just heard. This time there was an activity that interested him recently. That's why he arrived at the scene. Finish the sentence. Li Chomok immediately looked towards Hong Vo-di. Questioned him why he has not shown his face for so long. I feel like I'm about to rust. Now I finally have the chance to destroy you. Then he went crazy and rushed towards Hong Vo-di. This scene made Zhang Taejong standing behind him break out in cold sweat. I did not expect that rumor to be true. Li Chomok is a man who only surpasses Huang Wudi, but practiced persistently. But he has not yet arrived in front of Emperor Wu, was stopped by Gu Zijiang, and the two of you just met. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Directly jump into the fight. Among them Li Chomok is no slouch. Fight back and forth with your opponent. Because within the Union there is a way of speaking. Those are the names ranked top 5. Consolo with captain-level staff of the Emperor clan, but in the beginning, Zhang Taejung did not believe it. Only at this moment was he convinced without any doubt. But the next second, a fist hit Zhang Taejung in the face. Knock him out. The person who arrived was Team 4 Captain Kim Taexion. Then he turned his head and looked around. Because there are more and more people from the Union. In just a moment, someone new will join. Moreover, there were 3 officials of the Emperor Bang here. If this continues, this conflict will turn into a large-scale war. At that time, do not say anything about removing the officials' suspicions. Just a little mistake. They can cause the entire Emperor gang to disintegrate. So Huan, finally, what do you want to do? People who know the rules of the game. Everyone knows that when you're fighting solo, someone else kicks you. In this situation, the opponent will definitely give you a round of curses. But Lee Cho-mok did not know that, the time he just arrived. It's also when the other person is not paying attention, sneaking a punch to someone. If not for Go Zijiang's timely reminder, Yan Jiexun did not have time to react, but reluctantly blocked that attack. The kick just now was an official response, but this caused dissatisfaction for Gu Zijiang, criticizing how he can get involved when someone else is soloing. If you so, even if that kid loses, there will also be reasons to complain later. Lian Jiaxun avoid being bothered by Gu Zijiang, intentionally pointed towards the leader. Let him look that way. This time on Jichen Bridge, there is a group of people rushing towards the leader. Gu Zijiang saw this scene, immediately got angry, completely forgot what just happened. I wish I could immediately come to the gang leader's side. Lee Chong-ok is similar. Cursed silently and quickly ran to Jichen Bridge, because Emperor Wu must be defeated by him himself, but do not know that everyone in the Federation just wanted to take off his helmet. Do not know the reason though. But complete the instructions of the Chief of Staff. You will definitely get a reward, but even so, this is also not easy. People can only use numbers to suppress, strictly control the gang leader, and Kim Nak-chun, due to the burden on his body, causes actions to be limited. It is not easy to escape bondage. So he immediately used his hand to hold the helmet tightly, prevent others from removing it. Finally, I could not persevere anymore. Had to choose to jump down. Results Gu Zijing has just arrived. Immediately saw the moment the gang leader fell into the water. So he could not bear it anymore. Rushed directly towards the enemy in front of you. And this scene was also seen by Lian Jiexun. He really could not believe it. The leader of the gang is actually being bullied by some small-minded people from the Union Association. Duck, until Kim Nak-chun floated to the surface. Reached the other side of Jichen Bridge. But he had just come ashore. Was scared to death by Liu Sang-jae in front of him. Makes the helmet not hold firmly, which fell to the ground. And the battle on the other side is not over yet, because it's always been a while. A new enemy has joined. Although Kim Taexion is strong in combat, but still tired and sweating profusely. That's it. He could not help but look towards Huang Cho-min. Want to know what the other person will do next. Anyway, Yellow Emperor fell under the bridge. Now that his identity is exposed is only a matter of time. So how do you want to prove that the gang leader is still alive? Just rely on the person wearing the Hongview Emperor hat. Act for a while. So basically it cannot prove anything. Perhaps Go Zijiang will choose to believe. But the captain of the third company is not so easily fooled. Unexpectedly, Lian Jiexun had doubts. I want to confirm with my own eyes. Anyway, the location where the leader fell was just right on the opposite side of the bridge. Until the people of the Union reacted. I could not keep up with his footsteps. But he suddenly stopped, because a group of people blocked his way. The leader. It was Oyun Taek, ranked 4th in the Federation. But he did not choose to attack. Instead, he stood there and said a bunch of things, then turned around and left. No hesitation. The entire team disbanded. This is an order from the Chief of Staff. He sees that with the current number of troops, it is impossible to resist the cooperation of these 4 people. So this is a meaningless war of attrition. But Lian Jiaxun felt extremely surprised, because including the clan leader, there are literally 4 people. Does that mean I guessed wrong? Even Kim Taexion was stunned for a moment. I wonder how Huang Cho-min did it. It turns out it was just now. The Chief of Staff discovered the person wearing the Hong Vu Di hat. It's Kim. Immediately call the president. Say that you have confirmed the existence of the guild master. What about? The reason the Chief of Staff did so, it's because he does not want people from the Emperor clan learned that the gang leader had died. When Huang Cho-min saw that the people of the Union Association began to retreat, he finally smiled. I bet Because in this situation, the only person who can prove that Emperor Huangwu is still alive. Actually, it's not Kim Nakchun. It's not me either. Which is Chief of Staff, who wanted to deal with Emperor Wu more than anyone. As for Kim Nakchun, his face was full of doubt. I do not understand what's wrong with this Ryu Sang-jae guy. Yet without a word, he left, but he was also afraid to ask, so I had to pick up the hat again, muttering curses and leaving. Who would have thought? This scene was all seen by Lee Chomok behind him, but as a war fanatic, he also does not understand the situation at hand. All I could do was curse under my breath. What is it all about? They were originally blood brothers, but fate is completely different. The older brother's limbs are developed. Simple mind, dominate the dark half of Korea, but in the end, died again in a car accident intentionally caused by his girlfriend. The younger brother is physically extremely weak, but the mind is different from ordinary people. Spinning the Emperor clan created by his brother like a pinwheel makes Kim Tae-seon, who is on the same side as him. Must admit, the opponent is too brave. As expected of being the biological brother of Emperor Huang Wu, it turns out it was just now. Huang Cho-min took advantage of the Emperor Bang's enemies, successfully dispelled the doubts of the two captains. In there, Go Zijiang of the fighting group was still crying like a storm, because he felt that the gang leader must have been extremely disappointed in him. Anyway, it's just because I have doubts. That's why I called the boss out. And Lion Jiexun of the intelligence group, it's completely different from him. Even directly mocking the other person, why are men crying? It's okay if the gang leader is still alive. Do you still dare to say it? It's all because you were by my side adding fuel to the fire. How speechless the leader must have been. But it was unusual for someone to push him off the bridge. Kim Tae-seon took this opportunity, wanting to ask for information from the other person's mouth. Are you suspicious of the gang leader? He's been a bit strange lately. Not only did it not appear for a month in a row, but also always used text messages to give instructions. That way even a normal person would be suspicious. So your doubts have disappeared. This is not important. Because after the chief of staff confirmed it with his own eyes, immediately withdraw the Union's troops. That means we probably guessed wrong. In any case, the chief of staff cannot be intimidated by the fake gang leader. It's even more impossible to turn fake into real. Who would have thought that it was all Huang Cho-min's plan? But let's talk about planning. This seems like the only option. Because in the situation of the captain of the Emperor Bang, suspicions within members, then the chief of staff, an outsider, on the contrary, become the most prestigious person. But this sparked Kim Tae-seon's curiosity. Why do you think that? The chief of staff does not want to publicly announce the death of Emperor Wu. I had previously told the chief of staff about Emperor Huang Wu's death, but he did not tell anyone about this, so I immediately became suspicious. Maybe he wanted to secretly take the phone, then manipulate them. That's why he intentionally made such a fuss. That would cause the Emperor Gang's captains to misunderstand. Emperor Huang Wu is still alive, after a while of this analysis, making Kim Tae-seon bow to the ground. But there is one thing that caught my attention quite a bit. That was before they left, said some very strange things. Tell me not to talk about what happened today. Let Parks I know. But I find it extremely difficult to understand. Could it be that everyone is hiding Park Si-ho today? Take the gang leader out. Almost the same. But we cannot tell you more. This is also because of the Emperor Bang. Even Huang Cho-min had a doubtful face. Not understand. Why did they have to hide the captain of Company 1? At first I thought. All directed by Park Se. Now that's good. Otherwise keep it a secret from him. This situation is not a good thing. Huang Cho-min begins his analysis from this. The reason they called the gang leader out, it's because they suspect someone is impersonating the gang leader. Could Wang Muji's death be related to Park Shil-ho? Although I do not know the specific reason, but the captains have something to hide. These are all signs of organizational division, while at war with the Union. This situation is not a good thing. Anyway, only a stable organization can bring the war to victory. And solving internal organizational problems is also the leader's responsibility. Hearing that, Huang Cho-min could not help but mutter, lots of work to do. But today has been hard for you too. I will keep this matter in mind. Oh, I almost forgot. If we mention stability. By the way, let's talk about the trump card. I just found a suitable candidate. At the same time, somewhere else, Kim Rak-chun is having a headache because of today's incident. He did not know how to apologize to Liu Sang-jae. But the other person did not respond to the message. Kim Rak-chun suddenly felt a little helpless. I could not help but complain. Why let him see that scene? What I cannot understand the most is the name that was never revealed. Why come and confirm it yourself? Until Kim Rak-chun remembered what Hwang Cho-min once said. He just felt a little better. It turns out at first, Kim Rak refused because deceiving Liu Sang-jae made him feel a little guilty. But Hwang Cho-min told him again. His purpose in Daejin was to defeat Wang Muji, not to make friends with Liu Sang-jae. Although saying that is a bit bad. But Daejin Union Association is led by Liu Sang-jae. Actually, it's also a notorious organization. The reality, our school was also swallowed up by the union once. Then you have to suffer humiliation. This leads to work for some people. Lee Sang-jae is just like Wang Muji. So he is a role for you to take advantage of, not the object of your respect. Maybe it's just because he treats you well. But you choose to promote justice selectively. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. It's all because this kid Wang Cho-min is so good at talking. But think carefully. Looks like he was right too. Look out. From now on I can only deal with Wang Muji alone. As a result, this thought just arose in less than a few seconds. Lee Sang-jae immediately called, so he wanted to take this opportunity. Explain to the other person about what happened before. But unexpectedly, Liu Sang-jae did not pay attention to that. Instead, he asked if he was at home. If so, go outside for a while. I'm right in front of your door. Another scene. In a hospital. Ma Harry just finished calling with Hwang Cho-min. As a result, an unexpected person walked in. The person who came was the captain of the second team of the Emperor Bang, Go Zijing. Right when Ma Harry had not yet had time to react, he came to the hospital bed. Threaten the other person to answer your question well. Do not think I do not dare to do something wrong. Lately I'm very worried about our Emperor clan. Should become extremely nervous. But she is a somewhat special woman. It's not just saying strange words from time to time, but it also makes people unable to see through it. But she does have a cunning side. But because she is the boss's woman, I had to temporarily put aside my doubts. But there is one thing to think about. It also makes me feel unbelievable. That's you. Yet he was in love with someone who became his biological brother. Become a plant person? And the moment she appeared, just clever again. It was after the gang master turned him into a vegetable. So you can tell me. Why are you next to the gang leader? Ma Harry heard that, could not help but laugh lightly, revealing a sick look. Tell me why else? Of course it's because I love him. That's why I'm dating him. These words made Go Zijiang so angry that he gritted his teeth. Unable to bear it, he grabbed Ma Harry's hair. Crazy woman. Do not joke with me. Apparently not that long ago. She also played around with the gang leader who looked down on her. Did you think I forgot? At that time, I may not have had time to react yet, but now I understand. She was definitely planning some tasteless plot to take revenge on the boss. Alright. As a result, the opponent threw his right hand away. Says that Hwang Muji also knows that she is his sister. How dare you lie to me? The master will be on side one. Is a woman capable of stabbing me in the back? Yes. That's right, after all, love is inherently inexplicable. Like I would love one. The man who left his own brother with only half his life left? Ma Harry took this opportunity to mock the opponent. Our relationship is not as shallow as you know. If you really do not believe it, you can ask him yourself. If you do not like me, you can also try convincing Mr. Muji, not after secretly investigating me. Then come here and pick a fight with me. Finally, the security guard arrived. Gu Zijing had to leave temporarily. Ma Harry took this opportunity to mock the opponent. Tell him it's best to tell the gang leader again. Anyway, he did something that made Mr. Muji extremely disappointed, making Go Zijiang so angry that he pulled away from his restraints. Turn around and leave. It's all thanks to Hwang Cho-min that everything is not bad, causing Gu Zijiang to assume that Hwang Muji is still alive. That's why I can counterattack first like now, making him unable to refute. There's not even a way to verify it. I could only silently scold the vixen, but he still chose to warn Ma Harry before leaving. I do not understand what is called love though, but if she said the boss loves her, then I will give you a way to live. But just in case of any mishaps, I still have to say one thing. If you want revenge on the boss, then you found the wrong person. Because the gang leader made your brother become like that, it's because of being seduced by some people. It's that someone took advantage of the gang leader. So do not think about those useless things. No yet. Absolutely do not do anything stupid. Anyway, in Go Zijiang's heart, the master is the strongest man. Therefore, the only person who can threaten him is Mahawai Ryak. Unexpectedly, that high school student hated evil. Yet he chose to join the Emperor clan. Be a junior to your enemy. What happened in the middle of all this? It is possible that Kim Nak-chun made this decision. It turned out right at that moment. Arrogant genius Kim Tae-seon went to Long-il school. This scene made everyone present there extremely surprised. Even Song Min-guk could not help but exclaim, "The pressure this person brings is too strong, compared to the last time when facing Do Jeon-bu. It's 100 times stronger. Must know that, at that time, I was almost scared to the point of losing face on the spot. Now it's good. I felt like I was about to pee my pants." Results next sec. Kim Tae-seon stopped in front of him, whereas Kim Nak-chun's name. Just heard this sentence. The two people next to him could not help but gloat. I think that kid has already been targeted, and right now. Kim Nak-chun heard the sound and ran over. Take the initiative to greet the other person again. Kim Tae-seon immediately remembered the words Hwang Cho-min said to me. If you say the Emperor clan wants to recruit him, then he will definitely show a lot of resistance. But do not worry, I will convince him. So Kim Tae-seon prepared to make a normal offer, but unexpectedly, he did not have time to speak yet. The other party proactively asked to join the Emperor Bang. This scene surprised Hwang Cho-min. Unexpectedly, things went beyond my expectations. As for Han Chang-hee and the other two, their jaws dropped. I think Kim Nak-chun must have gone crazy, but Kim Tae-seon's reaction, completely different from everyone else. Although on the outside he appeared very calm, but in my heart I think, someone like him cannot proactively make this request. Something must have happened in the midst of this. It turned out it was 2 days ago. Rai Sang-jae reached out to Kim Nak-chun, said it was a Gai Chien bridge at that time. He did not react in time. At that time, you seemed to be for the people of our alliance, but just fell into the water. Is it okay now? But Kim Nak-chun felt very guilty. The other person cares about me like that? I'm going to lie to the other person again. To the point where he started stuttering when talking, and Ryu Sang-jae also saw his thoughts. So tell him not to take this matter to heart, because for you, this is indeed not a bad strategy. After all, he came to Daejeon to take revenge on Hwang Muji. Right? That's why you want to take advantage of the alliance's power. To deal with the captains who hinder me from taking revenge. It's very normal. Even though the other person saw through his thoughts, but he still felt very guilty. After hesitating for a while, still decided to apologize to Ryu Sang-jae. I told you it's okay. But this also surprised me quite a bit. I was still thinking, you are an idiot who only knows justice. Unexpectedly, it's quite an emotional name. This time I came to find you. It's because I support your revenge. This matter is not related to the current confrontation situation between the imperial state and the alliance. If they are bad people, they should be punished. So if you already know how much he wanted to kill Hwang Muji, well, I also want to suggest something. Anyway, we've come to this point. Or you should join the Emperor Bang. After hearing these words, Kim Nak-chun felt extremely surprised, hastily ejected loudly. Tell the other person not to joke. You forced me to become Hwang Muji's junior, and this reaction of Kim Nak-chun, also within Ryu Sang-jae's expectations, so I immediately told him, just follow his instructions. He will definitely kill Hwang Muji, and to achieve this goal, Kim Nak-chun, no regrets at any cost. Even if I have to work as a dog for Hwang Muji, he would not hesitate either. As for Kim Tae-seon, his intention was unknown, immediately looked at Hwang Cho-min carefully, not until the eyes are confirmed. Kim Tae-seon just agreed to the other party's request. Tell him to go to Donghai Lak Vian after school, then go straight. But the people present immediately could not calm down anymore. If Kim Nak-chun really becomes a gang member, so this school is managed by Emperor Bang, is not it going to be him taking over? Right when everyone was talking about it, then someone appeared and interrupted them. The person who came was the boss of Rong-il School, Do Jeon-bu. But right now he could not contain the joy in his heart. Because of that Kim Nak-chun. Again, there was a relationship with the Union Chief of Staff, so this is definitely the Chief of Staff's plan. So as soon as I met Kim Tae-seon, I could not help but laugh out loud. To recruit clan members? But he showed up in person. It looked so sincere. But the other side does not want to pay attention. Just remind that next month we also have to collect enough protection fees for Hong Di Bang. But even so, Do Jeon-bu's smile remained unchanged. Supposedly the Chief of Staff wanted to stay inside the Emperor clan. Said us, it's time for the alliance to regain the upper hand. Maybe Long-il will no longer be under the control of that damned Emperor gang, so I can control these people again and collect more protection fees from them. Think about this. He could not help but let out a crazy smile. Also on the other side, Kim Nak-chun's thinking is completely different from Do Jeon-bu. He also did not expect that joining the Emperor clan would be so easy. Not until Hwang Cho-min came to talk. Kim Nak-chun just woke up from the shock. Amazing. So the two of them chatted for a while, knowing that the chief of staff wanted him to infiltrate the enemy's lair, to conveniently attack Wang Muji's weak point. Plus, I myself always want to brainstorm more in the future, so I decided to try pursuing efficiency. And Huang Chomin is thinking, what kind of trick does the chief of staff want to play this time? It was clear that Kim Nak-chun had taken advantage of him, yet he made such a proposal to Kim Nak-chun. Actually, it's not surprising that he was angry, but he was really generous. Not just the opposite of asking me to be an insider. Even said, I just need to join the Emperor clan and give him the news. Then it will definitely help me create it. Opportunity to kill the clan leader. Until now, Huang Chomin suddenly woke up, so he immediately told Kim Nak-chun, this is indeed a good way. Just provide information that is beneficial to the Union. Then you can increase the probability of eliminating the captains of the Emperor clan. But the two did not have time to talk for long. Then the bell rang for gym class. As for Huang Chomin, he still takes advantage of his free time to think. When the chief of staff recommended Kim Nak-chun to join the Yellow Emperor state, he should have thought about what if he was really a fake gang leader. Then this story will also reach my ears. Then I can consider this. Is it a sign that he no longer doubts me? Maybe he wants the opposite. Publicly confirmed again. Let's see if I'm playing tricks on Kim Nak-chun, who's working as an insider. Think about this. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Because of the development of things, it really suits your wishes. If we stand from the perspective of the chief of staff, if I'm not a fake gang leader, then he could go through Kim Nak-chun, an insider at Hongdae Bang, to seek personal benefit. On the contrary, if I am a fake gang leader, then I have to avoid suspicion. But you have to pretend not to know that Kim Nak-chun is selling you out. In other words, all associations will benefit. In addition, when implementing the previous rescue of Gu Zijiang, the chief of staff even mentioned that there were insiders inside the Union, enter within the scope of consideration. And after the event of Hong Wu-Dee's appearance this time, he must have seen Kim Nak-chun out for revenge. But we are planning to take more practical action. At first, I hoped he could approve these two things. Recommend Kim Nak-chun to join Hongdae Bang as an insider. Unexpectedly, things actually happened exactly as I expected. If so, then I do not need to advise Kim Nak-chun. After joining the Emperor clan, then reveal the situation to the chief of staff. If you ask, why must we create a situation? It will definitely be detrimental to yourself as it is now. That's because I can use that as a foundation for the raid on the chief of staff later. So chief of staff, please remember carefully, the benefits come easily. There will definitely be a price. In the end, whose eyes will see farther? Guy for event. Do not hesitate to become the enemy's dog. But he almost did not even have the qualifications to be a dog. It turns out it was just now. Kim Nak-chun went to Haedong Park as scheduled. But the other party did not prepare any welcoming ceremony for him, but the complete opposite. The atmosphere here is cold and scary, because Kim Nak-chun still had to take the clan entrance exam. The next second, there were several members of the Emperor Bang surrounding. Surrounding him were many different things. Initial. Kim Nak-chun thought that all he had to do was defeat them. Until Kim Taexion came before him, say your opponent is me. But you do not have to defeat me. Just be able to fight with me. Within the scope outlined by these people. Within 10 minutes, without being knocked out. And if you hit me with one punch, it's over. Vice versa if you get beaten out, or within 10 minutes without hitting me once, then you will be eliminated. After hearing this, Kim Nak-chun immediately looked disdainful. Think that the other person looks down on you too much. If the test ends quickly, you will lose face. You really do not pay attention, do you? Then he swung a punch at the fastest speed, but Kim Taexion leaned to avoid it. But who knows, this is all within Kim Nak-chun's expectations. Your last attack. Actually, it's to prepare for the next attack. He can be considered a somewhat famous name. The opponent will not be able to avoid it. But I did not expect Kim Taexion's flexibility to be amazing. Not only did he avoid it completely, but also catch the loophole after the opponent's attack to counter-attack. Kicked Kim Nak-chun out. I just forgot to say, if you faint, then you will also be eliminated. At the same time somewhere else, Song Min-guk is discussing Kim Nak-chun with Wang Chomin. He can be considered a somewhat famous name. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to join the Emperor clan, but Huang Chomin does not think so, because he had an exchange with Kim Taexion before. I will advise Kim Nak-chun to join Emperor Bang, but it must pass my serious test. As for Huang Chomin, he told Kim Taexion to do it just right. Anyway, what I want to use is not his fighting power, but about this point, Kim Taexian refused to give in. I do admire your bold strategy. But this war is absolutely unacceptable. It's like playing chess. Because gang members in the Emperor gang are not like chess pieces. Each of them is an independent thinker. Their loyalty, coming from the pride of belonging to the Emperor clan, so in case it does not pass any tests. Suddenly a completely unknown key card appeared. It's like insulting their pride. This will quickly turn into suspicion among the officials. Next, it will greatly damage my reputation, which wins the war. I will not be able to play the role of tactics well, but Huang Chou-min did not understand. Want to know what the strategy is? Our goal is to destroy the Daijin Federation. Suppose you raise one flag after another. To inform, the inevitable path to that destination is strategy. Then it's up to you to think about countermeasures to reach your destination and get into action. It's the strategy, which wins the war. Comes from a combination of both strategy and tactics. So no matter how perfect the strategy is, but no one can execute it, his tactics will be meaningless. Although I still do not know. He intended to take advantage of Kim Nak-chun. How to come up with a strategy. But to put it simply, if he is not one, talented people can receive recognition from clan members. Then you have to abandon this strategy. It seems I am very lucky to have chosen to cooperate with you. What you just said is true. I did not think clearly. Then just do it your way. Please conduct the clan joining test well. Although in my head, already have how to take advantage of Kim Nak-chun to attack the chief of staff's weaknesses. But it's just like Zixian said, if Kim Nak-chun cannot legitimately join the Emperor Bang, then my way would completely lose its meaning. But at that time, even dealing with Gu Zijiang was difficult for him, but Zixian's strength is even greater than Gu Zijiang's. If after that Kim Nak-chun still has not made any progress, then he cannot pass Zixian's test. And the result was not beyond Huang Chou-min's prediction. Kim Nak-chun was being beaten to a pulp right now, but only 5 minutes have passed. If in the remaining time, he still could not land a single hit on his opponent, then waiting for Kim Nak-chun means being eliminated. But he also learned in the process. Kim Zixian has more than just strength and speed, but even the flexibility is outstanding. Reminded him of Gu Zijiang he met before. Cannot help but lament. Maybe the guys from the Emperor Bang? Are they all a bunch of monsters like this? Star? But I have not had time to think much. Kim Zixian swung his fist to attack again. Hit Kim Nak-chun hard. To the point where he almost went beyond the rules. Luckily there was someone next to me, so he can keep his balance. And the rules do not say do not touch them. So Kim Zixian also did not say anything about this. But there's only 3 minutes left. If this continues, you'll have to admit it. I'm a person who's only good at bragging. Kim Nak-chun heard that and immediately said, he also hates this type of person. But if you tell me to cut down a tree in 1 hour, then I'll spend 45 minutes sharpening the axe. So from now, I will start buffing. There are 2 people on the other side. We were discussing whether we should go to Haedong Park to watch a play, but right now, another beautiful woman who was looking sideways appeared in front of her. This made Song Min-guk's eyes widen, complaining that I probably will not meet that type in my entire life. The beautiful woman suddenly ran to hold my hand and pulled me away like that. Results next second, she actually ran towards him. But the hand she held was not Song Min-guk. It was Huang Chou-min standing next to him. This sight made him widen his eyes. Still not recovered yet. Even Huang Chou-min was a little confused about what was going on. But Ma Huari said she had urgent work, obviously a righteous person. But when he plays tricks, he is even more evil than the villain, because this is the only way he can win. It turned out that right after taking the test to join the guild, only the last 3 minutes left, Kim Nak-chun finally managed to hit his opponent, but his attack was blocked. As a rule, it still does not work. So he intended to take advantage of this opportunity, continue attacking Kim Zixian. But the opponent grabbed his waist and counterattacked. This punch directly knocked him out, until Kim Nak-chun stood up again. There's only 1 minute left, and Kim Zixian could not help but feel sorry for Huang Chou-min. With this level, it is basically impossible to pass the test. Results next second, he saw Kim Nak-chun's face again. A smile. Just when he did not understand, then the enemy rushed forward. So he immediately leaned forward to dodge, and then raised his hand to counterattack. Who would have thought Kim Nak-chun would play tricks again, throw a handful of dirt at his face? This blow successfully interrupted Kim Zixian's punch. But it did not cause him to temporarily lose his sight, because Kim Zixian promptly used his hand to cover his eyes. But this also surprised him. I did not expect this kid to stand up. Also picked up a handful of soil from the ground. And Kim Nak-chun wants to take advantage of this opportunity, attack the opponent. But who would have expected Kim Ziseon's reaction to be extremely surprising? You can also dodge this move and kick back, causing Kim Nakshon to blurt out, "Is it too much?" But he never gave up, but use your face to absorb this kick. Then use all your strength to grab the other right leg, because the opponent has lost balance. This is also my only chance. And as a result, Kim Ziseon fell to the ground. Just as he was about to stand up, Kim Nakchon jumped directly, causing him to be unable to stand up for a short time. Just like that, the two fell into a tension. This scene made the people around them unable to help but exclaim. This kid wanted to use that position to control the captain and push the captain out of the ring. And now the distance from Kim Ziseon to the red line, only a few short centimeters remained. This made him so angry that he trembled. Apparently he was still full of spirit before. Now I want to use this way to circumvent the law. While saying this sentence, his hands were also trying hard to hold on to the ground. Kim Nakchon did not want to use such an embarrassing method to win, but he had no other choice. It's time to accept. For me, winning against Hwang Muji is almost impossible. I want to go through with integrity. Let him kneel in front of me. Revenge gleefully. That's really too crazy. So even if I have to crawl on the ground cowardly and walk, even using despicable methods, I also have to find a way to defeat him. But the situation at hand, the only way I can win is this way. But within the specified time, he still could not push Kim Ziseon out of the scope of the rules. But Kim Ziseon still let him pass the test. Until now, Kim Nakchon breathed a sigh of relief, then lie down on the ground, because every time he moves his legs, he gets dizzy. And Kim Taexion walked in front of his juniors, asked for a pre-prepared outfit to cope, then threw it on Kim Nakchon, praised the excellent strategy he used, welcome to become a member of the Emperor Bang. But some others were not so welcoming to him, because just now he dared to throw dirt at the captain. It's really vile. But in that moment of strength comparison, he indeed won against Captain Taexion. Look from this point, he is more evil than normal people. It's best not to poke at it so easily. Otherwise the outcome will probably be very tragic. After seeing the effect I want to achieve, Kim Taexion breathed a sigh of relief, about to call Hwang Chomin to report. Then the other party called first. Say that something big has happened now. The union people have taken my Harry away. The girl only said one sentence, causing everyone present to break out in a cold sweat because of her boyfriend. Again, the famous Emperor Ngyu Hong. It turned out just now. Mahari plans to take Hwang Chomin to C1 rank. But when the two of them were about to take a shortcut, again we ran into a group of union men, and the man took the lead after seeing my Harry. Immediately I was deeply attracted to her. So I immediately invited the other person on a date with me. Hwang Chomin immediately whispered in his ear, "Good, let's go another way." But unexpectedly, Mahari today was like drinking dynamite, yet he directly told the man to step aside, making Hwang Chomin gasp in surprise. "What are you doing? Cannot we go another direction? If it's normal, Mahari will certainly deal with this very skillfully. But what's wrong with her today?" As for the man, after seeing that he was considered a small fry, also feel extremely dissatisfied, so I decided to teach her a lesson. Otherwise Leon Heap's face will be lost, but this shot was blocked by Hwang Chomin. Big brothers. Sorry. Today he does not know why he's especially sensitive. Actually we're just passersby. Hearing that, everyone could not help but be stunned. I did not expect the other person to apologize to me, but then burst into laughter, because this scene always felt familiar to them, like some people pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. To avoid play through the speakers, after seeing how many people misunderstood me, Hwang Chomin quickly explained, "I did not mean that," but he also knew that conflict was inevitable, so he quietly conveyed the word to Mahari, "Tell her to run first," but the man in charge did not intend to let either of them go. Results next second. The man was sprayed directly in the face with pepper spray. It hurt so much that he could not open his eyes. I can only scream loudly for help. Hwang Chomin was very surprised though. She actually brought this kind of thing with her, but look at the current situation. It's just like adding fuel to the fire. So Hwang Chomin immediately pulled Mahari and ran together. But his hair was grabbed by the other person, which was pulled back strongly. Hwang Chomin saw this scene and cursed silently. Then he rushed back toward the crowd. The final result of the fight. Not only was he beaten until his face was swollen and his eyebrows were bruised, even Mahari could not save her, so he had to call Kim Taexion to ask the other person for help, because the man told him before leaving, "If you want to save your girlfriend, then go to the High School of Industrial Crafts." But the geographical location of this school is very awkward. It's Tucson. There is also a barrier yard and Lian Heap Agency. Most likely it will be surrounded. That side. It is the rear and front line outside the scope of the Emperor Bang's power. I also have no reason to suddenly mobilize people from the Emperor Bang. This makes the situation a bit difficult. We must both wipe out and attack. Kim Taexian saw that and immediately told him to attack, making Huang Chomin stunned. About to say something. Then he told me the reason. Mahwan's promised. At the moment the Emperor clan won the Union, she will dissolve the Emperor clan. Let this mortal Daejin battlefield disappear in an instant. She is a woman though, but also teammates. Let's fight shoulder to shoulder to eliminate the battlefield, so I cannot ignore my teammates. But the current situation is very unfavorable for us. I said tactics and strategy are equally important. From now on I've been relying on you. Please leave this matter to my tactics this time. If so this is bothering you. I will also find something that can help, but after hanging up, Huang Chomin was still extremely hesitant, although Taexian's strength is beyond doubt. But now, it's like he voluntarily put himself into the tiger's den, at the same time somewhere else. There is a person in the Industrial Master School, rushed out of the library. To report news to you too, say. That girl said she was Hong Guda's girlfriend. Now no one dares to touch her. The man heard that, immediately pushed through the crowd to meet Ma Harry, grabbed her collar, mocking what a bragging point. Who is Hong Guda's girlfriend, even if she is real? So what? Call Hong Gu Emperor here. I will definitely beat him to the punch. But Ma Harry exposed the man's lie immediately, although he spoke very well, but his gaze fluctuated continuously. Even if he is truly confident that he will defeat Emperor Wu, then he immediately took care of me, not just daring to grab my collar. Alright. You the coward, were scared to death by Emperor Wu. These words made the man so angry that his eyes turned red. I could not hold back my anger anymore. Raising his fist, he intended to lecture Ma Harry, but his fist stopped mid-air. Because right now outside the door, there was a sound of a motorbike engine. When a junior looked out the window, then it was discovered that people from the Emperor Bang had arrived. Unexpected. The first day the boy joined the gangster was isolated, clearly a collective activity, but they did not let him, a newcomer, participate. Did not know that this was a request from a good brother, because he once met Ma Harry. It turned out just now. The Imperial clan has raided the industrial experts under the Federation Association. When the boss is here, Go Jiangbin learned of this news, immediately woke up startled. There was no time to pay attention to the two girls next to him, but go directly to the balcony. Look at the scene before your eyes. Cannot help but frown. Because he can sit on this position, do not rely on money. It's not because you're good at punching and kicking. It's the nucleus, also known as support. Go Jiangbin soon realized this, so even though my achievements are not bad, still choose to follow Bong Xianhang to Industrial Master. Anyway, he is in Bao. Long used to take care of me like a sibling. Go Jiangbin's strategy is also perfect, under the affection of Bong Xianhang. Very natural. He became someone the whole school did not dare touch, and thanks to Bong Xianhang's reputation, students of the same year, not worth a penny in front of Go Jiangbin, so he naturally became candidate for the position of school captain in the next class. Afterward, he builds an image for himself, imitated hairstyle and beard, and all the other details, all in Bong Xianhang style. In the end, he successfully interned, position of Industrial Master Chief, and this position is even better than he thought, whether it's money or honor. Even women, Go Jiangbin are easily attainable, so because these benefits can be enjoyed more unreservedly, have chosen to join the union, and take advantage of geographical location. My school is far from the front lines. To carry out the entertainment plan, graduate after 1 year. The results are good now. The Emperor clan raided the industrial experts again. This makes it difficult for Go Jiangbin to accept. Why? Let the moment that tests my leadership come again. So he asked his junior, if this was a joke, then tell me the truth quickly. Is it possible that Emperor Bang has too much free time? That's why you barged into our school. Until now, he just learned that someone took a girl to visit, and that girl seems to be Huang Muji's girlfriend. That's why this happened. After hearing this sentence, Go Jiangbin broke out in a cold sweat. When he was about to ask who the hell did this good thing, then suddenly I remembered something. So I stopped to confirm with my juniors. Is that person really Huang Muji's girlfriend? Probably not wrong. Anyway, we just got her back. Then people from Emperor Bang raided here. Actually, it's my personal opinion. You should take that girl home. Then let's resolve the immediate situation. If you do not cause trouble for no reason, then if you lose, in the Federation, you will also lose face. But Go Jiangbin refused his junior's advice. On the contrary, he thinks this is an opportunity. Opportunity to step up to a higher position. Think about this, he could not help but smile. Then right after that, immediately tell the juniors to bring that girl in front of me. At the same time somewhere else, Kim Nak-chun is sitting thoughtfully on a wooden chair. He was very curious. These guys wear jackets? Do not you complain about being summoned at any time to go out to fight, star? If that's true, so what kind of person is Wang Muji? But he received a text message at this time. Scene transition. Go to the battlefield of industrial mastery. Students here are being beaten unilaterally. But even so, Kim Taexian still did not dare to delay. Call on juniors to take advantage of their time. This side could be invaded by the Union at any time. So to quickly end the battle, everyone of the Emperor clan began to implement their strategy. After gathering the people of the Federation in one place, the parallel march formation under the command of Kim Taexian has begun. Knock out all enemies on the way. This scene also surprised Kim Taexian. I did not expect it to go as smoothly as normal training. I only feel sorry for Kim Nak-chun. We cannot let him experience this scene once. But, currently besides a few captains of the Emperor Bang, then the others do not know, Mahari is Wang Muji's girlfriend. Meaning, this battle, for the outside, it's our guerrilla battle with the masters of industry, so I have to go save Mahari myself. And in another classroom, Mahari also understood clearly Go Jiangbin's purpose when calling me, so he told him to call the chief of staff immediately. But this makes Go Jiangbin extremely suspicious. The boss's woman exposed herself. What is her intention anyway? The man just picked up the megaphone and shouted one sentence. Made everyone present laugh loudly. Instead of saying the boss has a girlfriend, it's better to say he wants to go to class, because in everyone's eyes, the gang leader is a person who only knows how to fight. It turns out it was not long ago. The Union men took Mahari away, but Huang Cho-min was extremely skeptical. Mahari actually brought protective gear with her. According to her personality, there is no way to carry this type of object with you. Perhaps Mahari, have you noticed any danger recently? And what she just wanted to show me? Why does she look so rushed? Regardless of the reason, I have to quickly save her. At the same time somewhere else, Mahari actually wanted to tell Go Jiangbin, call the chief of staff, tell the other person that he has captured Wang Wudi's girlfriend. But unexpectedly, the senior soldiers did not comply with Mahori's request. Instead, he directly slapped him. Perhaps you have misunderstood something, although my junior, after hearing that she is Huang Wudi's girlfriend, but we are not like them. I am especially good at analyzing this overall situation. This place is behind the front lines. People from the Emperor Bang are here. Just a little mistake and you will be immediately surrounded. Then the senior soldier grabbed Mahori with one hand. Huang Wudi should not have wanted to send troops here, but now it's good, just because she was caught. Industrial Master. They immediately rushed forward like hungry wolves. This shows that Huang Wudi values her very much. In other words, the people who are in a passive position right now are not us. It was the Emperor who saved her. The senior soldier just finished speaking. The juniors took the megaphone and rushed in. Then the senior soldier grabbed Mahori with one hand. Holding the speaker in one hand, he walked to the window, faced the crowd in front and shout loudly, "Dear Emperor Bang friends. Hi everybody, I am the boss of the Industrial Master." This shout came from a high-ranking soldier, successfully attracted the attention of others. Although I do not know what your purpose of coming here is, but look closely at her, this person is your Royal Highness. Or in other words, Huang Wudi's girlfriend. So from now, as long as someone dares to lift a finger, I will throw this girl down, even though it's only the 3rd floor. But with such a weak little girl falling, at least a broken bone, there is even the risk of losing one's life. If so, your clan leader will definitely be heartbroken. As for those who do not have appropriate countermeasures like you, surely we cannot just be reprimanded collectively. I understand that. Quickly form 2 vertical lines and kneel down for me. Finish this sentence. The high-ranking soldiers could not help but feel proud. What a bunch of idiots. It's clear we're holding hostages. Yet they still dared to rush in with such clarity and integrity. And his junior saw this scene. Also laughed lightly. Although the boss really likes women. But in matters like this, it is very trustworthy. As for the guy who captured Mahori, it's time to react. It turns out that girl is actually Huang Wudi's girlfriend. So he immediately waved to the people of Emperor Bang, signaled them to quickly kneel down. But the other two were extremely skeptical, do not know what the other side wants to do. But clearly this man is not on the same frequency as them. Just when he thought the other two were about to kneel, the result that greeted him was a brutal beating. It turns out that Mahori is in this situation, still claiming that she is Huang Wudi's girlfriend because those people absolutely could not believe that it was their gang leader. Got a girlfriend again. After hearing this sentence, the high-ranking soldiers broke out in a cold sweat, immediately like a deflated balloon. If that's really the case. So what did they come here for? Perhaps the news has spread. I heard that the boss of Master of Industry is a bad guy. Just said this. The high-ranking soldiers were so angry that they gritted their teeth. If she was no longer worth anything, then you just die? Finish this sentence. He immediately threw Mahori down from the third floor, then turned around and left. Prepare to report this to the chief of staff. And Mahori fell from above. Kim Taexian promptly ran to catch him. After saving her, immediately tell the other person to leave here quickly. We still have to lead the people of Company 4. Let's leave together. Anyway, a little later, there will be support people from schools belonging to the union. As for the high-ranking soldiers, reported this to the chief of staff, and please support. But the chief of staff was furious, thinking that the other person is talking nonsense. How could Emperor Bang run to Master of Industry? Just when the senior soldiers wanted to explain, I felt cold on my back again. It is unknown when Kim Taexian arrived on the third floor. At this moment, his whole body was filled with murderous aura. Before leaving, at least teach this trash who dares to throw women down the stairs. Apparently they are both school bosses of their school, but their strengths are worlds apart. High-ranking soldiers rely on imitating someone to gain a high position. As for Kim Taexian, it's different. He's been since birth, was destined to become the leader. Seeing Kim Taexian about to approach him, the high-ranking soldiers were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat, because he knows very well, I am absolutely not Kim Taexian's opponent, so he wanted to avoid conflict. Use the excuse of reinforcements to persuade the enemy to leave. About this point, you can rest assured, I will absolutely deal with you before your reinforcements arrive. Then he rushed straight towards the high-ranking soldiers, throw an elbow into his stomach, but it's not over yet. Immediately after that is a smooth combo. Hit the high-ranking soldiers to fly out. He just stood firm. Kim Taexian attacked again with a leg sweep. Hit the opponent so they fall to the ground, until he got up. The pain was so much that I could not help but tremble all over. But even so, the senior soldiers still looked around first. After discovering that there was no one, he breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he advised Kim Taexian to leave. Immediately, there will be joint troops from the Union coming here. Just keep going like this. Your people will definitely be beaten to pieces. At that time, it will be very difficult for you. If only we could each give each other a way out. So what? That's what high-ranking soldiers do. It's because he does not want others to see it. My appearance was crushed in terms of strength. The boss just needs to maintain his domineering image. Only we can suppress our juniors. There's an association or something. To him it was just a fart. Only enjoying everything in front of you is the most important thing. But this statement made Kim Taexian extremely disappointed. I did not expect my opponent to be that kind of person. About the way back he said, I can open it myself. Then he kicked him out of the school building. Looking at the big brother lying in my arms, the juniors immediately broke out in cold sweat, and the war outside is about to end. At the same time somewhere else, the chief of staff has just confirmed this news. And knowing the number of people that Kim Taexian leads, as for why he did that, it's because there's a girl, claims to be Hong Nu's girlfriend, but about this news, I do not know if it's real or fake. If so, then take advantage of Dongcheng and Darim's people. Control them all. No matter what, they are also fish in a cage. This is a good opportunity to weaken Team 4. Please swallow. Those who dare to play tricks right in front of our mouths. When the two leaders of the two schools received this instruction, immediately reorganize. And Kim Taexian over here just came out of class. Immediately there were juniors surrounding him. Report to him everything here. And guess that Federation reinforcements are about to arrive. We should withdraw our troops. Do not worry, I went around a while ago. Discovered that there is a small road behind the school. So this time we go that direction. But the juniors behind him were extremely difficult to understand, because his direction is just a dead end. But this time Our reinforcements have arrived at the gate of the Industrial Master School. As soon as the captain's big brother Oshin Seon want to lead my juniors in, then big brother Hong Jiam took the lead and called back. Tell the opponent to lead his subordinates to wait at the dog hole, because behind the industry master there is a small road. As for the school gate, it's best for people with multiple motorbikes. We'd better stop it. This way, surrounding the outside will be safer than rushing in. Knowing that Hong Jiam wants to destroy them, Oshinsean also cheerfully agreed. Then he immediately led his juniors to run towards the dog hole, not knowing that he was being plotted by the other side, because Wu Yuntaek personally said it. The chief of staff has given us full authority over this matter. This shows that he trusts me a lot, but after Zhang Taechung was defeated by Kim Taekseun, the 10th position of the union is always vacant, according to the practices of the union. Although I do not know who ranked 11th, but according to the current aggregate review, I'm definitely the 11th one. In other words, as long as I can swallow Kim Taekseun, who is fighting here, I will be able to become the 10th person of the Federation. So Hong Jiam chose the school gate with higher probability, and Shinseon also led people to the dog hole. Present, the two exits of the Industrial Master were blocked. The only thing left to do is see which direction they choose to break through. Very soon the sound of a motorbike engine came. The two could not help but look towards the direction of the sound, but the results made people extremely surprised. Kim Taekseun flew his motorbike from inside out again, but it's not over yet. At this time, there were countless people inside the school chasing the captain, and they all successfully flew out of the school, just in line with Kim Taekseun's previous statement. If there is no way out, then I will open it myself. But has Team 4 been able to break the siege? Is it really safe to return? The man simply said one sentence. We go out from here. Yet it makes gang members battle-hardened. Frightened, he stood frozen in place. Because his direction is just a wall. There is absolutely no way out. It was not until Kim Taekseun led everyone to the stadium. They just knew. It turned out that the way to get out was because the stadium barrier was broken. So everyone was under the command of Kim Taekseun. Place a row of barriers against the boundary wall. But even so, people are still very hesitant. Doubt that motorbikes can really fly out under the barrier. But at this time someone came to report, saying that the Federation's reinforcements have arrived. They blocked the main gate and the entrance to the dog hole, preparing to hug the tree and wait for the rabbit. Just when everyone was still hesitating, Kim Taekseun immediately turned on the gas. Take the lead and pave the way. Want to give everyone a good start. And the end result is no surprise. Kim Taekseun successfully flew out. The juniors behind saw this and immediately competed to do the same. Prepare to follow in the captain's footsteps. And now on the other side, big brother of Industrial Master, Goju Byung just woke up from a coma, so he staggered to his feet. Think again about why you appeared here. The incident happened. It was not until he saw the scene before him that he remembered what happened half an hour ago. It's all because of that damn brat. Speaking of this, he just reacted. Look around, wanting to find Ma Huori's shadow. But among the crowd of people lying on the ground, there was absolutely no him. But Goju Byung remembered. Obviously I threw him down. Over here is also the third floor. It's impossible to be safe and sound, right? Unless someone caught him? In addition, I was successfully ambushed by the guerrilla team. Not only could I not maintain my position within the industry master, but it will also become a lucrative prey for the union. My only solution right now. Then we have to find that kid. Just hand it over to the chief of staff. Then we will achieve great success in the union. Only then can we recover the lost face this time. At the same time on another street, a chase is taking place. Hong Jiam wanted to complete the mission of surrounding Team 4, chose to split the army in two. Let the juniors lead half of the army to continue the pursuit. As for me, I led the remaining troops to take a shortcut. Because he is very familiar with the neighborhood. The road that Team 4 takes can only turn right. Next, we just need to split up and go in to create a perfect siege. But will everything? Did it really happen as he imagined? Until the group of people on the other side chased up. Then discovered. The Emperor clan's people were running towards them again. But the number of people seems to be a bit less. Kim Taekseun smiled faintly again. Now it's too late to find out. The ones who fall into the trap are you. Then behind them. Immediately a group of soldiers from the Emperor Bang appeared. Mahari's running away. The alliance is the one really caught in the middle of the siege. Until Feng Kun led his army. Then see the scene before your eyes. Until I got out of the car to question. He just learned that Kim Taekseun had dispatched a group of people. Let them attack us from behind. Ong Kain was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Unexpected, Kim Taexion predicted his actions again, but even so, he still chose to continue the pursuit. He did not want to miss such a good promotion opportunity. And on the other side, Mahari's running away. Another captain suddenly appeared. Park Siwa called back. She immediately broke into a cold sweat, questioning whether the other person has always been watching you, if that's really the case, just by seeing me arrested. But still standing there with my arms crossed and watching, enough to see that she is truly Hong Woo-dee's enemy. Does not saving you prove that I am his enemy? Looks like you had a bit of a misunderstanding. I have no obligation. You have to work hard for someone like you who has nothing to do with the Emperor clan, because she is just that guy's woman. Although saying that is not wrong, but if the last sentence was heard by Mr. Woo-dee, surely he will be very sad, right? Anyway, I'm your brother's girlfriend. Moreover, Hong Woo-dee loves me very much. What if something happens to me? Surely he will be very heartbroken. Pay attention to the boss's mood. Is it also within the scope of responsibility of the second person? Good at speaking too. No wonder Hong Woo-dee was able to take the bait. Sorry I used my beauty to seduce him. And this scene of verbal fighting was seen by Hwang Cho-min, who just arrived. It turned out that Mahari had just escaped. Immediately send a message to the other person, so he took a taxi to Xinji. As a result, Hwang Cho-min just got off the bus. Then I saw this scene on the street. Raswai is questioning Mahari again. Are you sure it was Hong Woo-dee who saved you? About this sharp question, how will Mahari finally answer? The man just smiled slightly. It made the girl so scared that she trembled all over. The corners of his eyes could not help but choke, because she understands the other person very well. Knowing that myself when Hong Woo-dee was dead, absolutely cannot live beyond tonight. As for the evolution of the incident, must have been since 3 days ago. At that time Go Zijiang came to her, say if you want revenge. Then she found the wrong person. The reason the gang leader made her brother become like that, it's because he was taken advantage of by others. From this moment, Mahari begins to have doubts. Have I missed some clues? So she had to confirm her thoughts. Find your brother's friend. Want to know when Emperor Gang attacks them. Then something happened. But this action made the opponent dissatisfied. Ask Hush, on what basis do we have to remember those damn memories? The man next to her recognized her identity. Are you Mahaseong's sister? Seeing such a situation, Mahari was also very happy. Not only compliment the other person's good eyesight, he even took the initiative to link arms with the two of them, prepare to find a place to sit down and talk. After a while of chatting, Mahari learned some information. At that time, his brother's command unit, stationed in the rear far from the Emperor Bang's front line, but Hong Woo-dee went there personally. Moreover, at that time, he had a fierce expression. This made her brother extremely panicked, because the development of things completely exceeded expectations. It eventually evolved into what it is now. Mahaseong was beaten into a vegetable state by Hong Woo-dee, but there is basically no animosity between the two. In other words, Hong Woo-dee that time, it's for attacking an unknown person, but personally came to the rear of the battle line. This is very different from the Hwang Woo-dee that Mahari knew. In her met, Hong Woo-dee is a man of steel. He will not yield to anything. Only by one's own will is tyranny and despotism is the incarnation of force, so who can take advantage and seduce him into doing something? According to Mahari's perception, only two people can do this. One person is herself. As for the other person, Park Si-wai is Hong Woo-dee's only close friend. So it was this bastard who provoked Hong Woo-dee, causing him to attack his brother. And when he saw Mahari suddenly became silent, Park Si-wai also partly guessed the truth. Then he could not help but laugh. But this smile made Mahari extremely angry, because this was the second time she saw Park Si-wai smile like that. First time. That's when Hong Woo-dee first introduced me to you guys. At that time his expression was very small, but I still see it. But after that time, he did not smile like that anymore. This mime, is it cause? Do you see some things going very well? But the corner of Park Si-wai's mouth twitched. Finally, what do you want to say? But this sentence just came out of my mouth. He suddenly thought of something, then a crazy smile appeared. As expected, I guessed correctly. It was she who killed Hong Woo-dee. Mahari also freely admitted the truth, because she knew she could not get past the guy in front of her. But this scene, it made Hwang Cho-min, who was hiding behind the wall eavesdropping, break out in a cold sweat. I do not understand what Mahari is doing. She followed me to confirm progress. Right? If favorable, then you will take action against me. Who knows that Hong Woo-dee is dead? Alright. Until now, Hwang Cho-min just found out. Mahari brought protective gear because she felt her safety was being threatened. And the other threat, it was the captain of the Emperor Bang's company, Park Si-hwa. But right now, Mahori suddenly smiled again. You coward. Why is it only now? This statement is confusing. It made Park Si-hwa tremble. When he turned to look back, immediately I saw a large displacement vehicle coming this way, and the other party also noticed him. In this moment, fear of being the captain of Emperor Bang Kim Tae-seon's fourth company crush has risen in my heart. This resulted in the motorbike skidding, but it was this incident. Again, the motorbike was running at high speed, straight into Park Si-hwa, and Mahari is behind him. Then Hwang Cho-min promptly ran to his rescue, but Mahari told him to run away quickly. Park Si-hwa is still there, until Hwang Cho-min spoke up to remind him. He just learned that Park Si-hwa was motionless. But it was not time for the two of them to rejoice too soon. The mercenary crawled up from the ground trembling. When he noticed Park Si-hwa lying on the ground, cannot help but smile. But to confirm whether the other person has stopped breathing or not, he had to go to Park Si-hwa and sit down, and the next second, a smile appeared on his lips. Show off towards the two people in front of you. Did you two see it just now? It was I who personally defeated the vice gang leader of the Emperor Gang. The clan captain is usually always invincible. Now there is only a little bit left. It turned out just now. The mercenary was afraid, causing the motorbike to skid. But I did not expect this incident. This caused the motorbike running at high speed to crash into Park Si-hwa. When the mercenary reacted, then I immediately got excited, to the point of forgetting the fear of almost causing a murder. So he immediately wanted to arrest the two, to win greater honor. Hwang Cho-min saw the situation. Just prepare to stay and block the opponent. Let Mahwai run first, but after hesitating for a moment, he rushed forward despite everything. This scene made Hwang Cho-min feel extremely confused. But it is in this moment of distraction. Hwang Cho-min was thrown out by the mercenary, and the hands have been freed. Also helps the mercenary easily block the attack. He could not help but mock his opponent. Is it to be Hwang Muji's girlfriend? Is that why it became so extravagant? But today he had to pay the price for his careless speech. Just when he was about to strike, Mahori took out a can of pepper spray, sprayed continuously into the mercenary's eyes. This action successfully confused him, to the point where he kept cursing Mahawari. And the hands are not idle at all. But after discovering that it was ineffective, he immediately stopped. Swing your fist forward, wanting to vent his anger on Mahwari. There was one point that annoyed him the most. It was the opponent who dared to use that thing to defeat a bully like me. This caused him, even though he was trying to endure the pain, must also teach Mahori a lesson. But Hwang Cho-min is on the other side. Drive the opponent's motorbike again, just this slight bump, causing the mercenary to fly more than 10 meters away. Even Hwang Cho-min was surprised. I did not expect this car's engine to be so powerful. But he still took advantage while the other person was still in a coma. Take Mahari out of here. But this time he asked Hwang Cho-min, when did you arrive at the scene? But Mahori did not have time to finish her sentence. Hwang Cho-min interrupted. He said he heard almost everything, and also guessed it. But now what I'm more curious about is, where were you going to take me before? Let's go. Hwang Muji's house is also nearby. And in another development, Team 4 is led by Kim Tae-seon, still on the run. But right around the bend, he suddenly encountered the pursuing army again. This made Kim Tae-seon frown. Unexpectedly, they still used their remaining forces to pursue us from other roads. But Kim Tae-seon quickly made a decision. Have everyone follow you and escape from the left. But I did not know that that was the opponent's intention, because he had arranged people there in advance. The only thing that makes him uncomfortable is, I have to cooperate with him again. This stupid. And Oh Sin-seon is even more stupid than he thought. Yet he let his juniors use their bodies to rush forward. Kim Tae-seon faced such a situation. We have to let everyone prepare for a breakthrough. Although the casualties were on the Union side, obviously more than their side, but because the opponent is too crowded, there were still many teammates who were hit and fell down. Kim Tae-seon looked at the scene behind him. Cursed softly. Without hesitation, he jumped off the motorbike. Prepare to engage the Alliance hordes. But because enemy reinforcements are about to arrive, Kim Tae-seon noticed Company 4 could not escape by breaking through. So he immediately rushed towards the leader of this group of people. When Oh Sin-seon had not yet reacted, he punched him straight, causing him to fall to the ground. This attack caused the people there to be immediately suppressed, but he did not hesitate. Pick up the steel stick from the ground and throw it hard forward. Ong Jaim is driving a motorbike. Because you are afraid that the opponent's target is you? So he immediately dodged to the right. As a result, he crashed into his junior, causing the people behind to also have an accident. They all fell to the ground. After seeing my plan succeed, Kim Tae-seon breathed a sigh of relief. But it was not time for him to be happy for too long. Then a junior flew straight towards him. When Kim Tae-seon turned his head to look back, then they discovered a group of people from Company 4, constantly moving backwards. So he immediately ran over. Stand in front of your teammates. But when he clearly saw the figure in front of him, could not help but tremble. The other person seemed extremely comfortable. Also say hello to Kim Tae-seon. I'm just passing by here. I see this side is shaking. Just come and check it out. And the juniors behind saw that the opponent was alone. Immediately incite the captain to come together. But Kim Tae-seon swallowed his saliva in fear. The next second, he shouted loudly to the entire staff, quickly run away. Can withdraw unconditionally. Because of the man in front of me. It was the president of the Daejeon Union Association, Yu Mun-won. On the outside, he is an elegant and polite rich man. But actually, another mentally perverted gang chief of staff. Because he has a unique hobby. That is to corner the enemy and then proceed to hunt and kill. This clearly feels extremely scary in the eyes of others. But he felt it would be interesting to do so. Each time, they sent out 3 times as many troops as the enemy to surround and destroy. But this time he underestimated Kim Tae-seon's fighting power. If it were not for their president who often passed by here, then this action will end in complete failure. And Kim Tae-seon, after seeing Yu Mun-won, immediately decisive, shout loudly to all employees to withdraw unconditionally. These words just came out. Everyone immediately ran towards their motorbikes, but Yu Mun-won appeared very calm. There was no intention of pursuing, but make a phone call to the chief of staff. Said they had already started running for their lives. After the chief of staff learned this news, immediately called Jin Chil-do, the person ranked 3rd in the Daejeon Union. Because in the process of escaping, they will pass through this person's place. So he asked the opponent to divide his army into 3 directions. Arrange people in the positions I mentioned. After placing the order, he made another phone call. But that person, it was Oh Yun-taek, who ranked 4th in the Daejeon Union. Also an insider that he planted on the opposing side. Once the phone is connected, he immediately asked the other person how it went. But Oh Yun-taek clearly still has not recovered from the shock. He really could not believe it. The result was exactly as the chief of staff said. I really did not spot anyone. It turned out just now. He was raided and arrested. All those who participated in the operation to capture Gu Zijiang, but after careful inspection, contact history on their phones, then discovered among the participants that day, no one is an insider. When I heard this news, the chief of staff's expression immediately turned crazy. I seem to understand. Why did the police do it when there was no evidence? But you can rely on your 6th sense to conduct an investigation. Finish this sentence. He immediately began to analyze. People who knew Gu Zijiang was arrested. It's just me, Oh Yun-taek, Min Du-sang and Huang Cho-min. But Emperor Bang was there to save Gu Zijiang, but mobilized the troops of several teams. And the person who revealed this news. It's not you either. Not even Min Du-sang and his juniors. So in the end only Huang Cho-min remains. Although he is not part of the Emperor clan. But let's just say he's a fake gang leader. Then all the situations up to now will have an explanation. Even though there is no evidence. But I still doubt him. And for that, the possibility that Huang Cho-min is a fake gang leader is up to 99.9%. So Yun-taek, I need you to go somewhere and arrest someone. There is an address. I'll have someone send it to you via text message. And the guy is there. It's the fake gang leader. You must know. It is now a time of fighting that Kim Tae-seon is pursuing. So in the battle that has lasted until now, he's definitely bringing it. The means to manipulate the Emperor clan. At the same time on the other side, everyone from Team 4 take turns running away in different directions. But even so, they still could not escape the siege of the Daejeon Union. Because from the president's place, he ran everywhere. In the end, you can only run in 3 directions. Then we just need to arrange military forces here. Then they will have no way to escape. And the last one, the chief of staff also gave his assessment about Kim Tae-seon's tactics. Although military forces ride motorbikes, has strong mobility advantages. But accordingly, they also have the disadvantage of not being able to escape by small roads, unless you leave your motorbike. Otherwise, they can only flee towards the big asphalt road. Speaking of this, he could not help but complain a few words about those 2 idiots. Obviously, we only need to blockade the last checkpoints. As a result, even such small things cannot be done. Among them, the unluckiest person is still Kim Tae-seon. Because of them, we encountered them. Market Alley is guarded by Kwon Ja-do. But the opponent has already shown his killing intent. Wanted to take this opportunity to brutally trample Kim Tae-hyeon. Make it impossible for him to come back. At the same time on the other side, Go Zi-jing, singing karaoke with everyone in Team 2, but his heart felt heavy. I do not know why Park Si and that guy did not pick up the phone again. Originally I was planning to meet that person today, to resolve everything once and for all. The next second the phone rang. Go Zi-jiang just answered the phone. There's just no goodwill at all. Yet he called his colleague Captain Lian Ji-hun crazy. Asked the other person why they called you. And he was very angry with this address. But to think that Go Zi-jiang is a damn thug. Let's skip it and get to the main thing. Tell him the news that Park Si is unconscious. After hearing this news, Go Zi-jiang immediately trembled all over. Hwang Cho-min on the other side was the same. But what surprised him was this. My brother Hwang Mu-jae actually writes a diary. The man was clearly beaten to the point of being unable to resist. But lying on the ground he suddenly burst out laughing, which is why he's so happy. It's because of the person fighting with me. Oh Yun-taek ranked 4th in the Daejun Union. But he still feels at his level. I can deal with this kind of person in front of me. And he even declared, I imagined winning against this guy. Not long. Kim Nak-chun promptly rushed to the scene. Blow Yun-taek out. This scene made Hwang Cho-min extremely surprised. Instinctively exclaimed, why are you here? Kim Nak-chun appeared extremely calm. Just a simple explanation in a few sentences. Say Mahori called you. Then he looked towards the person in front of him. Asked, how dare you touch your friend? Oh Yoon-taek's mood was already extremely unpleasant. Anyway, I just got punched by this old fox. But when he heard this sentence, still could not help but laugh. If not, the chief of staff does not want it. Revealing tricks to manipulate Emperor Bang. I really want to see your expression after knowing the truth. But he still discreetly reminded the other person a word. It seems like you've made a rather obvious friend. But Kim Nak-chun is extremely difficult to understand. Do not know what this statement means. But Oh Yoon-taek did not choose to explain. But take advantage of the opponent's distraction. Return the punch just now. This punch brought pain, causing Kim Nak-chun to regain consciousness in an instant. I could not help but curse Oh Yoon-taek, but the next second, his face received another heavy blow. Then punches rained down on him. Until now, Oh Yoon-taek spoke up, thanks to your friend. But you're just for no reason. Wifed by the 4 great families in the alliance. But Kim Nak-chun is not discouraged by that. On the contrary, it also revealed a stronger fighting spirit. After he dodged the incoming punch, immediately look for opportunities to attack the opponent. This time, he sent Oh Yoon-taek flying in a head-to-head confrontation. After that, he quickly expressed his feelings of victory. Do not look down on others. After all, I am also a member of the Emperor clan. These words just came out. It could not help but choke Oh Yoon-taek's anger back. He thought about this guy in front of him. I do not even know that clan leader Jia is by my side. He immediately felt funny, but for some reason I cannot. Honestly speaking, it's sewing it. So Oh Yoon-taek had to rush towards the opponent again, but the fist he threw stopped in mid-air. This made Kim Nak-chun stunned. As a result, in the next second, his right-hand punch suddenly came. Beating Kim Nak-chun was too late, and his second attack was the same as before. The thrown fist stopped in mid-air, until you can clearly see the opponent's defensive posture. He then used his other hand to launch an attack. In a short period of time, Kim Nak-chun repeatedly retreated backwards. Absolutely no resistance, and Hwang Cho-min fell into despair. Anyway, Oh Yoon-taek is because of the Emperor's phone, but just got here. This shows. The Chief of Staff has confirmed that he is the fake clan boss. Even if I'm lucky enough to escape from here, it is definitely impossible to escape his suspicions. I do not regret putting people around me in danger, even lying to people who consider him friends, but still continue to do such things. Does it really make sense? Think about this. He could not help but look towards Mahori. After all, he is the one who caused this. Initially, he forced himself to become a fake clan master, but right now he is unconscious. Does it really make sense for me to continue doing things like that? Just when Hwang Cho-min was thinking about the answer, Kim Nak-chun was unable to withstand Oh Yoon-taek's attack, which was knocked to the ground. Seeing this, the other person calmly lit a cigarette. I want to ask something before I finish him off. That is it. Why in a situation where there is no resistance at all? But still thinking. But Kim Nak-chun did not answer this question, but asked Oh Yoon-taek to confirm, in the alliance. His combat power is truly ranked 4th. Right after confirmation is complete, he just told me the reason. That is, I've already imagined winning against you. This made Oh Yoon-taek so angry that his veins blood. I did not expect that the opponent still existed before he died. Free time to pretend. But his right foot just came down. He was grabbed tightly by Kim Nak-chun again. This caused him to lose his balance, which fell towards the table next to it. And Kim Nak-chun took advantage of this opportunity. Slowly stand up from the ground. Use the ultimate technique you learned from Kim Taek-sun. Scorpion tail. Throw a strong kick at the opponent's forehead. The force brought by this swing, it could not help but make Oh Yoon-taek's eyes instantly turn white, then fell straight down. Obviously just hand over this phone. Then all problems can be solved. But the man's teammates risked their lives because of that. Because now the only hope to save Kim Taek-sun. Only him left. It turns out it was just now. Kim Nak-chun used Scorpion Tail. Successfully knocked out Oh Yoon-taek. The person ranked 4th in the alliance. So he took advantage of the opponent's fall. Let Hwang Cho-min carry Mahori out of here. And I will find a way to solve this name. But Hwang Cho-min fell into hesitation. You do not know. Should I hand this phone over? If it's already delivered. So can everything really end? But it's not yet time for him to make a decision. Kim Nak-chun gave the answer for him. You do not have to hand over that phone. But this statement made Hwang Cho-min extremely surprised. It's unclear how the other side knew this. But right now the two do not have time to talk. Because Oh Yoon-taek stood up again. And he also heard the two's conversation. I cannot help but wonder how Kim Nak-chun knew about this. But before that, he has something more important to do. That's stealing the phone. He had just rushed halfway. Was kicked away by Kim Nak-chun from behind. Fall hard to the ground. And this scene also made Hwang Cho-min regain his senses. So he immediately went to Mahori's side. Carry him up. Then prepare to leave this place. But before Kim Nak-chun called Hwang Cho-min again. Tell him to find a way to save Kim Taek-sun. Because this time on a different battlefield. Kim Taek-sun was helplessly kneeling on the ground. And the person who knocked him down, it was Jun Cheol-do, who ranked 3rd in the alliance. Not long after Hwang Cho-min left, Oh Yoon-taek used his waist strength to escape the restraints. But because he was angry, he did not choose to chase Hwang Cho-min. Instead, he swung his fist at Kim Nak-chun. As a result, in the next second, his face received a strong blow. But Oh Yoon-taek did not fall because of that. On the contrary, he caught his opponent's right leg. Throw him away hard? But Kim Nak-chun was still not convinced, mouth constantly mocking Oh Yoon-taek, until his nose picked up a smell. Kim Nak-chun reacted, so he immediately stood up from the ground. Pat the burned areas on your body. But the scene before his eyes made Oh Yoon-taek extremely confused. He did not know where this fire came from. We do not know when this fire started, but Kim Nak-chun remembers it very clearly. It was all caused by Oh Yoon-taek's cigarette butt. So he could not help but criticize the other person. But Oh Yoon-taek was also very awkward. He did not want to make things so serious. So I started to step back. I want Kim Nak-chun to give way to me. But the other person did not hesitate and refused. Say if I give way. What if I go after Hwang Cho-min? That guy still has work to do right now, so I cannot give way. Actually, it's actually better for me. No matter how big the fire is, he will definitely suffocate from inhaling toxic fumes. Wait until he faints. I can hand over an arsonist like you to the police. These words made Oh Yoon-taek so angry that his veins flared. If you die, do not blame me. Then he rushed towards Kim Nak-chun. At the same time, somewhere else, the chief of staff is still calling Oh Yoon-taek. But the other person did not pick up the phone. Because of this, he could not help but fall into contemplation. An hour has passed since the last call. According to common sense, he should have contacted me by now. It's impossible for Hwang Cho-min anyway. Defend for an hour in front of Oh Yoon-taek. At most he could finish the battle in 2.5 minutes. Face the situation. He had to call the housekeeper. Ask him where he is now. After knowing the other person was on their way back, he immediately asked the housekeeper, "Come take a look at the house just now. Looks like there's a bit of a problem there." And he agreed without hesitation. As soon as he turned around, he was about to go home. Again, the scene next to her attracted her attention. That was the fire truck coming, and there's not just one. At the same time, somewhere else, Kim Tae-yang is still at home waiting for his brother to come home for dinner, because I promised you I would return before dark. But now he doubted whether something was wrong with his brother. Anyway, it's so late and you still have not gone home. Did not contact me either. The gang leader is inherently brave and good at fighting. Now he's kneeling on the ground, covered in injuries. Even when someone spits in his face, he's not angry either. Just after looking around. Ask what the other person did to other people, but Kwon Chil-do was full of ridicule. What else can they do? Of course it was all defeated, more so in a short period of time. Their lives probably will not be able to take care of themselves, but do not worry, because you're about to fall into the same situation. Anyway, the president gave the order. Must take you to this Union Congress, to publicly execute. As for the purpose of this execution, probably to stimulate morale. So I made a special request to the president, location of the conference, conveniently conquer that place. About the venue, how do you feel about Cheonbit? Kim Taek-sun heard this. I could not help but be so angry that I gritted my teeth, but he has no way. You can only listen to the other party's ridicule, and Kwon Chil-do is also very cruel. I still want to let Kim Taek-sun being trampled in front of his juniors, but before that, you have to obediently stay in the warehouse. But I did not expect the next second. Kim Taek-sun immediately lowered his head. This surprised Kwon Chil-do a bit. I do not know what's wrong with the other side. Could it be that the sky has fallen? But Kim Taek-sun asked a question with a dark expression. Why are you guys doing this? Then again, afterward, immerse yourself in that small sense of belonging, even trying to live and die because of harming others. When it comes to the last sentence, Kim Taek-sun could not help but scream, but Kwon Chil-do stepped on his head with one foot, mocking the other person by saying meaningless words. You yourself have joined the Emperor Bang. Is not the reason it's called because it's fun. And Kwon Chil-do just finished speaking. Immediately a junior came up to report that the car had arrived. So he immediately threw Kim Taek-sun into the car. Then he told the driver to immediately drive. But when you say it, you have to say it again. Does your delivery company even accept this kind of service? Yes, it just need money. We do anything. But this voice, it made Kim Taek-sun feel a little familiar. If so, then go to the place I just mentioned. About money matters, you do not need to worry. But right now the driver is so worried that he's sweating. Because he is Hwang Cho-min in disguise, and all he's doing, it's to save Kim Taek-sun. It turned out that after Hwang Cho-min ran away from that house, he immediately thought about the words Kim Nak-chun had said to him. You do not have to hand over that phone, and quickly go save Kim Taek-sun. These two sentences made Hwang Cho-min feel extremely surprised. He really did not expect Kim Nak-chun knowing the existence of the phone again. Anyway, there were absolutely no signs before that, but now Hwang Cho-min does not have much time to think. You have to save Kim Taek-sun first. But from just now, the other party has lost contact. At first I thought the plan was successful, but if we speculate according to what Kim Nak-chun said, then it was during the escape. Something went wrong. But Ziseon is very good at commanding, can make people like him fall for tricks. Shows that the other person has also brainstormed. Still thinking about the problem from the perspective of the Union. What will I use to defeat them? Thinking of this, Hwang Cho-min immediately opened the Gaud map. Discovered that there are 3 ways to escape to the mainland. If it were me, we will definitely set up an ambush up there. So he immediately carried Mahoiri and started on the road. Go to the road closest to you. And everything is not unexpected. There are quite a few members of the Emperor Gang lying on the ground here. But compared to the number of people on a team, it's still lacking a bit. They probably spread out on their own and tried to escape. Among them, the point that makes Hwang Cho-min feel the most scared. Still, the condition of these people is very bad. It was obvious that he had been beaten up, although it is unclear how Kim Nak-chun knew. But at that time he made it very clear that he wanted me to save Mir Ziseon. If so the news that Mr. Ziseon was arrested is true. I have to look for it on the other 2 roads. Who knows, maybe you can discover useful clues. Just as Hwang Cho-min was about to depart, then I heard a cough again. So he immediately hid behind the wall to peek. Only one member was seen slowly getting up from the ground. He arrived in front of his teammates. Shoulder tap. I want to tell him to stand up and come with me to save the captain. Anyway, he just heard it clearly. The enemy wants to imprison the captain, then at the Union Congress. Public execution. But I have not let him finish his sentence yet. Then someone came next to him, stump his head down. What is the situation anyway? Why is there no one around? Come, can Hwang Cho-min really save Kim Ziseon? Just now, the delivery center staff finally arrived, but this time on the battlefield. Only a group of Emperor Bang members remained unconscious. So he immediately called the customer, asked where the other person is. After knowing he was in a nearby parking lot, he immediately flattered the other person like a dog, and said he would come soon, but I just hung up the phone. He immediately changed his expression. The damn delivery center. Yet I forced myself to be respectful to a boy I did not know at all. Respectfully. But when you say it, you have to say it again. Have the little thugs been wearing uniforms lately? It's true that the next generation is crazier than the previous generation. Think about this. His emotions suddenly became agitated. Until a few years ago. I'm just like them, dreaming about life. If it were not for the oppressive life. Even dogs do not want to be this delivery staff. Results next sec. The back of his neck immediately received a strong blow. The person who came was Hwang Cho-min. The reason you did that? Because now there is a way to save Mr. Ji-seun. This is the only way. But because this was Hwang Cho-min's first time driving, he was also extremely stressed on the way. But everyone behind him did not notice his difference. Just engrossed in chatting with each other. Until Hwang Cho-min wanted to be safe. Want to drive to a deserted road. Then he had an accident. Accidentally bumped into the railing. Causing the two of them to immediately lose interest in talking, remind drivers to drive carefully. As for Hwang Cho-min, he looked down at his feet. Realized I had just stepped on the wrong brake, so he quickly apologized. In your heart, pray not to be mistaken. This scene also made Kim Ji-seun cold sweat, afraid that Hwang Cho-min would accidentally reveal an opening. Because of that, he carefully looked towards Kwon Cheol-do. Wanted to see if he was sleeping, but unexpectedly he just breathed a sigh of relief. Then Kwon Cheol-do suddenly spoke up. You have a problem with the delivery center staff? The next second he raised his head and looked towards Hwang Cho-min. If changed to before, I cannot determine yet, but now I can be sure. His voice is really wrong. The two people behind were immediately stunned. Do not know what's going on. According to what the other person said, Kim Ji-seun's heart cannot heal. Pounding continuously. But Hwang Cho-min paid no attention to the other person, but keep driving, causing Kwon Cheol-do to angrily rush towards him. Want to force stop the car. But I did not expect Hwang Cho-min to step on the accelerator at this time. Causes the car speed to skyrocket to 100 kilometers per hour instantly. Drive straight into the tunnel. As for Kwon Cheol-do, he lost his strength, falling into the chair. So Kim Ji-seun immediately took this opportunity, kicking away the junior behind him. But Kwon Cheol-do quickly recovered. Once again rushed towards Hwang Cho-min. Grabbing half of his face, he could not help but curse a few words. And also for this reason, causing the car to lose control. Straight in. The next second, the whole car was emitting white smoke. The thing that makes people feel the most surprised is still this. Kwon Cheol-do was the first person to get off the bus. I just saw him staggering to the driver's seat, opened the car door wide, forcefully dragged Hwang Cho-min out, forcing the other person to ask who sent him. But Hwang Cho-min did not answer at all, making Kwon Cheol-do's face full of black lines. Cannot help but mock the opponent. Do not think you can surpass me. As a result, Hwang Cho-min suddenly blurted out a sentence. Looks like there's a sun protection film stuck on the car. It seems like your vision has been blocked. This made him tremble a bit. Do not know the other person. What do you mean? Until I heard the sound of an engine in my ear. He was surprised to find out. The entrance to the tunnel was completely surrounded by people. It turns out before coming here, Hwang Cho-min informed all Emperor Bang members. Team 4 Captain Kim Ji-hyun, currently imprisoned by the Federation, and on the way to transfer, who sees this message, immediately gather at the Gosu Tunnel, among them the leader. It was the captain of the second team Emperor Bang Go Zijiang. After seeing my plan succeed, Hwang Cho-min could not help but smile. In a moment, Jen Cheol-do was also stunned on the spot. No longer paying attention to Hwang Cho-min, there are two juniors in the car. It was finished by Kim Taek-seon. But what surprised him the most still is, Hwang Cho-min managed to lure people over, a place where the Emperor clan can besiege. At the same time, Jane Cheol-do was aware of the danger. He turned around without hesitation, wanting to escape through another hatch. But this thought just arose not long ago. Then a man stepped out from the darkness. That person was the captain of Emperor Bang's third team, Yeom Ji-hun. Unexpectedly, the entire gang went all out, just to stop a cargo truck. It turned out just now, Hwang Cho-min to save Kim Taek-seon. Do not just impersonate a delivery center employee, but also drive into the tunnel. Because you have already given orders to Emperor Bang. Gather in the tunnel. When Jun Cheol-do reacted, I immediately wanted to run towards another exit. But unexpectedly, another man came out from the darkness. That person was the captain of Emperor Bang's third team, Yeom Ji-hun. His eyes immediately turned red, silently cursed bad luck. Immediately rushed towards the enemy in front of you. But because they were outnumbered, Jun Cheol-do quickly fell into a weak position, but even so, he still kept blabbing. This behavior caused strong dissatisfaction of Wang Cho-min. I do not know what the other person is proud of, he Biksu. It's just based on numerical advantage. What's more, this is not a game of fighting alone against 100 people. It's a battlefield between students. The most important thing here is the crowd. Seeing the situation gradually become brighter, Huang Cho-min immediately prepared to untie Kim Tae-seon. At the same time, Go Zijiang also could not help but join the battlefield. With a flying kick from him, Jen Chil-du instantly flew 10 meters away, lying on the ground, unable to get up. But this simply could not appease Go Zijiang's anger. Because of the union on the same day, not only did Park Siwa get sent to the hospital, but he also wants to attack Kim Tae-seon. This extravagant attitude made Go Zijiang feel extremely uncomfortable, so he continued to beat Jen Chil-du. Ask him if he feels that Emperor Bang is easy to bully. In the end, it was still Kim Tae-seon who stepped forward to intervene. Bao Zijiang stopped just in time, because if we continue to fight, probably will cause death, but even so, he still refused to let it go so easily. Just as his leather shoes were about to kick off, then a shout interrupted him. What are you angry about? That's just the outcome of a traitor. The person who arrived was the captain of the Emperor Bang's third team, Yum Jae-hun, and his reaction was clearly different from Go Zijiang. But the conversation between two people, again, it made Kim Tae-seon feel extremely surprised. He did not expect Park Siwa to also be attacked, which is the most important thing. Still, why is he called a traitor? But Yum Jae-hun did not explain too much about this, but just stated that sooner or later he will deal with it. Now maybe that's a good thing. But Go Zijiang grabbed him by the collar, asking him back, is this a good thing? Captain of the first team of Emperor Bang was beaten to the hospital by the Union. This shows that they basically do not care about us at all. When saying this sentence, Go Zijiang was so angry that his whole body trembled, but Yum Jae-hun still did not have any fluctuations. He simply narrated the current situation. We have also eliminated their cadres. This kid is ranked third in the federation. But Go Zijiang paid no attention to this, because what he cannot accept is the current situation. He really did not understand why it turned out like that, to the point of grinding my teeth. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-seon next to him fell into silence. He did not expect Go Jiang to value gratitude so much. Finally, the sound of a motorbike engine appeared, just interrupted everyone's silence. The main arrivals were the late Team 4 members. After all, they were injured quite a bit in the previous battle. This battle between industrial masters, it was caused by a senior soldier teasing Mahori, currently with 1 per 3 of the manpower of Team 4 Emperor Bang, and all the human resources of the Federation of Industrial Masters Associations. Haderim and half of Dongjiang's manpower lost their ability to fight, plus, Emperor Bang's first team captain, Park Siwa, fell into a coma. Jun Chil-du, ranked third in the Federation, lost his ability to fight. Ended with such a disastrous outcome. With the end of everything, Go Zijiang immediately led the second team to retreat first, and Yum Jae-hun left alone. On the way back, Huang Cho-min could not help but lament that pretending to be dead was too difficult. Mahori on the other side also sent a message, after briefly telling Kim Nak-chun's situation, then prepare to come find you. But the words of Mahori, causing Huang Cho-min to fall into contemplation again, because for the chief of staff, his identity has become an undeniable truth. That's the captain of the first team of the Emperor Bang. At this moment he fell into a coma. In addition, Hong Muji was also absent. The current Emperor Bang was in an absolutely unfavorable situation. It's all because of this damn phone. Makes my life so tiring. First, just want let those scoundrels be like me. Also often experience the taste of being tortured. But now, regardless of whether there is revenge from Go Zijiang or not, I on the other hand, feel like giving up everything. Paying the price for your sins will probably be easier. Just throw the phone into the water. End everything, no matter what. Emperor Bang. But he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Hong Muji's diary was also burned? If that's really the case. So you know all the contents of the diary. Is not it just me? But the current situation, it was so chaotic that I had absolutely no control, making me want to give up everything. But I could not bear to let go. In the end, why is it all? The man's brother was a big, muscular guy. But when faced with his younger brother being bullied at school, he showed no mercy. On the contrary, he scolded me for being useless. Not only did he refuse to help his younger brother Huang Cho-min, he even threatened me if I dared to go out and say, I was your younger brother, then I will kill you myself. Finish this sentence. He immediately stormed out the door. But he had just reached the main road. Immediately a few thugs with no eyes came looking for him, and that despicable man dared to want to charge Huang Wudi a protection fee. But the other party was completely rude. Directly use an elbow on the other person, hit the man until his eyes rolled back, immediately lost consciousness. The two juniors behind him gasped. For a moment speechless, until Huang Wudi asked the two, "Find out what's going on with him." The two people just recovered from their surprise. So without looking back, I turned around and ran away. And Huang, besides having a younger brother who should not be close, there is also an extremely weak grandmother. According to what he said, then my parents abandoned me and my younger brother. But for me, this is a good thing, because the existence of parents is like a curse, will make me lose my ego, leading to my life without any milestones. Furthermore, there are many people like me in this world. They also do not have any milestones, but always want to prove the path I'm on is right. But even so, I still have no interest in them, until one time by chance, I heard from their mouths about the Daejeon Alliance. This made me a little interested, because recently many people have mentioned this name. So I immediately called the three people over, want to know from their mouths, what exactly is the Daejeon Alliance? But the man in charge is very arrogant. Opening your mouth would insult my family. So I did not wait for him to finish his sentence. Just punch him straight. Just heard a loud noise. He immediately flew 10 meters away. The two juniors next to him were in cold sweat. I do not know what the monster in front of me is. As for me, my face was gray and I asked the two of them, what exactly is an alliance? This also surprised the two of them. Unexpectedly, there are still people who do not know about the alliance. That was the power led by the one called the King of Daejeon. Yumunwan founded. Just need to be someone with some bravery. Almost all of them have joined them. Title of King of Daejeon makes me feel uncomfortable. So I asked the two of you to state that guy's location. Otherwise I will take out my anger on you. And that night I killed myself. Because these two showed me the way. Just the lowest level names. To get to Yumunwan's place, I had to go through a few hurdles. It was not until we found the union officials that we found out. They will hold a congress at Gosu Park in 3 days. At that time, the president will also be there. When I heard this news, I was extremely excited because I was finally able to meet Yumunwan. There's a reason why. I want to find him. That's because the title king can only be used by one person. I feel like I just need to give that guy a good beating. Being able to prove your worth. This is also probably the instinct of all male creatures. Wish to. But just as I was about to turn around and leave, then a man came to me. When my emotions are running high, pour me a bucket of cold water again. The first thing he said, scolding me, was even more stupid than he thought. You do not really think that, am I a... Obviously it's a trap. Do you really want to jump down? It must be known that the number of people attending the conference is not less than 100, yet he wanted to defeat Yumunwan there, then came out alive. That is completely impossible. After all, humans are inherently weak. Even if you only get hit by a car, people will also lose their lives. But the scariest thing than an oncoming car is a group. But he just finished speaking. I immediately rushed over and kicked him. But the unbelievable thing is, he could help it again. Only use one hand. This is the meeting between me and Park Siha. Also the origin of the Emperor Bang. The man wanted to be alone again. Challenge a large gang of 300 people. It turns out it was just now. Huang Wudi heard it from the mouths of union officials. They will hold a congress at Gosu Park in 3 days. At that time, the president will also come there personally. When Huang Wudi heard this news, he was extremely excited, because he can finally prove his existence. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, then a man called him back, saying, "You're even more stupid than I thought." Yet he wanted to defeat the alliance alone. And Huang Wudi heard these words, immediately got angry. Charge up for 2 kicks. But this blow was blocked by the other man. But it's not over yet. Huang Wudi jumped up really high. Use your other foot to kick Park Siha. Blow him up to 10 meters away. This also made Huang Wudi a little interested, because this was the first time he was stopped by someone else. So he immediately mocked the other person if he really wanted to teach life. Then win me over. This statement also made Park Siha feel very uncomfortable. But he still tried to suppress his anger, want to reconcile with the other person. But unexpectedly, Huang Wudi rushed forward. Raise your hand and a punch will come. This left Park Siha speechless, forced to counterattack. Want to make the other person calm down. Let yourself finish the words. The result of this punch was like poking a hornet's nest, made Huang Wudi extremely excited, directly punched Park Siha in the face. Finish this shot. He could not help but boast that this was my level. Then there was a series of attacks. causing Park Sia to fail in time, so he had to avoid it while speaking. I want to clear up the misunderstanding between the two of you. When Huang Wudi heard about it, did the other party come here to help me become king? Thinking so, he immediately stopped. Asked Park Seo what he actually means. What I mean is, can help you become the true king of Daejeon. But unexpectedly Huang Muji laughed. Say you do not need anyone's help? Just like that 3 days passed, Daejeon Union held a congress at Gosu Park. When Yu Man-won was giving a brainwashing speech on the podium, then there was a big commotion below. Just saw a man rushing up to the podium despite everything. And those who want to stop him, they were all thrown out. This noise. It could not help but attract Yu Man-won's attention. Then the two people's eyes met. This once again stimulated Huang Muji's desire to conquer, making him fight harder and harder. Just one punch can send away dozens of small fry. People around saw that, immediately spread out to make way, leaving Huang Muji unhindered. Quickly reached the front of the platform. The first person who stopped him was an officer of the Union Association. That was Oh Yoon-taek, who ranked 4th, but unexpectedly, Huang Muji only used one punch, knocked Oh Yoon-taek out. The two people behind were extremely surprised. I did not expect Yoon-taek to be defeated so quickly, but only for this moment of bewilderment. Huang Muji arrived in front of the two people and blow them out. Just when everyone was about to run away, Yu Man-won on the podium gave orders again. Tell everyone present to rush forward. But for Huang Muji is losing control. So this is just a matter of swinging your arms a few more times. And things were as expected. Anyone who dares to come forward. They were all lying on the ground. He finally arrived in front of Yu Man-won. This scene made the officials of the union regret endlessly. He originally wanted to rely on the majority to deal with that guy. I did not expect things to turn out like this. But Yu Man-won's expression remained unchanged. Ask Wamju why he attacked me. Have I offended you before? Do not. I attacked you just because you were called King Daejeon. The next second, he swung his fist at Yu Man-won. Union officials saw that. Hastily shouted, President, run away. That guy's crazy. But Yu Man-won acted as if he did not hear anything, still standing in place without moving, and Huang Muji's fist suddenly stopped. Until now, Yu Man-won's hands were still in his pockets. But he did not intend to ignore the monster before him. The reason he hesitated is thinking about how to handle the opponent. Do you know how scary the Union is? Even though this place only gathers a bunch of small shrimp, but you can also rely on the majority to drain a strong lone wolf to death. Just now, Huang Muji's fist suddenly stopped again. This made him feel extremely confused. Why has my body become so disobedient? Yu Man-won's face remained unchanged, as if it was predictable. Knowing that the other person has never experienced it before, the feeling of the body reaching its limit. The next second, he threw a punch at the opponent. After hitting Huang Muji, he fell to the ground. He could not help but move his hands a little. I could not help but exclaim, it's really hard, then slowly move to one side. Pick up the flag that fell on the ground and ask Huang Muji. Do you know why? No one runs at full speed in a marathon. Of course you cannot do that, because your body is no longer working. But his mind did not know, and his aggressiveness. Yet it was so strong that even when I lost consciousness I did not realize it. Even still being aggressive, what an inhuman monster. This is the first time I see someone like you. No wonder you are not afraid of heaven or earth. Anyway, with your level, some ordinary thugs, basically not your opponent, if I do not guess wrong. Then maybe you're thinking that even though there's a bunch of small shrimp here, they were all wiped out by you, right? But what was the result? Even if it's just a bunch of small shrimp gathered together, it can also stop you. And this is the fear of the Union. If the opponent is a wild animal like a lone wolf, so no matter how powerful a monster it is, the Union does not need to be afraid. But consider what happens next. I think it's best to abolish one of your arms. Finish the sentence. He immediately raised Huang Muji's right hand. Take the flag and knock it. But if you swear to be my junior, maybe I'll leave my arm to you. But unexpectedly, Huang Muji smirked. Whatever you want, do not be too long. Hurry up and take action. What if I just lie down and rest like this? Restore physical strength again? Maybe I'll beat you to death? Yu Man-won's expression immediately darkened. I did not expect Huang Muji to reach this level, yet still dare to be so arrogant. So he definitely stopped pretending. After all, from the beginning he had no intention of sparing the other party. Because when encountering someone with extraordinary strength, the best way is not to recruit. It's about pulling out the weeds at the root. As he spoke, his right hand gradually increased its strength, and Huang Muji's arm creaked. Right when the bone is about to break, then a group of police rushed to the scene. angrily shouted at everyone, "What are you doing?" And that cunning man just needs a glance. I knew that group of people were gathering to fight. So he immediately told everyone to arrest them. The man wearing glasses next to him saw this scene. Immediately advised Yu Munwon to leave quickly. As for me, I give orders on behalf of the president. Those who still have the strength to stand up, listen clearly. Please use your body to stop the police. And when they heard that, after responding once, without hesitation, he rushed towards the police. This made the two newcomers stunned, completely unexpected to encounter this situation. The man wearing glasses continued to advise Yu Munwon to leave. Anyway, if you get caught, you'll be in trouble. Yu Munwon heard that, immediately turned his head to look towards Huang Muji. Consider yourself lucky today. And now he fell into a coma. This is also the first time in his life. Wait until Huang Muji wakes up again. Then I realized I had gone to another place. While he was in doubt, then a man came next to him. Look at him from above. I thought you at least had some plan. As a result, he was really rude like that. It's true that, if you do not hit your head against the wall, you will not come back. So now can you listen to me say a few words? Anyway, it took me a lot of effort. Just brought you here. Slowly stand up from the ground. After Huang Muji looked around. Then we discovered that this was Xiaoqing Mountain. Then he looked towards Park Siha. Asked the other person if he saved you or not. That's right. The thugs really do not want to face the police. So cleaning up is also very easy. Huang Muji after hearing this sentence. Not only do you not thank the other person. On the contrary, he grabbed Park Siha's collar. Although his right hand was still shaking. But the tone was extremely cold. You're also acting extravagantly. Park Sia's facial expression remained unchanged. I'll just take that as saying you're thanking me. Okay. But having said it, we have to say it again. What are you going to do now? Regardless of whether you want it or not. This time, we'll become a legend about the Daejeon school battlefield. Anyway, he was the one who stormed into the Federation alone, with more than 300 people, and finally went to the president. A man who posed a great threat to him, but he was also a failure, who could not get rid of the president. Huang Muji heard these words. Angry until blue veins appeared, he raised his fist and wanted to beat Park Siha, but Park Siha's words made him stop again. This result must make you very unhappy, right? Anyway, he was originally a fighting maniac with only a passion for victory. I dare to guarantee, if anything happens, you can use this method to solve it. Then you will definitely never be able to wash away today's disgrace, because you do not have that ability. Just said this. Huang Muji was so surprised that he was speechless, and Park Siha pointed in one direction, signaled Huang Muji to look at the bright lights in the city. See, is not it very dazzling? But if we only count a single beam of light, then it is definitely too small, because you just need to rush in, break that lamp and it will disappear. But if those lights gather together, then a super large city called Daejeon will form. No matter how strong the person is, it is also impossible to destroy Daejeon, even if one or two lamps are broken. Daejeon's strength cannot be shaken. Huang Muji, do you understand these words? Want to be king? Then there must be strength. But today, do not have that power again. Strength here is force. Do you understand? After hearing this sentence, Huang Muji let go of his hand. And Park Siha immediately got into the topic. You mean you want me to organize a force like the Daejeon Federation? Yes, I see you can do it. Just need my help. He will definitely become king. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, meaning that in most cases, the king's hands should not be used to swing fists. It's to shake hands, because that way you will get better results. My purpose for coming here, I want to be friends with you. Huang Muji, after hesitating for a moment, immediately put out your right hand, holding Park Sia's hand tightly. This was also the first time in his life he shook someone's hand. But a group only has two people, not suitable to be called a force. But Huang Muji is very difficult to understand. I do not know where to go to win people over. The school fighting characters are quite excellent. A lot has been taken away by the Union, so it probably will not be easy to find. But you do not need to worry. I know a very strong potential stock. Although he is 1 year younger than us. But I have dealt with a lot of thugs. So he is called the unstoppable horse of this region. But that person, it is that Gu Zijing has not joined any forces. As for the purpose of the two people, to tame this unruly horse, I heard there are crazy dogs appearing in this alley. But the man did not pay attention, also claiming that his previous nickname, a dog trainer in the Teju region. But he does not know that that crazy dog is not a real dog. It's a person, because he's a crazy fighting maniac. Just need any thugs to pass by this alley. Gozi Jiang will handle some of them, but I heard when he was not in school yet, was able to defeat elementary school students. Wait until you finish elementary school. He beat the high school students again. Currently studying in high school, he can already teach college students. It is said that once he had a conflict with someone, then you will have to tear your opponent apart to be satisfied. So this Q&A market is also called the trial market. These guys know this. Usually avoid this era. After the man heard this story, cold sweat poured out like rain. I did not expect it to be so serious. Just as the two were about to leave, then a man came here. That person is Huang Muji. His purpose for coming here was to tame Gu Zijiang. But the other person went to a clothing store, going to get the clothes I ordered earlier, and the shopkeeper uncle, after seeing Gu Zijiang, immediately say hello to him, then take out the ready-made clothes. It's a blue jacket with a dragon image. This made Gu Zijiang extremely agitated. Unexpected. This outfit is cooler than I imagined, so he immediately put it on, asked the boss how effective it is. It's okay. He's starting to look more and more like a thug. Just when Gu Zijiang was about to say something, he turned his attention back to the face in front of him. I could not help but feel very suspicious. It seems like I have not seen anyone like this lately. Who is the person in this photo? Could it be his son? After hearing this sentence, the boss replied briefly, then placed the photo face down on the table. As for Gu Zijiang, he could not help but tease the other person. I still thought, you're a smelly, single old man. Uncle, I did not expect to have a child. It's unbelievable. This statement made the boss so angry that he hugged Gu Zijiang. Do not see me like this now. When I was young, I was very famous. Completely different from you. Then he also gave Gu Zijiang some advice. If you really want to live like a thug, then you absolutely cannot go alone. But right now, the door of the room was pushed open forcefully. A group of thugs with fierce faces rushed in. This made Gu Zijiang unable to help but squint his eyes. It does not seem quite right. At the same time, on the street, Hong Wudi is still walking. He kept looking around, wanting to find Gu Zijiang's shadow. And it's all because of Park Seoka. He wants Huang Wudi to recruit Gu Zijiang. Initial. He refused. Anyway, he never convinced anyone. But Park Seoka told him again, if you do not do that, then you can only have it for life, living with memories of admiring you Manhwa. These words made Hong Wudi so angry that his veins appeared. Unable to control the anger in my heart, grabbed Park Seoka's collar. You told me to do these things, if only to make fun of me. Then you just wait and become minced meat. Do not worry, if it's because I recruited him, then it would not make any sense anymore. After all, solid organizational strength must come from Big Brother. And anyway, wild beasts can only be tamed by wild beasts, so you can definitely leave a deep impression on him. Thinking about last night, Hong Wudi immediately became angry. So much so that, when he arrived in front of the store, just pay attention to the situation at hand. The ground was full of broken glass. There was also a tram that collapsed. Only saw a blond man covered in injuries come out from inside the house, mouth still mumbling curses. This could not help but attract Hong Wudi's attention. Look closely. He just discovered that this person was Gu Zijiang, so he proactively stepped forward to ask the other person's identity. Anyway, Park Seoka reminded me, absolutely do not use force to directly tame him, do not let him offend. Because you want to entice him thoroughly, so you have to show a smiling face. Think about this. Hong Wudi immediately tried to create a gentle expression. I confess that I've wanted to meet you for a long time. As a result, Gu Zijiang looked angry again. If you want to live, do not start a conversation. Get away from. After that, he did not bother to look back, but turned around and left. Hong Wudi was stunned on the spot. This was also the first time he met Gu Zijiang. At that time, did not. Because of that, I will meet a man. Can change your life. Just so angry that I gritted my teeth. Cannot wait to immediately kill Gu Zijiang. I just showed a gentle smile. Yet the other person cursed his entire family's 18 generations of ancestors. So angry that Hong Wudi's eyes were bloodshot. But Gu Zijiang did not care much, but climb on a motorbike to save people. Even though he did not understand the purpose of those people. But when they left, there is mention of an abandoned warehouse belonging to a large company. So he planned to go there and see first, and inside that warehouse. Again, there was a continuous scream of agony. The uncle opened that clothing store. Was beaten so that he did not look like a human. But even so, he is still trying to endure. Making the opponent angry, he directly slapped him. The force of this slap, also causing him and the chair to fall to the ground. But he still refused to give up, asked the uncle before leaving. Is there still something left unsaid? Just say it out loud. Only then can our existence be erased. After speaking, he immediately put a knife to the uncle's head. Anyway, the instructions he received were, even if it means cutting off some parts of the other person's body, you also have to make him open his mouth. But right at this critical moment, again came the sound of a motorbike engine. The next second, Gu Zijiang borrowed the power of the motorbike. Blow that man out? This made the uncle feel extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, Gu Zijiang would find his way here. The surrounding juniors rushed forward. I was going to beat that kid again. But Gu Zijiang looked disdainful. Said I just had a cramped store. Limit strength. Otherwise, dealing with the 5 of you would be too easy. But do not wait for him to finish his sentence. There was a junior who could not stand it. Din secretly attacked Gu Zijiang from behind. As a result, he was hit by a motorbike and sent flying. This scene made the others break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, I was not in a hurry to rush in. Anyway, no one expected it. That kid can control a motorbike so skillfully, so they immediately changed tactics. Surround Gu Zijiang. Do not let him use his motorbike to perform circus tricks anymore. This action also received praise from Gu Zijiang. Admit it, some people still have some brains. And the man in charge looked disdainful. Hopefully the other party can maintain this expression for a while. The uncle tried to endure the pain. Shout out to Gu Zijiang. Quickly run away. This is not a game for children. If not, you will lose your life. But even so, Gu Zijiang still did not choose to run away. Anyway, if I really do that, then in the future, I will have the face to carry the dragon pattern on the street again. Finish the sentence. He immediately took advantage of the motorbike's Perm, creates a large smoke screen, causing the others to lose their vision. For a moment, I did not know what to do. The man in charge saw this and was extremely worried. Quickly remind everyone to be a little more careful. Maybe it will come out from somewhere. Results next second. Gu Zijiang appeared like a ghost, right behind him. Then, within the smoke, a fight rang out, and it only lasted a moment. In the end, there was only one person who came out from inside. That was Gu Zijiang. But he was also injured a lot because of that. But he did not pay any attention to that. Walked to the uncle's side and squatted down. Immediately started chatting with him. Want to know the other person's past. But right in this moment, another stick flashed at him. Until the uncle reacted, there was no time to remind Gu Zijiang. This resulted in him taking the entire blow with his head. In the blink of an eye, he was thrown out. Unexpectedly, one kid could make this place a mess. And Gu Zijiang also reacted, knowing that enemy reinforcements have arrived. But this time the person who came was clearly more aggressive. Without saying a word, he immediately kicked Gu Zijiang in the head. Other people saw this and also rushed to help, make the situation one-sided. But even so, Gu Zijiang felt extremely unwilling. Obviously it's all a group of people. But them, clearly not on the same level as the people I met on the street. Not on the same level. Do I really have to admit defeat this time? Just when Gu Zijiang was about to give up, Honggu Emperor single-handedly defeated a Kalum. After that it was like cleaning up the trash, knocked them out one by one. But his original intention was not them, but to teach Gu Zijiang. But the other side did not listen, insist on relying on the crowd to defeat Honggu Emperor. He was forced to deal with them. This scene made Gu Zijiang feel extremely surprised. He did not expect the big guy he met at the market. So strong, but after recovering, he immediately stammered and began to apologize. Anyway, I offended him before, but just as he was about to say thank you, Emperor Hongwu's fist was raised high again. This scene made the uncle so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, hastily reminded Gu Zijiang to get out of the way. But the fist of Emperor Hongwu stopped again in front of Gu Zijiang. Have not hit it yet. Ultimately, it comes down to personality attraction. Only this can make Gu Zijiang, this crazy dog, voluntarily become someone else's junior. Just now, the Yellow Emperor and Park Siwa successfully reunited. But when the other party asked about Gu Zijiang, Hongyu decided to ignore that guy. But unexpectedly Gu Zijiang was right behind. This made Hongyu extremely surprised. I thought the enemy was coming to take revenge. As for Park Siwa, she's too familiar, because he once said, beasts can only be tamed by beasts, and the situation is as expected. The next second, Gu Zijiang immediately asked Emperor Wu to accept him as a junior. But this made him extremely angry. I thought the other person had not been taught enough yet. Luckily Park Siwa played the role of mediator. Let Gu Zijiang try it out. Why do I want to become his junior? And Gu Zijiang is also very refreshing. Immediately said, this is the first time I've seen a fist like that. But he was not worried about that at all. Is not it natural to worship the strong? Moreover, I feel like following Big Brother. Surely there will be many bloody battles. That's enough. After Park Siwa finished listening to this sentence, immediately get straight to the topic with the other person. Say that we want to build our own power. That is the force that can destroy Yu-11's Daejun Association. Let Hong Yu to become the tycoon of Daejun. So every day from now on we have to face battle. If you only come looking for us with the mentality of a thug, then it's tasteless. Although Gu Zijiang was a bit confused, but he was not worried about that at all. I'm just afraid the two of you are too satisfied. So the three of them immediately began to discuss their next plan. First of all, the most important thing is the name. When Gu Zijiang heard this, immediately made a suggestion, what does it mean to say king? But Park So denied his proposal. Because Yu-11 of the association is called Daejeon Boss. This leads to the monarch. It sounds like it's his subordinate army. What about the Five Emperors Association? But still denied by Park Seo. The reason is that it's too hard to hear. As a result, the name of the force he mentioned was Fire Dragon. Go Zijiang could not help but criticize this name even more harshly. Emperor Hongwu finally made his proposal. Decided to take the name Hong Dibang. These words just came out. Both of them strongly agreed. If Yu-11 is king, so Hong Di is the emperor. This showed his determination to win against Yu-11. After the three of them had finished naming the power, Go Zijiang immediately took the initiative to suggest starting the next step. 1 week, some people went to a store to buy branded clothes. To receive the Emperor Bang group uniforms designed by Go Zijiang, black camouflage jacket. The uncle was also extremely proud of this. After all, this is his final masterpiece. If sold, it would be at least 30 million won. But this time out of respect, so it's free for you guys. If so, then let's go for real. Oh, uncle. After this, nothing will happen to you, right? Do not worry. It's just the company having a little misunderstanding with me. Then it's good. Then he waved goodbye to his uncle. Chased the two people who are leaving. This is also the starting point of Hong Dibang. From today onward, the three people immediately began to march without stopping. Due to the increasing number of fights, the reputation of Emperor Bang is also increasing. The team expanded from 3 people. Unintentionally, immediately become a true force. But even so, they also did not stop fighting, and it does not take too much time. Instant ownership. The combat power is not inferior to the Daejeon Association. After the man wearing glasses arrived at the scene, immediately discovered that all the members here had been destroyed, and all of this was done by Emperor Bang. This also surprised Yu Wenyuan. I did not expect them to do it in such a short time, which has built such a powerful force. I originally thought he was just a lone beast. It seems that he still has good learning ability. Speaking of this, his hand holding the glass could not help but gradually tighten, finally causing the glass to shatter. He also resolved to play a good game with Wang Wudi. At the same time somewhere else, Emperor Bang is still celebrating this victory. Among them, Go Zijiang was the most excited. He even said he would not come home if he was not drunk today. But there was one thing he also found very difficult to understand. Why are banquets so important? Mr. Shi did not come. Huang Wudi did not pay much attention to this. Think this is just a drinking party. And Gu Zijiang spoke again. He just wants to be a little closer to Mr. Shai He. But lately there has not been any chance. Whether it's a party or a gathering to eat, he did not participate. About this point, Huang Wudi did not think as thoughtfully as Gu Zijiang. So he started thinking, Park Si-hwa, why did you incite me to build power in the first place? Even on the way home he could not think of it. In the end, it was still Gu Jiang who heard the strange noise. Just stopped Wang Wudi from moving forward. He was leaning against the wall and started eavesdropping. Anyway, that noise was Park Si-hwa's. And the other person is in the alley. It's Yu Wenyuan again, the boss of Daejeon. An all-out war between the two gangs is about to break out. But right before the war, the union president personally came to recruit people. Do not just offer double salary. Also gave Park Si-hwa a second deputy position. Because Hong Dibang has achieved what it has today. Most of it is the credit of Park Si-hwa. These words made the two people eavesdropping nearby tense. Unexpectedly, the other party came to recruit people, which conditions Yu Wenyuan proposed, also really attractive, but Park Si-hwa still refused the other person. The reason is that the union's expansion rate is too slow. If only he could unify Daejeon a little sooner. Basically, there will not be an organization like the Emperor Bang. This made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, he wanted to quickly see the unified Daejeon battlefield. And the wild animals are here, to kneel at a man's feet. So he chose to cooperate with Wang Wudi, because he thinks that's all it is, only wishes can be quickly realized. These words made Yu Wenyuan so angry that his veins pricked. We must know that the union from its inception until now, it only took half a year. The end result is clear. The two people's negotiations directly broke down. Yu Wenyuan still did not leave before leaving, forgot to mock Park Siwa for his impatience. The outcome of the Emperor Bang is already clear. This scene also made the two people who were eavesdropping feel extremely happy. But Go Zijiang was very doubtful. Ask, why not take this opportunity to destroy Yu Wenyuan? If solo, I feel you will definitely win. But Huang Wudi spoke again. He does not want to do that, because the person he wanted to win was not Yu Wenyuan. It's the boss Dejin who owns an organization like a union. Only if his clan emperor completely tears the alliance apart. That's what counts as a real victory. They are all at a disadvantage. He did not need to win that infamous victory by luck. So Huang Wudi immediately convened a congress to give instructions to all members. From today, we will begin a full-scale war with the Dejin Union. Finish this sentence. The whole hall immediately erupted into excitement, causing the Emperor Bang's momentum to skyrocket. In the following battles continuously won, gradually captured more areas of the Union. Unconsciously, he captured 70% of Dejin's territory, and this process is not smooth either. Emperor Bang in several battles. They are all at a disadvantage. Even though there are two captains leading the team, still cannot turn the situation around, because the alliance's reinforcements are really too many. After fighting this wave, another wave comes. Emperor Bang, due to continuous fighting, makes the members on this side extremely tired. Park Sheho was forced to order a retreat, but right now, behind the Union came a strange noise. This caused Gu Zijiang's confidence to skyrocket. He knew this was definitely a movement caused by the gang leader. The next second, Huang Wudi sent 7 or 8 small shrimp flying with one punch, causing the Union's attention to shift towards him. But Park Seho was extremely surprised. He did not expect Wang Wudi to be able to plan a strategy, but he quickly thought of something. Think Wang Wudi is just relying on instinct. Find your... With the collapse of the rear of the Union, Emperor Bang's momentum immediately increased. Want to counterattack and repel them, so the two sides fought again. Even though the Union side has the advantage in numbers, but still could not end the battle. As for Park Siwa, one glance saw the reason. It was because Huang Wudi, thanks to his extreme power, turned the situation around. Truly like a king of beasts, he could not help but remember the words Yu Wenyuan said to me that day. Look at your impatience. It is possible to predict the outcome of the Emperor Bang, so look at the current situation. Looks like I did not calculate wrong. Even Go Zijiang could not help but exclaim, the gang leader is really not on the same level as us. If this continues, maybe when we come back to our senses. Then it was discovered that there was complete agreement. Daejun. At the same time somewhere else, the Union also opened a congress, discussed the causes of failure on the front lines. This caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. I just had to keep apologizing to the president, making Yu Wenyuan so angry that he punched a row of members away. Because this is not the answer he wants to hear. What he wants? To be able to wipe out the Emperor Bang's bastards. Right at that moment the atmosphere became stuffy. In the crowd, someone raised their hand. Sorry for interrupting everyone getting punished together. But can I say something? But Yu Wenyuan was angry at this time. He walked up to that person and asked who it was. Did you know? A war requires many roles. We just need soldiers to rush into battle. We also need generals to stand in front and command soldiers. And most importantly, the king leads everyone. So for the king, what is the most important existence? Soldier or general? All are not correct. He is an assistant who helps the king make accurate judgments, through accurate predictions and countermeasures, to design the situation of war, that is to advise. In that I can play this role, combined, will turn the situation around. The prerequisite is that from now on, you must listen to what I say. The person who arrived was the future chief of staff, Liu Sang-che. Do you know that for a king, which role is the most important? As a volunteer soldier to kill the enemy on the battlefield? Or is it the general standing in front commanding the soldiers? None of that is true. Most importantly, the assistant helps the king make accurate judgments, through accurate predictions and countermeasures, to design the situation of war, that is to advise, and the person who can fulfill this role excellently. There was only this high school student in front of me, but his request is Yu Wenyuan from now on must listen to what he says. This statement caused a stir. Even Yu Wenyuan was extremely annoyed with him, grabbing him directly by the neck, lifted up, threatened him to tell the truth. How did he infiltrate here? This action made Liu Sangche immediately break out in a cold sweat. I hastily apologized. At the same time, he said that there were also Huang Muji spies here. Do you want to know? After receiving permission from Yu Manhwa, he immediately revealed the spy's information. The name is Kim Chil-han. Identity as a student at Wenshan High School. About a month ago joined the United Association, but he also has another identity. That was the captain of the first company of the Emperor Bang, Park Siwas Jr. These words just came out. Kim Chil-han's face immediately changed. Hastily denied. But the guy wearing glasses walked in front of him. Tell Kim Chil-han to take out his phone. Only then can you prove your innocence. But Kim Chil-han was clearly a bit hesitant. The guy wearing glasses saw that, immediately told some people to arrest him, found the phone from his sleeve, found out he was not just recording. The phone also has a contact history with Park Si-hwa. After confirming your identity, Yu Manhwa immediately let Liu Sangche down. Tell someone else to drag him down for questioning. I will personally talk to him later. 1 week. That's what the United Association is like. Send a small army to attack Huang Muji. In the eyes of others, this feels very ridiculous. It's like a goat entering a tiger's mouth. So they rushed forward without hesitation. As for the reason why the United Association does so, because this was the chief of staff's plan. He also understood, with that little force, it's basically impossible to eliminate their king, because his real target is not Huang Muji. Yu Manhwa heard that, and guessed. His purpose was to lure Park Si-hwa out. But the chief of staff denied this speculation, because Park Si-hwa is a skeptical person. He is not aggressive. On the contrary, there is a tendency to be defensive. The incident was also as expected. When Park Si-hwa learned this news, immediately asked the other person how many people there were in total. But I did not expect that they would only send 30 members. This surprised Park Si-hwa. Just prepare to observe a little more. Do not rush to leave. After all, if Lion He-poi plays the card of the East attacking the West, then we will suffer heavy losses. That's right, contact the second company for a moment. Tell them to stay still. But this is too late. Gu Zijiang, who is like a mad dog, already led people to rush forward. He was extremely angry. Unexpectedly, the Federation would dare to attack Huang Muji. But this time the chief of staff's goal was the captain of the Emperor Bang's second company, Gu Zijiang. Because of this, he sent out 14 officers, 2 squad soldiers. This forced Gu Zijiang to stop the car. In his mouth, he could not help but curse out, "Why are you so unlucky?" But he still fought with the opponent. But Gu Zijiang quickly fell into a weak position. Not long after, they had to succumb to overwhelming numbers. Only seen in the crowd, there was a junior who raised a wooden stick and swung it towards Gu Zijiang. The next second, he was beaten until his eyes widened. Gu Zijiang also lost consciousness because of this stick. The guy wearing glasses also took photos of the scene, then sent it to the president. This made Yu Manhwa feel extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, they actually destroyed Gu Zijiang. But there was one point that he really did not understand. The second company was led by Gu Zijiang, is an action team that moves randomly depending on the situation. But how do you know their exact location? To mobilize troops? So this is what you mean. This is very simple. No matter how high the loyalty of the Emperor clan members is, after all, it is just a group made up of strangers. We just need to capture any second company member. Then used his relatives to threaten him. I kidnapped that person's sister. Only made him proactively cooperate. In short, collect accurate information at the right time. Then proceed with efficient allocation. Only then can we win by attacking the enemy. After listening to this easy-to-understand explanation, even Yu Manhwa could not help but praise. At another hospital, Gu Zijiang was still lying on the bed unconscious. Luckily, Park Se was careful. Just discovered that the second company was tricked. Then joined forces with them to end the battle. But even so, Company 2 still had 15 seriously injured members. Cannot return to the front line. This is also the first time since the founding of the Emperor Bang. Completely defeated. How strong is the Federation's chief of staff? Yet it only costs a fraction of the cost. Has been resolved. Emperor Bang's second company captain, Gu Zijiang. This made Huang Muji extremely angry. But at this moment, the hospital room door was knocked again. He trembled. Really have to report to the boss. Someone said they must meet him once. And the person who came was Huang Muji's grandmother. This time she came here? Mainly I wanted to tell Huang Muji something. That is this conversation. It became the last time Huang Muji saw her. In it, the content of the conversation. It made Huang Muji temporarily forget his defeatist status. But what he did not know was, that member is an untouchable of the Union. He called. For the chief of staff, say that Huang Mujie has a grandmother. This surprised Ryo Sang-jae. Unexpectedly, someone like Huang Mujie also has family. But this is indeed very valuable information. In my heart I already had a rough plan. Hopefully you will continue to report to me in the future. Then I would not touch your family. After hanging up the phone, his expression immediately became crazy. Because of his next move, we'll push this game to the climax. And his first step is to get a photo of Mrs. Huang Mujie. Afterward, immediately gave the phone to Hyo Seong-tak ranked 8th. Let him go and torment this old woman well. As for the reason, of course it was to provoke Huang Mujie, to lure him out alone. Although this method seems old. But even though it's Huang Mujie, there will also be reactions to actions that touch our loved ones. But that's it. After hearing these words, Hyo Seong-tak could not help but tease. I heard before that there was a kid who was the chief of staff. I still feel curious. Unexpectedly, he is a person who has lost his conscience. But in his heart, he wanted to please the other person. Anyway, this kid was Sang-jae. Currently, he is extremely loved by the president. Just get along with him. Only then can you advance in the union. So he accepted this commission and prepared to do worse. Early the next morning, she still went to the street to set up stalls as usual. A janitor passing by saw her, also politely say hello. But there was one thing he was also very curious about. Do not you always receive benefits? Why do you still come out here every day to set up your stalls? She is also very helpless about this. Regardless, Huang Cho-min's academic performance is excellent. I want him to go to further school. So that little subsidy is basically not enough. But it's all because of me. Do not let your children meet a good father. So I have to try my best to raise him to be a good person. After hearing these words, Ms. Wang was deeply moved. So out of kindness, she bought an onion for 10 dong. Before leaving, I did not forget to wish her a prosperous business. Arrive in the afternoon. She started calculating interest today. But she had just finished counting the money. Then someone called out to her. The next second, her stall was mercilessly kicked away by Hyo Seong-tak. He also found a reason for his actions. Say you bought radishes at Grandma's place yesterday. As a result, as soon as I finished eating, I had a stomach ache. Could you please tell me how this debt should be calculated? But she was extremely doubtful. She had absolutely no memory of selling radishes to her opponent. As for Hyo Seong-tak, he started acting like a scoundrel again. Are you confused? Just bought it yesterday and forgot about it. Looks like I have to teach her a lesson. Finish this sentence. He immediately told his 2 juniors to destroy her stall. This behavior made her extremely worried and sweaty. I can only constantly advise them to stop, but Hyo Seong-tak not only refused to let it go, and even insulted her. Tell her to tell today's story to Huang Mujie. But she did not expect it when she heard her nephew's name. Immediately panicked. Quickly grabbed the opponent's pants leg. Want to clarify this matter. And Hyo Seong-tak was extremely angry. He did not expect the other person to dare to grab his pant leg. So he prepared to teach her a lesson. But he did not have time to act yet. Was blocked by the eyes of the people around. But stop. Ongban saw this and also spoke up to advise. Tell him to stop today. Anyway, there were too many people watching, but because of dignity. Before leaving, Hyo Seong-tak gave her a warning. Tell her to wait and see tomorrow. Then he left with his companions, and for the next week, they visit her stall almost every day. Even though she changed the location of her stall, they will still find them. Then he thought of all kinds of ways to torture her, but even so, she also did not tell the story she encountered. Let Huang Mujie know, but I just silently endured it all alone. This made her extremely uncomfortable, to the point where I no longer have any appetite. Initial. Huang Cho-min thought she was not hungry, so he put the food in the refrigerator. Tell her to remember to eat. But he still noticed a little strangeness. Do not understand why. Lately she seems less talkative. Arrived the next afternoon, Hyo Seong-tak could not keep calm. Started touching her. He really did not expect it. It's been a week. Huang Mujie still has not contacted him. This made him extremely angry. I think it's because I was lenient. That's why it makes the opponent so stubborn. So he increased the level of punishment. Grabbed her head tightly. Hit the ground hard. Only a roar was heard. Her body began to tremble. Several people immediately broke out in a cold sweat, afraid her life could be in danger. As for Hyo Seong-tak, after seeing the big deal, then without hesitation he chose to run away. At the same time, on another street, Huang Cho-min is still looking for her stall, but he was extremely doubtful. I do not know where she went to set up her stall. It was only when he was blocked by someone that he was bumped into that he regained his senses. It's also this collision, causing him to see a horrifying scene. She was lying on the ground, her whole body shaking. When Huang Choumin helped her up, asked what happened. She tried to hold back the pain and said it was nothing. It's just that I was not careful and fell. But how could such a lie fool Huang Choumin? He quickly thought of the thugs just now. Anyway, they left in such a hurry. And that group of 3 people. Run until you're exhausted before stopping. But even so, some people are still worried, fear of causing murder. Only Hyosintak is left, still trying to brace himself, constantly comforting everyone that it's okay. If that old woman is really in love, that's even better. Huang Muji will attend the funeral unprepared. The 2 juniors saw this and immediately tried to flatter him. As expected of the big brother ranked 8th. The correct way of thinking is different. As a result, the 2 people just finished flattery. Then Hyosintak's face was hit hard. The next second the whole person flew backwards. At this moment, there was a figure standing there on the stairs. Quietly observe everything. His mouth could not help but curse. Useless trap. From now, also taste the feeling of being beaten for no reason. The gangster encounters the thugs. In the end, who is stronger? Just now, Huang Choumin met an injured old lady on the road. He was extremely angry about this. I do not know why those bastards did this, and right now, Huang Choumin discovered a dropped student card on the ground. That's it. He immediately handed the old lady over to Aunt Wang who passed by. Ask her to help take her to the hospital. Wait until I finish my work. I will come soon. Although Huang Choumin was very angry at this time, but he still did not lose his mind. He knew clearly that he had no ability to take revenge on them. You can only use your mind. Think about this. Huang Choumin immediately looked towards the treasure chair, and that chair became his tool for committing the crime. The next second he smashed the game store's glass window. This behavior made the boss angry. He wanted to know who the bastard was, dare to destroy his store. The person who came was the famous local thug, Hongju. But right now on the road there is only Huang Choumin alone, so he immediately looked towards the other side. Ask if he caused this. Huang Choumin lied again. Identify yourself. I was just passing by and was hit by some big brothers. I do not know if it was done by them or not. Either way, it looks pretty scary. After hearing these words, Hongju half believed them. Want from Huang Choumin's mouth? Know the whereabouts of those people. And Huang Choumin immediately showed that student card. Say they ran into you just now. Looks like I dropped something. And Hongju picked up the student card to look at it. Immediately remember the other person's face. I just do not know where they ran to. Huang Choumin. See that the topic is going in the right direction you want. He immediately smiled. Those people ran towards the neighboring residential area. Probably not far away yet. At the same time somewhere else. The other 3 ran until they were exhausted before stopping. Panic immediately followed. They were afraid that a murder would happen. Hyosintak is the complete opposite of the other 2. He still hopes so. Anyway, if the old lady is really in love, Huang Muji will definitely appear without any defense. At the funeral scene, the other 2 could not help but groan. As expected of the big brother ranked 8th. The right way of thinking is not trivial. But I did not expect the next second. Hyosintak's face was hit hard, flying straight into the other 2's faces. This scene made them extremely surprised. I do not know the man in front of me. Why did you attack them? And Hyosintak after sitting up, I could not help but mumbled curses. Want to know which bastard did it, but Hong Jaim did not panic. Standing directly in front of those people, confronting them. At first, the 2 juniors still wanted to explain, to clear up misunderstandings. But Hong Jaim refused to believe their devil's words, claiming to have evidence in hand. If you still argue, then later there will be a few more hits. As for Hyosintak, as soon as he stood up, his face was upset. Who cares whether this is a misunderstanding or not? Immediately rushed to return it immediately. Just now. But his fist had not yet touched the opponent. Hyosintak's face had once again suffered a strong blow. This time both cheeks are balanced, watching the big brother fall. The 2 juniors still stood there without moving, until Hong Jaim took the initiative to attack. The 2 new people were forced to begin a counterattack. Huang Choumin also did not panic. Anyway, that uncle is a famous thug here. Everyone knows he just needs to get angry. Then you can do anything, let alone a few people. Just know how to make waves in school. When he teaches, he certainly would not hold back. But the next scene made him tremble. I only saw a group of students walking in front of Hong Jaim. Question what he is doing. How can an adult hit a student? Do you intend to use the big to bully the small? If so, then do not blame us for using the majority to oppress the weak. Look at the battle in front of you. Ong Jaim immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and Hyo Sin-tak took out his phone, mocking the big guy as a frog at the bottom of a well. Have not even the Daejeon Union heard of it? When Hyo Sin-tak finished saying these words, the students immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Hong Jaim. Then the situation reversed in the blink of an eye. Ong Jaim was beaten to a pulp by a group of students. This also made Hwang Cho-min understand a principle. That is, the individual absolutely cannot win against the collective. Wait until you get to the hospital. Her emergency treatment had just ended, but the doctor told him that when the old lady fell, it caused a mild concussion. If not treated promptly, problems may occur. Therefore, patients must definitely accept treatment. And we conducted other tests on the patient. The results show my grandmother has high blood pressure and cerebral infarction. Maybe it was caused by the old lady trying to work too hard. To put it bluntly, even if you receive treatment from now on, it's already too late. Hwang Cho-min felt extremely guilty when he learned of this result. It's all because I'm a useless person, so nothing can be done. Even when you were pushed down in front of me, I'm also... Think about this. He immediately clenched his fist. If brother were here then... Those thugs absolutely did not have a good ending. At the same time, on the street, Hwang Wooji went to that clothing store. When he entered the store, again the inside was discovered to be desolate. Absolutely no. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, I was still late. Early morning the next day. Grandma has woken up from a coma, but she refused the offer of hospitalization for treatment because the family really has no money, and her condition worsened. Sequelae of concussion also continuously recur. From a certain moment, she could only lie in bed all day. Then one morning, she never opened her eyes again. Grandma passed away like that, and when holding a funeral, Hwang Wooji just returned home, faced with such an irresponsible older brother. Hwang Cho-min could not help but blame grandma for suffering so much to raise us. Should not he be filial to her? But when I was bullied, where are you again? Where are you? Faced with his babbling younger brother, Hwang Wooji did not choose to explain much. On the contrary, prepare to leave, but Hwang Cho-min is extremely dissatisfied. He is the eldest grandson, so I had to stay and look after her coffin. But Hwang Wooji believes that those things are basically meaningless. Grandma is dead. Just before leaving, he asked Hwang Cho-min a question. Are you sure you heard Daejeon Association? After getting the results, he immediately left indignantly. Do not say another word. Even though Hwang Wooji did not have that kind of feelings from the beginning, but even so, he still had one question he had not asked her, but this opportunity to answer. Robbed by those people again. So tonight, they all must die by my hands. Just how scary is the angry Hwang Wooji, yet dare to be alone, rush into the enemy's lair, and destroyed 100 people within 2 hours. Just now, Hwang Wooji went to Taemai Park as scheduled, but he does not know that this place is essentially a trap set by the United Association. But Hwang Wooji still did not change his face and mocked the opponent. Do you think it's only equal to this number of people? Can you kill me? And Hyo Seong-ju thought he was bragging, so do not take these words to heart. Just listen to his command. 100 juniors blinked and rushed towards Hwang Wooji, but he just swung a punch. The group of juniors in front of him fell down in large pieces. This scene made Hyo Seong-ju break out in a cold sweat. So he immediately called the chief of staff. Report the situation here honestly. But he did not care about this. As long as he can hold off Hwang Wooji for 2 hours, it'll be fine. Do not worry, I will definitely complete the task. But after Hyo Seong-ju hung up the phone, he was extremely panicked. Afraid that after failure I will fall into the abyss. But if successful then, my ranking will definitely increase. And the chief of staff is on the other side. After seeing everything was prepared, immediately start the next step, that is to destroy Park Siwa who is alone. The only problem with this battle is Bingju's speed. Anyway, on Hyo Seong-ju's side, at most he could only hold off Hwang Wooji for 2 hours, but he only cursed once. We must definitely eliminate Park Siwa this time around. And this time the United Association's lineup is also extremely majestic. The leading general is Zhang Xinhao ranked 2nd, Deputy General Pai Xiang ranked 3rd. This lineup made Park Siwa unable to help but admire. Wen Yuan thinks highly of me. Yet he sent both of his right-hand men. But Park Seho's words just ended. Zhang Xinhao immediately raised his fist and rushed towards him. But this attack was blocked by Park Siwa. Then counterattacked and gave him a punch in the face. The force of this punch is not light either. It caused a trail of blood to flow from the corner of Zhang Xinhao's mouth. But he only cursed once. Once again taunted and then swung his fist. And the opponent also made a similar counterattack. The juniors behind saw this situation. I do not intend to stand by and watch anymore. Anyway, Captain, in this situation, still choose to continue fighting. Then, at least we have to deal with those small shrimp. Do not let them hinder your captain's fight. This time nothing unexpected happened. Both sides' fists pounded the other's face. But Park Siwa's power is clearly a bit greater. His punch caused Zhang Xinhao's glasses to break in half, but he was still very curious. In this unfavorable situation, why did not you choose to run away, but stay and fight? It's simple. From the moment you proudly appeared, the situation was already determined to be unfavorable for us. Because you guys have certainly arranged your forces on the retreat route, arranged the troops, instead of being surrounded. It's better to deal with this first. Finish this sentence. Park Si-hua immediately focused all his strength on his right leg. This makes his flying kick very simple. Kicked Zhang Xinhao out, until he stood up again. Was injured a lot? I can only hold my stomach and say, his judgment is indeed sharp. But he thought wrong. Because we basically did not arrange any forces on the retreat route. It's about concentrating all our forces here. These words made Park Siwa tremble. He did not expect that this time he would make a wrong judgment. Zhang Yuan, ranked 7th, standing next to him, immediately mocked. I heard that today is your death anniversary. What a congratulation! The opposite of his attitude. Again, Jasang Hai ranked 6th, and Kim Jintaek ranked 10th. They admired Park Siwa's strength. Only Pai Taixong, ranked 3rd, had the most calm attitude. He said nothing about this. Only then did Park Sioka realize. They already guessed I would not run. That's why I brought everyone here. About this point, even you Manhwa could not help but be curious. Want to know what the chief of staff predicted? Actually, this is very simple. Because Park Siokai is a person who thinks first and then acts. But when dealing with this type of closed-minded person, simplicity turns into a masterstroke. Therefore, Park Siokai certainly did not expect that we would launch an all-out attack. This also led to his next tragedy. But he still did not commit. Anyway, if I run away, then this plan will go down the drain. But you brought some officers with you to bet on this mythical possibility. What kind of god is that chief of staff? Regarding this issue, Li Qianho did not choose to answer. On the contrary, advised the opponent to give up, because among his subordinates, there are not many people left who can continue to fight. But even so, Park Siaka still showed his fighting stance. This behavior caused great dissatisfaction from Li Qianho. So he immediately ordered the people behind him to rush forward. Soon the two sides fought again. Although the United Association has the upper hand in terms of numbers, but for the time being, Park Siaka still cannot be defeated. This made Li Qianho feel a little respect, to the point where I cannot bear to use this method to trample on my opponent. If not, you want to overthrow the United Association. Let yourself take Daejeon. Then maybe we could have become friends. Finish this sentence. Li Qianho immediately turned around and left, but the next second, he was scared out of his wits by the figure in front of him. But he has not recovered yet. There was a fist coming down on him. At the same time, somewhere else, a junior came up to report. When our people fought Park Sioka, Huang Muji rushed into the battlefield. These words just came out. The chief of staff's expression immediately changed. Did he use some trick? Apparently it's only been an hour, but that junior, again it's him from start to finish. One by one everyone was defeated by him. Quotes, when dealing with closed-minded people, simplicity turns into a masterstroke, also suitable for him. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Qianho was punched and sent flying out by Huang Muji. Even the glass was shattered. Take that day as a starting point. The Emperor Beng's reputation has surpassed the Daejeon Federation. This is also the day Huang Muji was born. Swing his strongest fist. Made many people from then on permanently lost the ability to swing a fist. Huang Muji also became the strongest person in Daejeon. Do you know how scary Huang Muji is? He did that in one day. Destroyed 6 officers and 200 members of the United Association. Make the Emperor Beng's reputation surpass that of the Daejeon Federation. And he also became the strongest person in Daejeon. Just now, Huang Muji only spent half an hour. Expelled all 100 members of the association. This scene made Hyo Seong-tak break out in a cold sweat. Momentarily speechless, until Huang Muji spoke up to him. Is this your plot? He had just recovered from his surprise, hastily blamed the chief of staff, but the next second, Huang Muji arrived in front of him. Just swing a fist. Hyo Seong-tak's face immediately distorted, and also because of this punch, making his whole body fly straight out. Even 2 of his front teeth were broken. The pain is constantly transmitted throughout the body, making him unable to help but exclaim, just what kind of monster did I poke? But it's too late to regret now, because Huang Muji's next attack is coming. and when he appeared again, was at the scene hunting for Park Seok-ha, and just used one punch, killed Lee Chien-ho, the second-ranked person of the Union Association. Watching the captain fall, everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I cannot help but blame the chief of staff. But at this time Hwang Mu-ji lost his reason. Rushing in the crowd, he kicked and punched wildly. In just a moment 2 officers fell. Even Park Seok-ha, who was standing on the side watching the play, could not help but exclaim, "What happened in the end?" Which made Hwang Mu-ji so crazy. And because he was angry, he fought harder. The next second he once again killed an officer. Watching Kim Jin-taek fall, everyone immediately lost the will to fight. Anyway, even officers are killed with just one punch. But Lee Chien-ho was at the back of the crowd. At this point I slowly stood up. He could not help but remember the scene of being killed in a split second, just now, apparently only hit by one punch. But it made him feel an intense dizziness. Think about this, he immediately felt extremely embarrassed. But when Lee Chien-ho saw the scene before his eyes, he could not help but scold, "What exactly is this situation? Why did almost all of them fall?" Only seen at Hwang Mu-ji's feet. Lying there were 4 years of officers of the United Association, including Bae Cheol-woong who ranked 3rd. But Hwang Mu-jae stopped at this time. Let the names still standing be heard clearly. If you really want to get rid of me, then let him come here himself. Do not be like the coward who hides behind. If you dare to use this trick next time, no matter where you hide, I will also find you and destroy you. If you heard clearly, then please pass these words of mine on to you Mun-won. Finish the sentence. He immediately told everyone to get out of the Emperor Bang's area. But they still stood there stunned, clearly still not recovered from the shock. Although Lee Chien-ho was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he still tried to suppress his anger, order all members of the association to withdraw. Until now, they helped the injured people slowly leave, and in this battle, the association has been lost forever, including 6 officers and 100 members. But the impact after this battle was greater than expected. The Emperor's side also lost a large amount of troops. It also became an opportunity for Hwang Mu-ji to form a 3rd team. At the same time somewhere else, Yu Wen-yuan attributed this failure. It's because of the chief of staff. Anyway, he was very sure that we would win. The result was heavy damage. The chief of staff also did not explain much about this, because he really did not expect it. Emperor Hongwu was able to gather his troops so quickly. However, this failure is not without a harvest. But Yu Wen-yuan was extremely puzzled. Obviously such a miserable loss. What else can be gained? The Emperor's side also lost a large amount of troops, especially Park Seok-ha and his first team. The loss was particularly serious, and the biggest harvest. We have understood the principles of Emperor Hwangwu's actions. This means we know what weapon to use to deal with him. About this point, you can rest assured, I will soon create a weapon that can deal with him. Yu Wen-yuan finished hearing these words. Immediately cheerfully agree with the other person. Anyway, I cannot afford one mistake, but by giving up, Lu Shangkai has accomplished many achievements. But this is the last time. If you still dare to betray my trust, then do not try to laugh so arrogantly anymore. These words just came out. The chief of staff immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Military orders can only be established in front of the president. That's this battle. It will only end with the defeat of the Emperor Bang. Emperor Hongwu is on the other side. Then I went to the funeral home to visit my grandmother, although there is only 1 box of ashes left. But he still had a lot of things to say to her. It's been many days. I still cannot understand what she said that day. And to understand these words, I have to meet that man with my own eyes. Since then, besides wanting to crush the Union, Emperor Hongwu had another purpose. And because of this, the Emperor Bang was mobilized. Send people to the surrounding areas to cause trouble, to kidnap the thugs here. About the reason for this, Guziji unknown? He only knows what the gang leader tells him to do, so he does it. So for now, you guys are members of the Emperor Bang, and there's only one request. It is a report of all the happenings in this area, especially suspicious moves, all must be reported. And Park Seok-ha on the other side is doing the same thing. Although the other members did not think much and followed instructions, but Park Seok-ha is different. It seems he has another purpose. Until one, he called me to the place where we first met. Said that when the peach garden was twinning here, he thought we would soon take over all of Daejeon. About Park's discreet hint, I feel very uncomfortable. So I told him to just say it straight. Do not hesitate. The directive you gave recently was a bit strange. Just adjusting Daejeon is enough to keep us busy for a while. Yet he reached out to Gongju and Yeju. Those two, although Gu Zijiang said that he wanted to occupy larger lands outside Daejeon, But my thinking is a bit different. I assume you're looking for someone, because on the day the Union launched its attack, I heard your grandmother went to the hospital where Gu Zijiang worked. Now thinking, the strange instructions he gave were to start from that day. Did something happen then? Silence for a long while. Emperor Hongwu recently gave the answer. I want to know. What did the words my grandmother told me mean? It turns out that Emperor Hongwu was not abandoned. It was because of his father to protect the whole family. So I reluctantly left, but Emperor Hongwu did not believe it, thinking that grandma was talking nonsense, until the other person showed me a photo. Tell Hongwu Di to go find the person in the photo. He will give you the answer you want. Because he was your father's best friend when he was alive. But when he got to the store, there was no one inside, and Park Suko was also extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the owner of that store. Another clue to find your father. About this point, does Gu Jia know? A few days ago I asked him. But it seems that he also does not know the whereabouts of his boss. No wonder. His working style these days is a bit different from before. Turns out he was looking for a family member. Because I know the reason, then I will also do my best to help. But help. Then do not forget the reason why you founded the Hong Di Bang. Finish this sentence. Park Seok-hai immediately left here alone. As for Hong Vu-di, he was lost in thought. I want to know why I have to find my father. Family is clearly just chains that bind people. It makes people unable to fly high. All my life I've been imprisoned in one place. And due to the events of the past few days, I want to ask my father personally. Why? You can escape the chains that even I cannot escape, and disappeared without a trace. Think about this. Hong Vu-di's eyebrows suddenly frowned. Park and Jumja are hiding to the side watching. Also fell into misery. He really did not expect it. The person besides destroying the Federation, no interest in anything, yet he started looking for his father. This transformation is a bit unstable, and due to the events of the past few days, causing a war between the Emperor clan and the Federation, temporarily enter a period of peace. This is also the result of the Union suffering heavy losses. Cannot actually. Which brings. Hong Vu-di took advantage of this opportunity. Go find the owner of that store, but this made no progress. Until one. An unintentional saying by Gu Zijing made Yellow M obtain clues related to the owner of that store. I seem to remember that uncle had a son. I wonder if this counts as a clue. These words just came out. Immediately caught the attention of Hong Vu-di. Hastily asked Gu Jiang to elaborate. But he only looked at the photos. I know you have two sons. But this statement made Park Siha unhappy. He believes that this bit of information does not count as a clue at all. On the contrary, it will make more people we need to find. Unless you find more specific clues, if more specific then. The age difference between the two of them is quite large. Being older, Holden B. Furthermore, the child's uniform is large. Looks like it belongs to Cheonbi High School. Listen here. The three of them immediately went to Cheonbi High School. But they just arrived here not long ago. Kim Taexion led a group of juniors. Come in front of three people. Warn them to quickly leave here. Otherwise, it will be like those guys from the Union Association. Got beaten to a pulp. After hearing this, Go Zijiang was extremely dissatisfied. Curious as to who the arrogant guy in front of me is. It was not until Park Sia spoke up to explain. He just found out that the other person is dear Kim Tae-hyan. It's only my first year and I'm already taking over this place. It's also quite famous. This caused Go Zijiang's fighting spirit to immediately increase. Tell you two not to fight with me, let me taste it first. But Park Sia refused this proposal. Because that's not what they came here for today. So he told Go Zijiang not to say anything. Let me talk to him first. Then he proactively stepped forward to speak. We did not come today to teach. I want to find a student of this school. Hope you can help us. But Kim Ted, without any hesitation, he refused this request. Although I do not know who you're looking for, but as long as I'm still in Cheonbi, then we cannot hand over our students. Listen here. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became strange, and this stubborn look that refuses to yield makes Park Sia feel a bit familiar. So he warned Kim Taexion to think again. If not, we might go get your brother's help. This statement made Kim Taexion angry. Whole body trembled. I did not expect the other party to investigate me behind my back. But he did not change his mind because of that, because he knows the tricks of this type of person are too obvious. Even if I agree to their request now, if you need anything later, you will still take my younger brother as a hostage, instead of being led by people forever. Then why not right here? It's better to destroy the people who could pose a danger to my younger brother. Sudden change ahead. Park Si-ha could not help but be stunned. Luckily Huang Mujie acted promptly. Block a blow for Park Si-ha. Because just now, when the other person said that sentence, he was already frowning. Do not know why though. But he kept feeling very uncomfortable inside. As for Kim Taexian's condition, it's a bit unusual. His hands began to tremble non-stop. This scene made Cheonbi's people break out in cold sweat. But Park Si-ha was extremely dissatisfied. I do not understand why Huang Mujie tried to stop it. Did he think he would lose to this guy? But Huang Mujie did not choose to answer this question, but intend to return first. But Kim Taexian interrupted them again. You guys mentioned my younger brother, so do not leave easily. And Huang Mujie, to express his sincerity, actively released the opponent's fist. We mean we would not use your younger brother to threaten you. That kind of dirty game. Only the cowards of the Union do it. Listen here. Park Si-ha was immediately struck by lightning. I do not know what I feel in my heart. But even so, Kim Taexian still does not believe the other person's lies. But Huang Mujie only said one sentence, believe it or not, it's up to you. If it was before, Kim Taexian will definitely win. Destroy these people. But I never let my brothers suffer defeat. But this time I do not understand why. I cannot imagine it at all. The scene of me winning against this person. Think about this. His fists clenched so tightly that blue veins appeared. In the end, the three people were still reluctant to leave, and Gu Zijiang stood next to him. The look on Park Si-ha's face made her break out in a cold sweat, and this meeting made Kim Taexian leave a deep impression on Huang Mujie. If he really kidnapped his younger brother as a hostage, this idiot will definitely rush in aggressively, but he really is a guy with very hard fists. If Park Si-ha does not play dirty, I certainly would have fought him on the spot. If it were me on a normal day. Basically, I would not pay attention to those things, but it was directly involved. Unfortunately, Huang Mujie herself does not understand. Why did I give in there? And it happened today. Although Gu Zijiang had no opinion, but Park Si-ha is different. That afternoon he found Huang Mujie say, maybe I chose the wrong way to approach Kim Taexian. Either way, that method will definitely make him unhappy. Because I'm also an older brother with a younger brother. Right, listen here. Huang Mujie's face immediately darkened. Unexpected, Park Si-ha investigated me behind my back again. Also from this moment, he realizes Park Si-ha is a dangerous person. But the other person told him not to pay attention. I just need a little confirmation. The king who will claim dominance on the battlefield of Daejeon will lose his qualifications or not. How wild was the first appearance of my Ha-seong, his roommate. Not only did they destroy Park Si-ha's billiard shop, but also left his signature on the blackboard. Ma-seong, who ranked third in the Daejeon Federation, after half a year of rest. The Federation and the Emperor clan are once again in conflict. Among them, due to the reason of escaping from shackles, causing Huang Mujie's temper to become increasingly hot-tempered. Just think, my father left to protect them. Huang Mujie's emotions immediately fell out of control, because he thinks, that man definitely had the same thoughts as me. To put it bluntly, I just want to escape the shackles. But right now, another junior, who did not know whether to live or die, rushed up. The next second, he was strangled by Huang Mujie. Then he was thrown hard to the ground. Just heard a bang. The man immediately rolled his eyes. Unconscious. But even so, Huang Mujie still raised his fist. And when he was about to punch down that junior, Gu Zijiang promptly saved the day. Stop. But the opponent seemed very dissatisfied. Do not know what he means. As for Gu Zijiang, he was very scared. But he still said the reason. If the punch just now landed, then this person probably lost his life. Until now, Huang Mujie has just recovered his reason, so he turned around and left. Said that the rest will be left to you to handle. And the scene just now, Park Si-ha saw it all. But he did not say much about this, and one afternoon a week later, another conflict occurred inside the Steed Billiards Club. There is a man provoking a group of Emperor Gang members without any reason. He even waved his hand. Tell everyone to rush forward. And Wang Jinyong, who is considered the first team's ace, saw that, immediately changed color, directly exhorting our brothers to rush forward. Let him never touch the billiards cue again. But when Park Si-ha came here, then I discovered a mess inside. Apparently there were guests who had been here before, and the only person left awake at this time was Wang Jinyong. He feels very self-blame, but he also understood, Jin Pyong and the others, absolutely no match for that guy. About this point, Park Si-ha did not blame the other person. On the contrary, he asked Wang Jinyong, is that guy a union official? Wang Jinyong heard that and pointed to the right. It means there is a message from him on the wall over there. I only saw 8 big letters written on it, Daejeon Federation. Maksayaksin, 3rd rank of the guild, and Park Suwa for this provocative behavior. There are not too many emotional changes. Just felt like an interesting name appeared recently. But early the next morning, Park Siwa immediately convened a congress, saying that the Federation is restoring its power. In there, half of the western region we occupied has been taken away. The situation in the eastern region is also not very positive. Even yesterday, people from the Federation also appeared in the Daedeok area, where I was in charge. Do you know what the characteristics of these areas are? Hwang Muji did not choose to answer. If you want Park Saewa to have something, just say it straight. These areas. These are all places that have withdrawn their troops to find his father. Among them, the most difficult point is, the Federation has recruited a new group of officials, leading to the current situation being extremely tense. If we continue to waste our troops looking for family members, then please excuse me, I cannot accept it. These words just came out. Hwang Muji's face immediately turned cold, questioning Park Siwa. Did not he say he would help me? But the other person spoke again. He has no intention of not helping, but in the immediate future, priority should be given to Daejeon Federation. Hwang Muji, after hearing these words, so angry that his fist made a noise, but after thinking carefully, he still chose to relax his fist. Anyway, what Park Siwa said makes a lot of sense. I myself could not find a reason to refute it, but even if it's just me alone, I also have to find that man. About this point, do not you have any opinion? And Park Siwa had no choice but to compromise, agree his request, but Hwang Muji is also very conflicted, because he always assumed being stubborn towards family members is a very useless expression. So he felt both funny and angry with himself, because I keep looking for that man. Do not know the cause though, but I felt it before seeing the man with my own eyes. I'm afraid this anger will not go away. At the same time, somewhere else, Park Siwa went to a coffee shop, but he kept looking around, just saw a woman waving in this direction. And that person is Park Siwa's girlfriend, Jiang Zhuyan. So he immediately walked up to the two people and asked, Jiang Zhuyan, did not I say I'm very busy these days? If you have nothing to do, do not look for me. But the other person spoke again. How busy? It's not so bad that I do not have time to drink a cup of coffee with my girlfriend. If there really is a problem, so just send your juniors to work, right? After Park Siwa sat down, Jiang Zhuyan immediately introduced his best friend, Hong Baomi, but she seems very self-conscious, obviously because of the wound on his face, and Park Siwa also saw that. Immediately go straight to the point. Ask the other person what they want to ask you for something. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Zhuyan was extremely admired, so she immediately urged Hong Mi. Tell Siwa. Until now, Hong Baomi just told it clearly. She said, in class there is a classmate who often has a bad relationship with me. I originally intended to get to know him, but I do not know why he does not like me. He immediately called his brother a gangster. Not only did it teach me a lesson, even threatened me. If I ever hear your name again from my sister's mouth, then your life will truly be over. But until now I still do not know where I offended him, so I ask you to help me, teach that guy a lesson. Just said. Tears could not help but fall. Jiang Zhuyan saw this and quickly comforted him, but Park Siwa directly stood up and prepared to leave. He was very dissatisfied about this. After all, I told Jiang Zhuyan countless times, Hongdi Bang is not an Iran center. But right now, Hong Baomi accidentally mentioned the Daejeon Federation. This caused Park Siwa's face to suddenly change color. Question what she is saying. I heard that your relationship with the Daejeon Federation is very tense. But that guy said it himself. I'm Maxiak-sing, 3rd place of Daejeon Federation. These words just came out. Park Siwa's expression immediately became serious. Do you know? Why did Mahyuk-sing choose to join the Daejeon Federation? It's all about making money. To buy what I want. And his pay for a fight is 1.5 million won. But every time I get home, it was inevitable that he would be scolded by his sister. Because she really does not understand. Why is my brother doing this? Fighting and killing all day long. Is it possible to make money? But unexpectedly Maxiak Singh spoke eloquently. Daejeon Union is... These words just came out. Mahori became even more angry. Is scolding your brother crazy? Yet he joined that group that specializes in nurturing thugs. Furthermore, the legacy left by our parents is still strong. You do not need to fight to make money. Maxiak Singh, after a moment of contemplation, chose to tell the truth to my sister. That is, I want to buy a motorbike. Moreover, it is extremely cool. If you do not intend to spend money, then it's best to keep your mouth shut. After hearing these words, Mahori's face immediately darkened. Without saying a word, he chased his brother out. But even so, Maxiaxing still did not scold his sister. On the contrary, he praised her for being very similar to him. This toughness, and this scene, cannot help but remind him of the old days. At that time, my parents had just passed away. Although he did not have too many emotional changes, but Mahori cried bitterly in the house. At the same time somewhere else, Emperor Bang is still in a combat meeting, because Jungzim and Hongdudong Station area. They were all taken over by the Union. They even started in the Tunsandong area. Make things difficult for us. After hearing these words, Go Zijiang immediately became angry. Anyway, the offensive position of the Union, more and more often. Moreover, they also arranged more than 3 key members. In the combat zone we participated in, and while we are restrained, we attack other areas. If only Big Brother Hong Wudi was here. These 3 key members are not even worth mentioning. About this point, Yashi also strongly agreed, because this tactic really does not work against Hong Wudi. But this also let him guess some reasons that the Chief of Staff certainly noticed. The frequency of Hong Wudi's engagements has recently decreased. If this continues, that's quite a headache. So he immediately called Hong Wudi. Ask him where he is now. I have something to tell you. But Hong Wudi told him to speak directly on the phone, and he did not refuse either. Just say that the owner of the scrap metal shop used to be a scoundrel, so I'm always investigating that side. Recently, we have also received quite a lot of news. Please look at the photo I sent first. But after Hong Wudi finished looking at this photo, his face immediately darkened. Ask Park see what this is. I just saw 8 large letters clearly written on it. Comes from Daejum Maxiaxing, who ranked 3rd in the Federation. Because I've been following this guy lately, so I sent a few juniors to follow him, and this photo. It was because my juniors saw him while following him. These words just came out. Hong Wudi was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but Park he told him not to act rudely. Who knows, maybe this is just a trap to lure you out. Anyway, Mungan High School where Maxiaxing is studying, a solid support of the Union faction. I will send my juniors to scout out Lian Heap's movements first, but this sentence is not over yet. Hong Wudi hung up the phone. Until now, a smile that had not been seen for a long time appeared on Park Si-hee's face. No need to guess to know what expression he will have. The boss keeps showing that face. Let the people of the Union take a look. And Hong Wudi is on the other side. After knowing this news, immediately led his juniors to Mungan High School. This made Maxiaxing feel very surprised. Unexpectedly, Hong Wudi appeared here, but so-called power will produce violence. At the same time, we also encourage everyone to enthusiastically challenge. As for Hong Wudi, he has no father or mother. The only 2 relatives? It's the weak grandmother and the useless younger brother. People who are not related to me. Life is no milestone. Nothing can dominate me. But why do I feel here? And why do I feel angry? What magic power do so-called relatives have? To the point where I'm always being led around like that. This also led to the 2 of them not being able to talk a few words. Hong Wudi could no longer be patient. He immediately rushed forward and threw a punch at Maxiaxing's face. As for Hong Wudi's sudden punch, it also made him a bit dumbfounded, causing Maxiaxing to have no time to dodge. This punch can only be absorbed completely. Ears felt like they were exploding. Sen's buzzing sound. This made him unable to help but exclaim that the punch was so scary. I was almost knocked unconscious by this punch. But this is not over yet. Hong Wudi immediately grabbed him by the collar. When he could not react yet, one quick suction to his chest. This blow made his eyes immediately go white. I could not help but vomited a mouthful of blood. The juniors in the back also hesitated seeing this. I do not know whether I should rush in to help or not. Anyway, Big Brother is being beaten. But it's not yet time for them to make a decision. The Emperor clan's men stood in front of them. Tell them not to interfere with the leader's decision. These words just came out, immediately aroused their anger. So the 2 sides immediately fought. And Maxiaxing was still coughing violently. He really could not understand why things turned out like this. Why was this monster suddenly so cruel to me? It's like a traffic accident. But there was not time for him to figure it out. Hong Wudi came before him again, grabbed his hair, making it impossible for him to dodge. Then unleash a thunderous punch, hit the opponent's chin, even though he clenched his teeth. But there was still a lot of fresh blood spurted out. Looking at Maxiaxing lying on the ground unable to get up, Hong Wudi did not choose to continue with the attack. It's about preparing to turn around and leave. Before leaving I left one sentence. What a provocation that is not worth mentioning. I do not know if this statement stimulated Maxiaxing or not. He struggled to stand up again. Do not forget to say cruel words. Talking about myself just now seems to have reflected back, but it's a bit unfortunate that I'm the only one reflecting the light. Or maybe you should try it too. But he had not finished his sentence yet. Huang Muji's fist attacked again. But this time he was prepared. Not as difficult as before, he dodged this attack. And at the same time mocking Huang Muji. Just now, you took advantage of giving me 3 blows, right? Then I'll pay you a fee in advance. This feeling, causing Huang Muji to remember the previous scene. I alone used one hand to block Kim Taexian's powerful punch. That time his expression looked very gentle, but his arm still felt quite painful. This made Huang Muji frown tightly. Why are there such annoying names everywhere? But right now, the opponent also actively provoked Huang Muji. Tell him to get his head ready. My revenge has 2 more shots. It turns out Huang Muji was not abandoned at all. It's your father to protect the family. So I reluctantly had to leave, but Huang Muji refused to believe it. I think she's talking nonsense. Until the other person took out a photo. Tell Huang Muji to look for the person in the photo. He will give you the answer you want. Because he was a close friend of your father during his lifetime. But when he got to the store, there was no one inside, and Park Sia was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, the owner of that store. Another clue to find your father. About this point, does Gu Jia know? A few days ago I asked him. But it seems he also does not know the whereabouts of his boss. No wonder. His style is different these days. Turns out he was looking for his family. Because I know the reason, then I will also try my best to help. But the boss, you absolutely should not forget. The reason he founded the Emperor clan. Finish this sentence. Park Si-hai immediately left here alone. As for Wang Wuji, he fell into contemplation. If you want to know yourself, why do you have to find your father? Family is clearly a chain that binds people. It makes people unable to fly high. All my life I've been stuck in one place. And due to the transformation a few days ago, I want to personally ask my father, why? He can escape the chains that even I cannot, then disappeared without a trace. Think about this. Huang Wuji unconsciously frowned, and Park Si-ha and Kim Jae-si were hiding to the side watching, also fell into worry. He really did not expect it. He was originally intended to destroy the Federation, then do not care about anything else. Yet he started looking for his father. This change is a bit unsettled, and due to the transformation a few days ago, leading to war between the Imperial clan and the Federation, temporarily entering a period of peace. This was also the result of the Federation being seriously injured. You cannot act without thinking. As for Wang Wuji, he took advantage of this opportunity. Go find the owner of that store, but this made no progress. Until one, an unintentional saying by Gu Zijing, make one, obtain clues related to the owner of that shop. I seem to remember that you have a son. I do not know if this counts as a clue. Just said this, immediately made Huang Wu e.g. curious. Repeatedly asked Gu Zijing to elaborate more. But he only looked at the photo once. I know you have 2 sons, but this statement made Park Si-ha unhappy. He believes that this bit of information does not count as a clue at all. On the contrary, it increases the number of people we need to find. Unless you can find a more specific clue. If only it were more specific. The age difference between the 2 of them is quite a bit. Being older, the person is holding the baby, and that big kid's uniform. Looks like Cheonbi High School. Just said this. The 3 of them immediately went to Cheonbi School. But they just arrived here not long ago. Kim Taexian immediately brought along a group of juniors. Come in front of 3 people. Warn them to quickly leave here. Otherwise, it will be like the people of the Federation got beaten to a pulp. After hearing these words, Go Zijiang was extremely dissatisfied. Curious as to who the crazy guy in front of me is, until Park Sia spoke up to explain. He just learned that the other person was the famous Kim Taexian. Just a first-year student, he took over this place. It's quite famous. This caused Go Zijiang's fighting spirit to increase. Tell you 2 not to fight with me, let me taste it first. But Park Sia refused this proposal. Because this is not the purpose of their coming here today. So he told Gu Zijiang not to speak up, let me talk to him first. Then he proactively stepped forward and spoke. We did not come here today to teach anyone. I want to find a student at this school. Hope you can help us. But Kim Ted, without any hesitation, he refused this request. Although I do not know who you're looking for, but as long as I'm still in Cheonbi, then we absolutely cannot hand over our students. Just said this. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became strange, and this stubborn, unyielding look makes Park Sia feel a bit familiar. So he warned Kim Taexian to think again. If you do not help us, then maybe we'll have to ask your brother for help. This statement made Kim Tae-seon so angry that his whole body trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party secretly investigated him, but he did not change his mind because of that, because he knows the tricks of this type of person are too obvious. Even if I agree to their request now, if anything is needed later, you'll still use my brother as a hostage, instead of being led by people forever. Better right here. It's better to destroy the people who could endanger my younger brother. Sudden change ahead. Park Si-ha could not help but be stunned. Luckily Hwang Woo-jae acted promptly. Block a blow for Park Si-ha. Because the other person said those words just now, he had furrowed his eyebrows. Do not know why though, but he felt very uncomfortable inside. As for Kim Tae-hyun's condition, it's a bit unusual. His hands began to tremble non-stop. This scene made everyone in Thench break into a cold sweat, but Park Si-ho was extremely dissatisfied. I do not know why Hwang Woo-jae tried to stop him. Did he think he would lose to this guy? But Hwang Woo-jae did not choose to answer this question, but intend to return first. But Kim Tae-hyun spoke up and interrupted them. You guys have mentioned my younger brother, so do not leave easily. But Hwang Woo-jae, to show sincerity, actively let go of the opponent's fist. Meaning we will not use your brother to threaten you. That kind of despicable trick? Only the cowards of the Federation would do that. The words just came out. Park Si-ho was immediately struck by lightning. I do not know how to feel inside. But even so, Kim Tae-hyun still did not believe his opponent's lies. But Hwang Woo-jae just said one sentence. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If it was before, Kim Tae-hyun will definitely be redundant in the crowd. Deal with these people immediately. But I have never let my brothers fail before. During the battle, but this time somehow, I absolutely cannot imagine defeating this guy. Think about this. His hand clenched so tightly that blue veins appeared. In the end, it was still powerless to let the three people leave, and Gu Zijiang stood next to him. Once again, Park Si-hwa's expression scared her into cold sweat, and this meeting, causing Kim Tae-hyun to leave a deep impression in Hwang Woo-jae's heart. If he really kidnapped his younger brother as a hostage, then that idiot will definitely attack aggressively. But he is indeed a man with very hard fists. If Park Si-hwa does not play tricks, I will definitely fight him on the spot. Not the usual. Normally I would not care about those things. It's already been a long time since we started directly. Unfortunately, Hwang Woo-jae himself did not understand. Why did I give in there? And what happened today? Although Gu Zijiang had no opinion, but Park Si-hwa is different. That afternoon, he went to Hwang Woo-jae, say, maybe I chose the wrong way to approach Kim Tae-hyun. Either way, method would definitely make him unhappy. Because I'm also a brother who has a younger brother. Right? These words just came out. Hwang Woo-jae's face immediately darkened. Unexpected, Park Si-hwa even secretly investigated herself. Also from this moment, he realized that Park Si-hwa was a dangerous person. But the other person told him not to pay attention. I just need a little confirmation. Does the king who will claim dominance on the Daejeon battlefield have any weaknesses? The first time roommate Ma Hae-seong appeared. How extravagant is it? Not only did they destroy Park Si-hwa's billiards shop, but also left his signature on the blackboard. Ma Ha-seong, who ranked third in the Daejeon Federation, after half a year of rest. The Federation and the Emperor clan are in conflict again. In it, Hwang Woo-jae escaped from the chains. Causes temper to become more and more hot-tempered. Just think about your father leaving to protect them. Then Hwang Woo-jae's emotions fell out of control, because he thinks, that man definitely has the same thoughts as me. To put it bluntly, I just want to escape the chains. But right now, another junior, who did not know whether to live or die, rushed up. The next second he was strangled by Hwang Woo-jae. Then he threw him hard to the ground. Only a loud bang was heard. The man immediately rolled his eyes. Fainted, but even so, Hwang Woo-jae still raised his fist. When he was about to punch that junior, Gu Zijiang promptly appeared as stop, but the other side was very dissatisfied. I do not understand what he means. As for Gu Zijiang, he was very scared, but he still said the reason. If the punch just now lands, this person will probably lose his life. Until now, Hwang Woo-jae has just recovered her reason, so he turned around and left. Say that the rest is for you guys to handle. And the scene just now, Park Si-hwa saw it all. But he did not say much about it. And in the afternoon a week later, in the Steed Billiard Bar, another conflict broke out. There is a man provoking a group of Emperor gang members without any reason. He even wiggled his fingers. Tell everyone to come up. As for Wang Jinyong, the first team's S, he saw that. His face immediately darkened. Call your brothers directly. Let him never touch the billiard cue again in the future. But until Park Si-hwa came here, again I discovered that the inside was in disarray. Obviously there are guests here. As for the only person who is still awake at this time, there is only Wang Jinyong left. He extremely blames himself for this, but he also knows, just rely on them. It's absolutely no match for that guy. About this point, Park Si-ho did not blame the other person. Instead asked Wang Jinyong, is that guy an official of the union? Wang Jinyong heard that and pointed to the right. Say that on the wall there is. His message was written in 8 large letters. Ma Ha-seung, who ranked 3rd in the Daejeon Federation, and Park Si-hwa for this provocative behavior. There are not too many emotional changes. Just think that an interesting name appeared recently, but early the next morning, Park Si-hwa convened a plenary meeting, saying that the Federation is restoring its power. In there, half of the western region we captured has been plundered. The situation in the east is also not very positive. Even yesterday, people from the Union even appeared in the Daedeok area, where I was in charge. Do you know what the characteristics of these areas are? Hwang Muji did not choose to answer this. If Park Si-hwa has something to say, just say it directly. These areas. They were all places where troops were withdrawn to find his father. The most difficult point is, the Union has brought in a series of new officers, making the current situation extremely tense. If we continue to waste military resources looking for family members, then forgive me for not being able to accept it. These words just came out. Hwang Muji's expression immediately turned cold. When questioning Park Si-hwa, did not she say she would help her? But the other person said that he did not intend to help him. But in the immediate future, priority should be given to considering the Daejeon alliance. Hwang Muji, after hearing these words, so angry that his fist made a cracking sound. But after thinking carefully for a while, he still chose to relax his fist. Anyway, what Park Si-hwa said makes sense. I myself could not find a reason to refute it, but even if I only rely on myself, I will also find that man. About this point, do not you have any comments? And Park Si-hwa had no choice but to give in, agree to your request, but Hwang Muji is also very conflicted, because you always think, being stuck with family is a sign of incompetence. So he felt funny and angry with himself, because I searched everywhere for that man. Do not know the cause though, but I felt it before seeing the man with my own eyes. This anger will not disappear. At the same time somewhere else, Park Si-hwa went to a coffee shop, but he kept looking around, only saw a woman waving at him. Signal this direction. And that person is Park Si-hwa's girlfriend, Kang Ju-yeon. So he immediately walked up to the two people and asked, Kang Ju-yeon, did not I say I'm very busy these days? If nothing happens, do not look for me anymore. But the other person spoke again. No matter how busy you are, it's not so bad that I do not have time to drink coffee with my girlfriend. If there really is a problem, it's okay to send your juniors to work. Wait until Park Si-hwa sits down. Kang Ju-yeon immediately introduced his best friend, Hung Bo-mi, but she seems very self-conscious, obviously because of the wound on his face. And Park So also realized that, straight to the point, ask the other person what they want to ask you for something. As soon as these words were spoken, Kang Ju-yeon was extremely admired, so she immediately urged Hong Bo-mi, quickly tell Si-hwa. Until now, Hong Bo-mi slowly told the story. She said, in class, there is a classmate who usually does not get along with me. I originally wanted to get along with him, but he does not know why he does not like me. Immediately find his gangster brother. Not only did it teach me a lesson, even threatened me. If I ever hear your name again from my sister's mouth, then your life will truly be over. But until now I still do not know where I offended him, so I ask for your help, teach that guy a lesson. Just talking and talking, tears could not help but fall. Kang Ju-yeon next to him saw this and quickly comforted him. But Park Si-hwa directly stood up and prepared to leave. He seemed very dissatisfied about this. Anyway, I told Kang Ju-yeon countless times. Hongdaebang is not an errand running center, but right now. Hong Bo-mi mentioned the Daejeon alliance again. This made Park Si-hwa's face immediately darken. Question what she is saying. I heard that the relationship between you guys and the Daejeon alliance is very tense. But that person said it himself. I am the 3rd-ranked person in the Daejeon alliance. Ma Ha-seung, these words just came out. Park Si-hwa's expression immediately became serious. She knows. Why did Ma Ha-seung choose to join the Daejeon alliance? It's all about money. To buy what I want. His remuneration for one fight up to 1.5 million won. But every time he comes home, it was inevitable that he would be scolded by his sister. Because she really cannot understand. Why does my brother do this? Fighting and killing all day long. Can you still make money? But unexpectedly, Ma Ha-seung spoke eloquently. Daejeon alliances. These words just came out. Ma Hari, on the other hand, felt even angrier. Is scolding your brother crazy? Yet he joined that den that specializes in nurturing scoundrels. But the legacy left by our parents is still very much alive. You do not need to fight to make money. Maha sung after contemplating for a moment. Choose to tell your sister the truth. That is, I want to buy a motorbike. Moreover, it's also super cool. If you do not intend to spend money, then it's best to keep your mouth shut. After Mahari heard these words, her face immediately darkened. Without saying a word, he chased his brother out. But even so, Mahasung still did not scold his sister. On the contrary, he praised his younger brother for having the same spirit as him. And this scene, it could not help but make him remember the past. At that time, my parents had just passed away. Although he did not have too big of an emotional change, but Ma Hari stayed in her room and burst into tears. At the same time somewhere else, Emperor Bang is still holding a combat meeting. Because of Junggangro and Hongdo-dong station area, they were all robbed by the alliance. They even started in the Dunsandong area. Make things difficult for us. Gu Zijiang finished hearing these words, immediately became angry. In any case, coalition attacks became more and more frequent. Moreover, they also arranged 3 or more cadre members. In the combat zones we participate in and attack other areas while we are restrained. If only Big Brother Huang Muji was here, then those 3 humble cadre members are not worth anything. About this point, Yashi also strongly agreed, because this strategy really does not work for Wang Muji. But this also helped him infer some causes that the chief of staff certainly noticed. Huang Muji's frequency of participating in battles has decreased recently. If this continues, that's a headache too. So he immediately called Wang Muji. Ask him where he is now. I have something to tell you. But Huang Muji told him to speak directly on the phone, and he did not refuse either. Immediately said, the owner of that scrap buying store seems to have been a scoundrel in the past, so I'm always investigating there. Recently a lot of information has been obtained. Please look at the photo I sent first. But after Huang Muji finished looking at this photo, his face immediately darkened. Ask Park Siwa what this is. I only saw 8 large letters clearly written on it. Comes from Dejum, Maksaiak Singh, ranked 3rd in the league. Because lately I've been following this guy. So I sent a few juniors to follow him, and this photo. It was because my juniors saw it while following him. These words just came out. Huang Muji was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But Park Seokwa told him not to act rudely. Maybe this is just a trap to lure you out. Anyway, the private high school that Maksaiak Singh is at, a solid support for the union side. I will send my juniors to scout out the alliance's movements first. But this sentence is not over yet. Huang Muji on the other side hung up the phone. Until now, a smile appeared on Park Seokwa's face that he had not seen in a long time. No need to guess to know what his expression will be like. Boss, you just keep that look on your face. But show it off to the alliance people. And Huang Muji is on the other side, after knowing this news, immediately led his juniors to Mungwon High School. This surprised Maksaiak Singh. Unexpectedly, Huang Muji would appear here. But so-called strength will create violence. At the same time, it also nurtures the spirit of challenge in everyone. As for Wang Muji, he has no father or mother, the only 2 relatives. Again, the weak grandmother and the useless younger brother. People who are not related to me. There is no life with a special mark. Nothing can control me. But why do I feel here? But feel so angry. What magic power do so-called relatives have? Which makes me always be led by the nose like that. This also led to the 2 people not being able to talk a few words. Huang Muji could not keep calm, which swung his fist toward Maksaiak Singh first, and Huang Muji's sudden punch. It also made him a bit stunned, causing Maksaiak Singh to have no time to dodge. This punch can only be eaten completely. His ears seemed to explode instantly, transmitting beeping sounds. I could not help but make him exclaim. The punch was so scary. I was almost knocked unconscious by this blow, but it's not over yet. Huang Muji immediately grabbed his collar, when he could not react yet. Immediately, a shot was thrown up and hit him in the chest. This shot made his eyes instantly roll back. Unable to bear it, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The juniors behind saw this and hesitated. I do not know if I should rush in to help. Anyway, Big Brother is being beaten. But it's not yet time for them to decide. The Emperor Gang's group of people blocked them. Do not allow them to prevent the gang leader from executing. These words just came out, immediately aroused their anger, so the 2 sides fought wildly. And Maksaiak Singh was still coughing and choking. He really did not understand why things turned out like this. Why did this monster suddenly act so cruelly towards me? It's like a traffic accident. But there was not time for him to figure it out. Huang Muji was in front of him again, grabbed his hair tightly, making him unable to avoid it. Then came a powerful hook punch, hit the opponent's chin. even though he clenched his teeth. But still a lot of fresh blood spurted out. Looking at Maxiexing lying on the ground, Huang Muji did not choose to continue paying more, but prepared to turn around and leave. Before leaving, he muttered one sentence. What a provocation worth mentioning. I do not know if this statement stimulated Maxiexing or not. He tried to stand up again. Do not forget to say harsh words. Saying I just now is like reflecting back light. It's a pity that I'm the only one reflecting the light. Or should you try it too? But he has not finished speaking yet. Huang Muji's fist once again attacked. But this time there are preparations. He's no longer as pathetic as he was just now. He dodged this punch, at the same time mocking Huang Muji. You just gave me 3 previous attacks, right? So I'll pay you a fee first. This feeling, causing Huang Muji to recall the previous scene. I single-handedly blocked Kim Taexian's thunderous punch. That time on the outside, he seemed very gentle, but his arm still felt quite a bit of pain. This made Huang Muji frown. Why are there so many troublesome people? But right now, the opponent actively provoked Huang Muji. Tell your head to prepare its position. I have 2 more revenge attacks left. The man simply asked a question. Was beaten again by the opponent until he became a vegetable. But even to death he did not understand. Is that little thing really worth getting so angry about? Just now, Maxiexing, who was knocked down on the ground, stood up again, and eloquently declared yourself, will return the last 3 attacks. Tell Huang Muji's head to prepare its position. These words made the other person so angry that his eyes turned red. Immediately declared that he would make him regret standing up. Finish the sentence. He immediately rushed towards Maxiexing. But Huang Muji's attack was dodged by the opponent. At the same time, launch a counterattack. Use force to punch him straight in the chest. This shot made Huang Muji frown. But it's not over yet. Only to see Maxiexing continue to pose like he was swinging his fist. Punch hard on the opponent's chin. But this shot was blocked by Huang Muji with his hand. This also made Maxiexing firmly believe in that rumor. It is impossible not to admit that Huang Muji is absurdly strong, and he is extremely difficult to understand. Want to know why the other person did that? Is it to provoke me? But his words made Maxiexing bewildered. He did not know what Huang Muji was actually saying. Why do I have to provoke someone I've never met before? Until Huang Muji mentioned the graffiti, he just remembered something. But he still does not understand. Is not that just a simple question? Perhaps he would because of that small matter. Why do you get angry? As for Huang Muji after hearing his answer, immediately release your right hand. Just when Maxing thought it was all over, Huang Muji suddenly became angry again, swinging a thunderous punch towards Maxiexing. He had no choice but to raise his hands in defense, but he was still extremely worried. What if I cannot block this punch? I'm afraid he will die on the spot. And the person who blocked this punch was not any better. His right hand sent a sharp pain, begins to tremble uncontrollably. But the moment he fell down, Huang Muji lifted his right leg. Only a pause was heard. He was kicked out. Until Mahasung stood up. Even standing was a bit difficult. But he did not care about his injury. On the contrary, he looked to the other side of the battlefield, discovering that juniors have fallen into a weak position. If we keep fighting, losing is inevitable. So he tried to get up. Shout out to everyone, Linjian's brothers. Everyone go ahead. We cannot beat this guy. In any case, their target is not Linyan. It's me. So there's no need to drag you guys in. But they fell into conflict. For that matter anyway. Cannot leave Big Brother alone. But Mahasung smiled to reassure everyone. Everyone just listen to me. I know moderation. And those who faltered immediately agreed to this order. He also advised his teammates not to see him like that, but actually he is a very profound person. He certainly has a way to deal with us. Just trust the boss. For this behavior of theirs, Emperor Bang's group of people looked disdainful. Even Mahasung could not help but tease them. Tell you guys, so you guys really left? It was not until Huang Muji asked a straightforward question. He regained composure and said, let's try it. What are you planning? Do you think you can beat me? Mahasung smiled helplessly. Do you think it's possible? Now I cannot even hold my fist. I said so just now. It's just made up for men's pride. If so, then you just die. From now, this competition has become a one-sided crush. Perhaps it cannot even be called a competition. It's a one-way teaching. Even Emperor Bang's group of people stood and watched. I could not help but start to feel sorry for Mahasung. But he still gritted his teeth and endured it. This made Huang Muji even angrier, making the fist hit him even harder, until he could not stand up anymore. But later Huang Muji deeply regretted it. I think I should not have thrown that punch, but the development of things cannot be changed. Mahasung just fell down and never wake up again. After day, Huang Mujie and his subordinate army has entered the police suspect list. But fortunately, no one saw Ma Hasung fall. Therefore, it is impossible to localize the suspect. But Lingyan's people, again, they all pointed out Huang Mujie as the culprit. If this continues, use the excuse that there are no witnesses to delay time. I'm afraid it will not work, but if we do not handle this quickly, will result. The police began to pay attention to this Hong Emperor Bang organization. But then, the Emperor clan will face a major crisis regarding survival. In the end, it only benefits united destruction. So Huang Mujie, how do you plan to take responsibility? But his sentence was not finished yet, was interrupted by Gu Zijiang's voice, because even him, I also felt that Park Siwa's words were a bit strange. It feels like I'm advising the boss to go to jail. About this point, Chosua also happily admitted, anyway, there is no better way right now. But Go Zijiang was extremely dissatisfied with this. If the clan leader is captured now, then the organization will fall into a state of paralysis. At that time, Emperor Bang will be completely finished. There is no turning back anymore. But Park Sihua did not agree with his way of saying this. Without Huang Mu, Emperor Bang will be finished. Is this an international joke? Then I kick him in, and that's it. Just like that, the problem is considered resolved. But Huang Mujie refused this proposal, because Go Zijiang is the action captain of the Emperor Gang. Also the spear of Emperor Bang, no one can replace your position. After Gu Zijiang heard these words, he was deeply moved. He also did not expect it. The leader of the gang thinks so highly of me. So he came up with a middle-of-the-road plan. That is to find someone who voluntarily sacrifices himself. After all, the Emperor Gang is a bunch of volunteers. Italy sacrificed his life for his brother's master. That night, Gu Zijiang immediately convened a congress. I believe everyone knows the current situation well, although it seems very complicated. But the solution is actually very simple. It's one of you who will replace the clan leader. Who is willing to receive this honor? Please raise your hand. The moment Go Zijiang finished saying this sentence, countless hands were raised simultaneously, just as Gu Zijiang said. There are countless people willing to go to prison instead of Huang Mujie. So this time he safely overcame the danger, and this very moment, he then understood the words that Park Siwa said to him at that time. Want to be king? There must be power. Just like that, a year has passed. Huang Mujie brought a girl to meet the two again. This surprised Gu Zijiang. Unexpectedly, even the gang leader has a girlfriend. So he continuously asked the girl a few questions. Want to know what her name is? And how did the two of you know each other? But when the girl said her name was Maheri, Park Siwa's expression changed slightly. Then a sinister smile appeared. Maybe something interesting will happen. Huang Mujie has a conflict with Park Siwa. And all of this, it all has to start with Huang Mujie knowing Maheri. Actually, this process is not complicated at all. Huang Mujie, like always, went to fight on the street. But suddenly, there was a round of applause from behind. When he turned around, immediately saw a girl wearing a school uniform. He was extremely curious. Did the other person learn wrestling or something? This was the first time he saw someone fighting so fiercely. But Huang Wudi did not answer the girl's question. On the contrary, he asked who she was. After learning her name is Mahori, Huang Wudi immediately left without looking back, regardless of whether the other person has good feelings for you or not. Because of the name Mahori, makes him feel extremely hated, but the opponent grabbed him again. Tell him to wait a moment. This made Huang Wudi feel speechless. Did not you hear me tell you to go away? But Mahori hesitated to speak. Can you give me your phone number? This is my first time doing this, because you are the type of person I like. But Huang Wudi still did not agree, and Mahori also did not give up. She often appears in front of Huang Wudi and asks for his phone number. Just try that 7 or 8 times. Mahori just chose to take a step back. Ask the other person's name. If even this you will not tell me, then I will follow you all day. Not until you tell me your name. Hearing these words, Huang Wudi finally lost patience. Tell her your name. Just like that, the two become involved at least by knowing each other's names. Until later, one day he was walking on the street. Then he discovered that there was a girl sitting on his motorbike. That is Maha. This made Huang Wudi feel extremely uncomfortable. So he walked up to her, urging Mahori to quickly get out of the car. But she also could not bear it, because this is her brother's dream car. But now even if I can buy it, then he probably cannot ride anymore. This statement aroused Huang Wudi's curiosity. Want to know why? About this point, Mahori did not choose to hide it. My brother had a car accident. Moreover, he was hit by the motorbike he dreamed of. He's really stupid, is not he? But Ma Haori had not finished her sentence yet. From afar, 3 female students approached. The leader. As soon as she saw Mahori, she immediately scoffed. Yet you dare to splash water on my face and run away. I really do not want to live anymore. As for Mahori, she is also used to this, so she calmly explained to Huang Wudi, they are my school friends. It's just you that I hate. After all, I am an orphan with no father or mother. Now even his brother has become a vegetable. Is not that the most suitable target for them to bully? So today they forced me to clean the toilet. But I threw water to wash the rag on him. Now you're probably coming to me to settle the bill. If my brother was still here, surely they would not dare be so outrageous. Sorry, maybe I said too much. Anyway, we're not very close yet. Having finished speaking, she waved to Huang Wudi. But right now, Huang Wudi called Mahawari again. Tell her to get in the car. Because of what she just said, helped Huang Wudi understand something. This made Mahawari extremely surprised. But after hesitating for a moment, she immediately ran towards Huang Wudi. This startled the 3 people behind. Ignore everything and chase after me. But Mahawari was already sitting on the motorbike. This made the top female student feel extremely uncomfortable. I do not know who that big guy is, yet you dare meddle in her affairs. But the next second, Huang Wudi's motorbike immediately sped away. When passing by, it also made the female student fall to the ground. The feeling of a motorbike speeding away made Mahari feel extremely happy. At this moment, she finally understood. Why does my brother want a motorbike for himself? But Mahori was still very curious. Why did Huang Wudi save her? Before that, he clearly told her to go away. But Huang Wudi did not answer her question. On the contrary, he asked, does your biological brother love you very much? Just heard your idea. It seems like he always protects you. It's more accurate to say protection, but apparently not really. I also do not know how to imagine my brother. It seems like he does not want to see the timid and useless me, because I keep crying all day. Also looks like he has no will to progress, so he can only protect me. Compared to that, I'm more like his chain. Without me, he must have bought a motorbike a long time ago. Of course, I'm also very upset with him, because he always whispers in my ear not to come home too late. Do not let me do this or that. But now there are no longer those constraints, but I do not feel free. On the contrary, they put heavier chains on themselves. But when it comes to this, Mahori felt extremely guilty. It seemed like she was talking too much to herself, but Huang Wudia expressed sympathy. Because he really understands that feeling too well. Maybe it's because sympathy for the person wearing the bloody chains. So Huang Wudi gave Mahori his contact information. Choma. After hearing this story, Go Zijiang fell into contemplation. A moment later, he asked a new question. Who confessed first? Speaking of this, Gu Zijiang appeared very agitated. But Huang Wudi was a little confused. I do not know what confession means. And Gu Zijiang was speechless. Maybe exchange phone numbers. So it's already a date. After Huang Wudi introduced Mahawari to the brothers, she quickly considered herself a member of the Emperor clan because her personality is very sociable. On weekdays, when I'm with everyone, I get along very well. We will often go sing karaoke together. Until one Park Shaiho holds a meeting. Say we have successfully regained it. Areas that have been robbed before. Now we have to take advantage of the victory and rush forward. And Gu Zijiang also gave his understanding. That is trying to concentrate troops to conquer them. But Park Shaiho shook his head. Compared to the current alliance, Hong De Bang, in terms of numbers, we are still in a weak position. So another area, defense forces must also be on standby at a minimum level. I mean, send Huang Wuji behind the alliance's battlefield. While their attention was attracted by Huang Wuji, then we will proactively attack, but this battle plan, again causing dissatisfaction for Mahueri, because this is a plan to use Huang Wuji as bait. About this point, Park Xia felt extremely angry. Immediately said, this is not a place where you can enter and exit on your own. But Mr. Wuji said he had something to do. Tell me to wait here for him. Park Xia had to compromise on this. Tell Mahari to find a corner to sit by. We have something important to talk about. As a result, Mahori objected again. I'm just a person without you, Wuji. So nothing can be done, right? Park Xia's face immediately darkened. If you do not understand, do not say nonsense. But Mahari spoke more and more enthusiastically. He is the second in command of the Emperor Bang. Yet he said he wanted to bring the family up. Your use of words is also very rude. And these words of Mahuiri aroused Gu Zijiang's deep sympathy. Then he fell into deep contemplation. But Park Xia walked in front of Mahuiri. Confront him. What do you see me as? Do I look like Huang Wuji's support role? But his expression still did not change. Speak your mind. the second family of the Emperor clan. Support role for Mitsuwuja. But the words are not finished yet. Park Sihai immediately slapped him. Gu Zijiang on the side saw this and gasped. Do not know what to say. You're just a toy of Wang Wuji. If you do not want to die, then know your position clearly. But right now, the meeting room door was opened again. Huang Wuji went straight inside. His expression was also extremely gloomy. Asked Park Sia about the current situation. A reasonable explanation must be given. Do you believe it? Daejun also hides a third force. That is Thu Kuk founded by Huang Wuji's father, in which Thu is Wang Chu Seal. And Kuk, it was Liu Sang-jae's father Liu Gukhan, just like the name. The founding members of this violent organization were only two people. One person, Huang Chu Seal, was in charge of fighting. One person, Liu Gukhan, is in charge of consulting. But it is this violent organization, claimed to dominate all of Daejun. Just now, Park Sia slapped Mahori, leading to Huang Wuji arguing with him. Want the other person to give a reasonable explanation. But even so, Park Sia still did not change his face. Speaking of which, the lady is a bit inconsiderate. So I just reminded her a bit. Let her not interfere in the Emperor Bang's affairs. And Huang Wuji also heard the meaning of Park Sia's words. So say it straight away. Ask if the other person is making fun of you. But Park Sia felt very funny. The person who should be paying attention to Emperor Bang should be you. Yet since I've known that girl, I have not seen you at any hunting meetings. Could it be that you let Ma Hoeri lead the hearing? After Huang Wuji heard these words, he was so angry that his veins appeared, but he still tried to suppress his anger. Asked Park. So what do you want me to do? If you have something, say it directly. Do not beat around the bush. What I mean is, now is not the time to immerse yourself in the beauty of snow and moon. Should I let me say it plainly? Then you understand? About this point, Huang Wuji really could not find any reason to refute. But that was a different story from him beating Ma Haweri. Finish the sentence. Huang Wuji immediately raised his fist. This action made Park Sia feel extremely dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, Huang Wuji fell for a woman. I want to shake my fist at him. So he immediately took a stance to prepare for a counterattack. But right now, Ma Huari suddenly appeared between the two again. Prevent this dispute. Anyway, he did too much? Obviously you are not a member of the organization, but relying on his relationship with Wang Wuji makes him too arrogant. So Siha and Gomai also stop. If you still intend to follow the plan, then the two of you should not touch anything now. But Park Siha did not accept the other person's good intentions. On the contrary, he mocked the smooth-speaking Ma Hueri. But her man does not seem to be planning to stop. And Huang Wuji's attitude was just as the other person said, want to take this opportunity to correct Park Sia's arrogant attitude, until Mahori hugged Wang Wuji's arm. Then his attitude changed a bit. Anyway, if two people start fighting, then Mahori will become a bad woman. So he immediately begged Huang Wuji to respect him. That's all for today. But Park Sia spoke again. It does not make any sense for Mahori to do that. Huang Wuji will not stop for that reason. But the results exceeded expectations. Huang Wuji actually chose to stop. Just glanced at him before leaving. This made Park Sia feel extremely uncomfortable. In my heart I silently cursed, you idiot. Just continue to listen to Mahori. Even who that person is, do not know either. As for Go Zijiang on the other side, he did not know what to say. It's like it's been forgotten, but having said it, we have to say it again. Yet there was someone who was able to drag the boss away. Is it possible that Mahori's arm strength is amazing? Think about this. Go Zijiang's forehead could not help but break out in cold sweat. But right now, someone called him again. This surprised him greatly. Hastily chased after Huang Wuji, who was about to leave. Tell him to wait a moment. Because the uncle from the purchasing store called. So the two of them followed as scheduled. Go to the location at the beginning of that street. But this place is an old amusement park. There was not a single person inside. When Huang Wuji just stepped onto that sandy beach, old memories began to appear in his mind. It is the memory of a man playing with a child. The scene at that time was also at an amusement park, causing Wang Wuji to experience a scene of love, but fall into memories. Just a little forgotten. What does that man look like? But right now, Uncle suddenly appeared from behind. As soon as they met, he greeted Gu Zijiang, asked how the other person is doing. Have not waited for the two of them to chat a few words. Huang Wuji walked in front of him, make him reveal his father's location. As for you, it's as predictable. I know Grandma will tell Huang Wuji about this. Just a little surprise? Unexpectedly, you also inherited your father's hot temper. Before he used to pray. Definitely do not pass this trait on to your children, but do not worry. Today I came to tell you everything, but before that, Gu Zijiang, You have to stay away for a bit. But Go Zijiang looked dissatisfied. After all, I'm Wang Muji's right-hand man. What cannot you hear? He still patiently explained. This person's family background is a bit complicated. I'm afraid it's inconvenient for others to know. Please forgive me. And Gu Zijiang saw that and was no longer stubborn. But this made him feel extremely surprised. I did not expect the other party to become so obedient. After Gu Zijiang left, he began to tell everything. At the beginning, I do not even know where to start. After thinking for a while, I decided to start by establishing Kyuju, but this made Huang Mujie feel extremely surprised. Ask if the other party is Kyuju Group, and I do not deny it either. It's the Kyuju Group that you're familiar with. Since developing from Daejeon Center, it has become an institution in the medium enterprise industry. But in the beginning, Kyuju is not such a big business. Its predecessor, it's a violent organization founded by your father and uncle. As for the name Kyuju, it also does not mean much. Just took the character Q from your father's name Huang Qiuxu, and the letter Ju in Uncle Liu Juhan's name. Although the origin of the name is very simple, but we're doing pretty well. There are also about 1,000 juniors. Only that is all your father's credit. For those who stand in Kyuju's way, almost all were defeated by Huang Qiuxu's fists. As for your role, just grasping Kyuju's direction, if it must be defined. Basically, it's an advisory role. Under our combined efforts, Kyuju's power gradually grew stronger, has annexed other violent organizations. Several decades later, the violent organization Kyuju has only 2 founding members. Unintentionally, has obtained the title of Kyuju Group, and problems also started appearing from that moment. Anyway, running a business, it was not possible to rely on Huang Qiuxu's force. This puts his tactical head to work. It is also difficult to easily resolve. In the end, it was the only way he came up with, is to establish the Kyuju Reserve Team. Policy of this, to cultivate elites who can help Wang Qiuxu and Uncle Kyuju leader, because at that time I felt, unlike my uncle, who came up from the lower class, talented people are nurtured in a state where everything is ready. It can definitely solve all of Kyuju's problems. And the first object of this plan, it's Uncle Liu Sangjin's son, so I started training him since he was in middle school. Start training it, educational content in it, they all revolve around Kyuju and deploy. For example, the method of running an organization, and the skill to trample enemies. The end result was also very successful. This kid is not yet an adult. Kyuju's problems have been improved a lot. But just when things were going well, another big thing happened. It's Huang Qiuxu has had her second child. At that time he was very excited, because Kyuju's successor has finally arrived. Furthermore, your appearance is completely identical to Qiuxu. But because I was too excited, make yourself ignore a monster's voice, beginning to have evil intentions. On the day Huang Muji was born, a monster called Desire was born in Liu Sangjin's heart. It began to show its fangs and claws, to build his own power within Kyuju. It single-handedly led to many geniuses. In a few short years, Huang Qiuxu has had her second child, and Liu Sangjin also took the position of Deputy General Kyuju, has the status to periodically participate in the board of directors. But it's still not satisfied with this. On the contrary, he was still thinking about how to usurp the throne. So it was scheduled for today. Not long after that, there was a group of people dressed in black holding machetes, went to its office. Until now, its expression became fierce, but it just leisurely said one sentence, "Let's start." When Li Juhan saw this scene, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked extremely panicked, because at that time he basically unexpected. My son did it again. Regarding Liu Juhan's question, it seemed very calm. What's so surprising? Father, did not Dad once teach you to dedicate yourself to Kyuju? Then for that reason, I will eliminate useless people. Just based on his fists, he earned the title of Li. So this can also be considered thinking for Kyuju. And Huang Qiuxu also understood what it meant, so he took a few steps forward, arrive in front of Liu Sangjin and confront it. Anyway, pulling a knife towards his father. It's a bit too ungrateful. Surely Liu Juhan did not teach his children like that, but it still did not change its appearance. On the contrary, he asked Qiuxu to sympathize with him. Because of my juniors, there is no one who can defeat him with his bare hands. And this explanation by Liu Sangjin clearly did not receive Huang Qiuxu's sympathy. He turned black and stared at the other person. The hand clenched into a fist made a cracking sound. Lu Kukhen stood next to him and could not bear it, and scolded Lu Thongqin. You idiot! Do you think it's just with machetes? Can you deal with Wang Chuseal? And he happily admitted this. Say it's just a minimum insurance measure. The weapons I prepared have other people. Those are Huang Mujie and Huang Chomin. Do you think these two weapons have enough range? The words just came out. Huang Chuseal's face immediately turned black as ink, but Lu Thongchan seemed to see nothing. Still talking to myself, from now, who dares to go against my hospital's wishes? The two of them will at some point in their lives, which was quietly dragged to hell. Anyway, Dad, you cannot stay healthy forever, but stay beside your children. The scene before his eyes made Lu Tuanhan immediately freeze. He could only continuously curse himself, but inside he was very scared, afraid of the son who has turned into a monster, also afraid it will die under Huang Chuseal's fist. Anyway, in this world, no one understands the strength of his brothers better than himself, but Huang Chuseal did not do so. In the end he chose to give up, handing over Thu Kuk that I have worked hard to build for many years. For Lu Shen, the only requirement is not to touch your child. That man of steel and stone finally became a father. Just like that, the era of Huang Chuseal and Lu Juhan ended. And Lu Thongchen also smiled at this. I could not help but praise him. He made a wise decision. But he was not satisfied with this. Opposite. Constantly oppressing me and your father, the people who founded Thu Kuks. Like if we did not disappear from this world, then he would not stop either. If so, then you and your brother clearly cannot be at peace. So Huang Chuseal, as his grandmother said, to protect you guys, chose to leave. But Huang Muji is extremely difficult to understand. Why have not you told me everything until now? Considered a ransom. It's a crime in any case, from a certain angle. It was I who caused you to lose your father. So I always wanted him to meet his father, because it's not like me. Father and son can meet each other. Until now, Huang Muji just asked the question, which I want to know the most. Do you know where that guy is? But he shook his head. I do not know the specific location, but I can guess where he is, because when Thu Kuk was still a violent organization, a number of strongholds have been established. Capital. Used as a headquarters when fighting with other organizations. Huang Mujie always thought she was an abandoned person. Although we have many bases nationwide. But there are 5 places in there. Only Huang Chuseal and I know where it is, and he is definitely in one of those places. Lu Kukhen then told him the location of those strongholds. Let me know. Also asked Huang Muji to send his regards to his father. But after Huang Muji learned about this, again I did not choose to leave immediately, but I went to Taewong Mountain to write a diary. Because this is where the Emperor Bang was founded. But he has a very big place in his heart. But live until now. Huang Mujie always thought she was an abandoned person. So in his life he has never had a milestone. This is also the reason he thinks he can do as he pleases. That's right, Huang Mujie for life. There has never been any responsibility or guilt, including injuring my Hasun and my father. Have you lived like that? After all, why do I think like that? Seeing my father once so heroic, yet he gave up everything. After all, what is the reason? What made him make such a choice? This made Huang Mujie feel confused for the first time. I really want to know. But in the end there is only one answer. Because of that he had to leave. In a recent battle. Even Go Zijing noticed Huang Mujie's strangeness. So he asks what? Did you see? Is the sound of Big Brother Mujie's beating a bit different? It was originally that tinkling feeling, but now it's done again. Even though Park Siwa did not understand what he meant, but he could see it too. Huang Mujie has indeed become different. Lately, he always obediently followed the battle plan. Maybe, is he really going to do that whole country wandering thing? As for Huang Mujie, after making up his mind, he left. He immediately began to handle matters of duty, of what a clan leader should do. Although I really want to leave immediately. But he knew he could not do that. But this also makes him very difficult to understand. Is it only now that I have responsibility? Final. He still could not help but silently curse. It's ridiculous. And when Ma Hori learned about this, immediately seriously refused him. But Huang Mujie still chose to persevere. Say you're just leaving temporarily for a while. At most it will take 2 or 3 months to return. But even so, Ma Hori still refused to agree. He was afraid until then. Girls across the country will throw themselves at their boyfriends. Huang Mujie could not help but criticize. The only person who follows me all day is you, which people rushed at him. It's just men who are addicted to fighting. When Ma Hori heard these words, he felt reassured. But he still has one request. That's when he wandered around the country. Be sure to always let me know where you are. Where will you go? Huang Mujie was extremely helpless towards this. But he still agreed to the other person's request. Just like that, time passed very quickly. Finally the day came for Huang Mujie to leave. I do not. What will I encounter on the way? I do not know the end of all this. There will be something waiting for you. That very morning, Mahori went to the flower shop to buy a bouquet of roses. But this is not for Huang Muji. It's on the street he just passed. There are two people beating a student. The look on their faces was extremely enjoyable. Inside, the tall guy was frantically kicking with his feet at the student who is being beaten. He just used his hands to cover his head. The corners of my eyes could not help but shed tears. His appearance right now looked so pitiful. But Mahori still did not stop. He went to the hospital. Go into hospital room number 321. The patient here's name is Ma Ha-sung. There's a bouquet of roses in his hand. It was to give it to him. Because this person is my biological brother. But Mahori looked for a while, suddenly smiled again. He could not help but mumble, the opportunity has finally come. This is Huang Muji's final challenge. It's also the gamble of life. He chose to trust his younger brother, thinking that his new brother could become a worthy king. As for myself, I'm basically not qualified. He is just an abandoned person. That's why I want to prove myself. So he risked his life to win, trample opponents underfoot. Let yourself stand in a higher position. But in the end, he still cannot in this spiral of fate. Find a way to prove yourself to me. That's right. Huang Muji basically does not know how to become king. But what if it was the other person? Perhaps it can all be achieved. On the day Huang Muji left, all members of the Emperor Bang held a farewell party for him. Guzijiang sobbed even more, obviously very unwilling. Right before leaving, he also used two hands, intentionally make a heart move. This made Huang Muji unable to help but exclaim that she was overdoing it. Park Sia's reaction was different from everyone else's. He appeared exceptionally calm. This made Huang Muji feel a little guilty, so he immediately apologized to the other person, due to my personal problem, which caused the current situation. But I do not intend to go against my intuition's will, so I have to leave for this. There is an impossible ending, and the days I'm not here, Emperor Bang leaves it to you. Regarding war issues, I will contact Team 3 Yan Jaihun to find out. But Park Sia called him back at this time. 2 years ago he made up his mind to overthrow you Manhwa. It is that instinctive desire, makes me feel extremely enjoyed, that gave him the power he wanted. But I do not know since when. On you, I no longer feel that spirit of progress anymore. Tell me, do you still have that thing on you? This conversational atmosphere made everyone around feel extremely surprised. Do not know what they are talking about. Seeing Park Sia, she could not help but roll her eyes, obviously feeling a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, these words came out of Huang Muji's mouth. Anyway, just be a man. They will all harbor ambitions of wanting to stand in a high position. Standing tall in a high position. Let everyone have a deep impression of you. Next is a private chat. Making Park Sia surprised once again. This causes people around to look without understanding. Really want to know the answer, but after Huang Muji finished saying these words, just ride your motorbike. Then without hesitation, turn the throttle. Go ahead. After a thick smoke, only Park Sia was left alone, bewildered on the spot. As for Gu Zijiang, he now stepped forward to ask the other person, what did you two say just now? It feels like the topic is very serious, right? Regarding this issue, Park Sia chose to close her eyes. After being silent for a while, he immediately uttered the 3 words go home. But he suddenly remembered something. Asked Go Zijiang, do you know where Mahori is? And he also answered truthfully. Said Mahori, after talking to the gangmaster in the morning. Then I went somewhere else. At the same time somewhere else. Mahori is with a middle-aged man. The look on his face. It seems very cold. Just ask the other person, are you ready? As for him, be careful. Mention the location again. It's 11:30 on Yangguang Highway. Right, that's right. Huang Muji will pass by around that time. Then thank you. Without you, I almost had no place for revenge. But Mahori asked him, are you really okay? If you change your mind now, there's still time. But the uncle patted his head like a father. My son joined that damn Emperor clan. While working at the construction site, I got into a fight with someone else. A falling iron bar hit his head. Loss of... I went looking for that person in order to find responsibility, but he seemed extremely cold. Do not even remember. In the organization, my son is such a person. At that moment I just felt defeated. Just extremely self-blame. If I were a more capable father. If my son's idol. Not that beast guy. It's me. So is it not going to participate in that damn battle? Just when I was desperate. Wanting to jump off a building and end my life. It was you found me? And give me a chance for revenge. So okay. Everything has been prepared. Today I will kill my son's idol. That's all. Only then can I die with peace of mind. At the same time somewhere else. Manhwa is in the hospital room visiting her brother, but he could not help but reminisce about the past. When I was a kid, every time I was bullied, my brother will come out to take revenge for me, and this time it's me who takes action. That stupid Wong? I did not even know you were my sister, but he opened his heart to me. If you know, I did not hesitate to start this revenge. Definitely will not stand by and watch. Anyway, you've often told me that before. I would not let you be bullied, but I do not understand why. It's obvious he's the bastard who hurt you like this, but in my heart I hope you will change your mind. Just talking and talking. Mahori immediately shed tears. His legs could not help but feel weak and kneel on the ground. He did not know exactly why he was crying, until he saw the letter falling on the ground. Just attracted attention, because in the lower right corner of the letter, my name was written. So he immediately picked it up, prepared to open it and take a look. But right now, the nurse outside the hospital room came in to apologize. Probably because I was not careful and was blown away by the wind. Turns out it was yesterday. Someone asked me to give this to you. That person is a big guy. Apparently the name is Huang Wuji. This statement made Mahori feel extremely surprised. If that's true, so did not Huang Wuji already know? Is Mahashin my older brother? At this time on the other side, Huang Wuji rushed straight into that big passenger car, but there was no fear on his face, because he already knew his outcome. So he refused Li Jiohan's request. As for this thought, it also suddenly occurred to me after hearing this sentence. He believes that the person who should see his father again is not him. After all, he has lived his life too haphazardly, unable to catch up to the milestone. That's right, maybe my game should stop here. At the same time, on the street, Park Seho could not help but fall into contemplation. He did not expect it. Huang Wujie has always been someone who knows everything. It's really unbelievable. It turned out what Huang Wuji said to him before leaving. The will is above. Only then can I prove my existence to others. But just doubt yourself. I will not be able to become king. It's this saying makes Park Seoka feel like Huang Wuji is hopeless. And he never said anything wrong. Huang Wuji made up his mind. Anyway, the so-called strength will give birth to violence. At the same time, it will also encourage others to enthusiastically challenge. And this is probably also the last challenge in his life. So when he rushed towards the truck, there was a smile on his face, because of being abandoned. So he wants to prove himself, so he risked his life to win. Trample your opponent under your feet. Let yourself stand in a higher position. But in the end he still could not in this fateful spiral. Figure out a way to prove yourself to me. That's right. Huang Wuji basically does not know how to become king. But what if it's that guy? Maybe it will all be achieved. And that person is his younger brother, Huang Cho-min. Huang Wuji has been missing for 2 months. Made the emperor bang in the battle with the Union Association, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Even Go Zijing found it difficult, but he still refused to give up, but due to the regional part, has been taken over by the Union, plus first team captain Park Shi, falling into a coma and unconsciousness, causes the morale of the members of the organization to fall to rock bottom, make every win they win. Everyone has to pay a huge price, and Gu Zijing also felt helpless. I hope Big Brother Wuji returns soon. When Lion Jiexun arrived late and saw the scene before his eyes, cannot help but tease. It seems like this battle is quite fierce, but it can make you so tired. But these words made Gu Zijun unhappy, criticizing why he just arrived now. But Lion Jiexun was also very helpless, because their side was also suddenly attacked. But the opponent only had less than 30 people. The Union probably wants to prevent me from coming to see you. Play tricks. But he had not finished his sentence yet. Alliance reinforcements have attacked again, and the leader this time. It's Oh Yoon-taek, who ranked 4th in the Federation. Seeing this, Lion Jiexun could not help but admit it. The chief of staff of the Federation is difficult. Do not give people any time to rest. As for Gu Zijiang's thoughts, it's completely different from him. When he sees the enemy, he immediately wanted to defeat the opponent. But Lion Jiexun stopped him again. Tell Gu Zijiang not to try too hard. Retreat first. But Go Ziexun did not agree with this proposal of Lion Jiexun, because he thinks that if he changes to become a gang leader, then he absolutely will not retreat. About this point, Lion Jiexun also agreed with Gu Zijiang. But the problem is, we are not. Finish this sentence. Lion Jiexun immediately took advantage of Gu Zijiang's reaction. Punch him in the chest. He immediately trembled all over. I could not help but curse an obscene word. But the next second, he immediately went limp. Fall. And Lion Jiexun supported his body, carry his whole body up, then immediately issued a withdrawal order to all members. Anyway, given the current situation, Even Go Zijiang had collapsed. Then the Emperor Bang is truly done. At the same time on the other side, in a speeding Maybach, Li Sangjie fell into thought. He did not expect Wang Choumin to disappear without a trace. Since he was directly attacked by O Yun Take, then he never made any further moves. After all, clearly the organization has fallen into a critical moment. Why has not he taken any action yet? What is he thinking anyway? Why have not you taken the next step yet? Even the butler is driving in front, also noticed the young master's unusualness. So he could not help but ask a question. Are things not going well? Quite the opposite. Everything is going so smoothly. If this continues, then achieving your goals is just a matter of time. But what can I say? Playing chess alone? It always feels a bit boring. But this sentence just ended. The phone immediately rang. The caller was Oh Yun Take. This time he called. It is to report the war situation on the front lines. Because everything happened as he expected. Gu Zijie, Lian Ji-hoon, after gathering his troops, ran away. As for Kim Seon, he is surrounded by Kwon Cheol-du and Lee Cho-mok. As long as Wang Muji does not show up, surely they will not easily escape the siege. After listening to Oh Yun Take's report, Li Sangjie immediately gave his final instructions. That is to completely destroy the Emperor clan. At the same time somewhere else, Gu Zijiang had just woken up from a coma. And Lian Ji-hoon was also recounting the current situation to him. Tell him not to be rash. You should hide for a while, and then think about it again. But Gu Zijiang was extremely dissatisfied. Think the other person is talking nonsense. If you really do that, it means that the Emperor clan has lost to the Union Association. It's time for the boss to return. How should we face him? But he had not finished his sentence yet, was interrupted by Lian Ji-hoon. Because he thinks the gang leader has abandoned the Emperor gang. When Gu Zijiang heard this sentence, it was like lightning struck him. Momentarily speechless. At this moment he just felt extremely angry, to the point of remembering every moment in the past. Gu Zijiang could not help but curse. Because he really does not want to believe the truth, but the next second, the door to the room was kicked open. The person who came was Oh Yun Take of the Union Association. The group of people behind him quickly surrounded him, blocked the door exit. The two captains saw this scene. I could not help but curse silently. And when Oh Yun Take's instructions were given, the crowd behind immediately rushed towards the two people. But Gu Zijiang did not back down. On the contrary, he rushed straight forward and fight with everyone. Because he thinks that even if the gang leader abandons them, they also cannot abandon the gang leader. Seeing that Go Zijiang was already up, he also refuses to be weak. Immediately after that, he joined the battle. Initial. The two of them are still quite comfortable, but when physical strength is exhausted, plus Oh Yun Take ranked 4th, the two could not help but fall into a weak position. You can only continuously take hits. As for Gojun, he was not much better. But in his heart he was still praying. Hopefully Big Brother Muji will appear soon. And now on the road, two of the chosen children picked up a phone, although it looks old. But images can still be displayed, and received a group text. Those were all members of the Emperor gang gathered at the base. Wait until they arrive. It could not help but make Oh Yun Take scared and sweating. He did not expect people from the Emperor clan to come. Moreover, the enemy's number of people was very large. If there is a fight, it feels like there's absolutely no winning. Among them is the leader, the ace of Team 4 Emperor Bang, Kim Nak-chun. He was ordered by the clan master to save people, but Gu Zijiang was extremely surprised. He did not expect the guy who once insulted Wang Muji joined the Emperor clan again. The gang leader disappeared for 2 months and reappeared. Immediately led Hong Di-bang to turn the situation around. Not only can Orders 3 and 5 of the United Association be resolved, also saved a few important strategies. Just now, shocking evil spring wind. Order of the Master. Come here to rescue the captains of teams 2 and 3. Finish this sentence. They immediately took the lead and rushed forward, and fight with the enemy. The two captains fell into a state of surprise, obviously still not recovered from those words. Even Oh Yun Take showed a similar expression. Want to know what's going on? Is Wang Muj really back? But he did not have time to think of an answer. Kim Nak-chun rushed to his side and gave him a kick, but this kick was blocked by him, and when he clearly saw the person coming was Kim Nak-chun, I could not help but feel an unreasonable anger rising in my heart, to the point where he just slightly waved his hand, causing Kim Nak-chun to be thrown out. But the next second, a hind in a hand grabbed his hair and threw his whole body flying out. This person is the captain of the second team, Gu Zijiang. He just saw Kim. Immediately asked the other person who allowed you to wear the state uniform. I remember you, brat. Did not you once insult the gang leader? Temporarily. Kim Nak-chun also did not know how to explain. Can only take orders in the name of the master. Deal with the enemy and talk later to appease Gu Zijiang? And Oh Yoon-taek overheard these words from behind. Once again I fell into a state of amazement. He could not help but be suspicious. Could Wang Muji really have returned? But the next second, his head was stomped on the ground by someone, causing blood to splash out. This person is the captain of the third team, Lian Ji-hoon. He also felt extremely doubtful about the words just now. Decided to come here and ask for clarification. Anyway, if the gang leader is really in Daejeon, so why does not he show up himself? But sent you here. These words resonated greatly in Gu Zijiang's heart. So he warned Kim Nak-chun if he dared to lie. This time you're really dead. He also immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It was clear that just now he was a cold-hearted person. As a result, I just heard the news about the boss. Immediately became agitated. But he still chose to report the truth. Said that the situation on Big Brother Taeksion's side is also not very positive. Because I brought most of the Emperor clan's troops. Come here. So the clan leader had to command Team 4 himself. And what he said was also true. Just this gang boss. Perhaps not the boss in their hearts. Because on the other side of the battlefield, Kwon Chil-do is pursuing Kim Taeksion with Lee Cho-mok. But what they do not notice is, Kim Taeksion's ears are stuffed with headphones. The so-called gang leader in Kim Nak-chun's mouth, giving orders through headphones. The next second, Kim Taeksion immediately shouted loudly to everyone, Team 4, everyone spread out and run. This statement is huge, so much so that Jian Chil-do in the back also heard it, but he's full expression of contempt and mockery. Kim Taeksion. So why do you want to use this method to distract our attention? Do not you know that our target this time is you alone? But Hwang Cho-min also predicted this, guessing that their target this time is the captain of Team 4, so they would not pay attention at all to the other members who were spreading out. So we can take advantage of this point to set traps to lure them and the people of the Union. After seeing Kim Taeksion running towards the construction site, there's no doubt about it either. Immediately follow inside. Basically did not pay attention to the rope on the ground. So much so that Kwon Chil-do was mocking Kim Taeksion. Wanna see how he gets caught again? It's true that I'm about to be arrested. Only this time the one caught is you. The moment I finished saying this sentence, all members of team immediately coming out from other floors. Each person holds a rope in their hand. His face looked like he was waiting. This strange scene made Kwon Chil-do immediately break out in a cold sweat. It is suspected that these guys spread out. Not to run away. It's to lure us. See this? Even Lee Cho-mok next to him could not calm down. Because of what they are holding in their hands. I do not know when it spread to their feet. But they have not had time to think yet. Kim Taeksion immediately gave the next command. That's all members pulling out all the stops. And follow their pull. The rope on the ground immediately moved. Just heard a whooshing sound. Immediately, a terrible cry rang out from the construction site. Until Kim Nak-chun brought the two captains here, then this place has returned to calm. There was no sign of any fighting. Seeing this, both of them were a little suspicious. I could not help but ask, is the gang leader really here? That's right, the gang leader said before we arrived. Mr. Taeksion was with people from the Union. Here proceed one. Battle, and still waiting for Lian Ji-hoon to ask about the results of the fight, was surprised by the scene before his eyes. To the point where I could not help but curse out an obscene word. As everyone has seen, Emperor Bang has won a great victory. In there people were tied up. There's also third place Jian Chil-do, and Lee Cho-mok ranked 5th. This made Lian Ji-hoon momentarily not know what to say. Anyway, this fight, 2 leaders of the Union Association have been captured, and Gu Zijiang also gave his opinion at this time, if not the boss. It's really difficult to do, but the scene before my eyes, completely inconsistent with Big Brother Hwang Moody's consistent style. Finish this sentence. He immediately strangled Kim Nak-chun. Threatened him to tell him why he brought them here, because if it's real Big Brother Hwang Moody, I will absolutely throw them to the ground. But not hung up like this. Have not I said it already? The guild master ordered me to bring the captains here. Lian Ji-hoon next to him quickly understood what he meant. So where is the boss in the end? We have been waiting for the boss for a long time. If the boss is not here, we will absolutely not forgive you. But at this moment, a voice rang out from the second floor. You can also hang it up. It's okay to throw it on the ground. Or just win. Come up. The gang leader is already waiting for you. The person who arrived was Team 3 Captain Kim Taeksion. At the same time somewhere else, Ryo Sang-jae also received reports from the front lines. learned about Emperor Bang's stronghold commanded by Oh Yun-taek. Defeat was declared due to the enemy's sudden reinforcement. The Green Currency Army is led by Lee Chomok and Kwon Taek-do, falling into the trap that had been set by Emperor Bang. About detailed information, please look at the content of the message. Chief of Staff, look at the messages on the phone. Ryu Sang-jae could not help but ponder. Unexpected reinforcement. There is also a trap set with steel wire. Therein lies this trap. It takes at least more than a day. The opponent designed it like that, as if it was predictable. I'll corner Kim Taek-seon that way. Think about this. He could not help but smile. That's right. You have finally returned. Hwang Cho-min. At the same time somewhere else, the two captains of the Emperor clan also met the clan leader. But what surprised them was, this gang leader does not appear to be Hwang Mu-di. It's someone they do not know at all. This was Lin Jae-hoon's angriest day ever. He really could not understand. Why did the gang leader leave before leaving? Make such a request to him? This leads to him currently being in a very awkward situation. Obviously he wanted to teach Kim Taek-seon a lesson, but for some reason. But we can only temporarily give up this idea. Just now, Lee Jae-hoon flipped the cards with Kim Taek-seon, because from the beginning he suspected that the other person's intentions were not pure. Plus the death certificate that Kim Taek-seon gave. This means when he joined the organization, the gang leader is dead. Also for this reason, made Lee Jae-hoon very curious. What is the opponent's real purpose in joining Hong Di-bang? As for Kim Taek-seon, he felt he could not hide it from the other person anymore. He immediately chose to admit it frankly. Last time I really lied to you guys. This leads to the next thing. No matter what I say, you would not believe it either. But there is one thing I can confirm with you. That is, I truly want to destroy the Federation. So I need the support of the captains. But Lee Jae-hoon felt even more angry. To the point where I could not help but clench my fists and make a cracking sound. Because of his words just now, I heard the opponent's intention to take advantage of the Emperor clan. If it was before, this is something Lee Jae-hoon absolutely cannot tolerate. But when he thought about what Hwang Mu-di said to him before leaving, Lee Jae-hoon immediately endured. At that time, originally intended to advise Hwang Mu-di to stay. However, it is not yet clearly investigated. What the hell is Park Siwa planning? What if you were not here during the time? There are conflicts within the organization. It's difficult to solve. But Hwang Mu-ji said that as long as you were here, then that would not happen. After gang leader Jo Ji-am trusted me like that, Lee Jae-hoon immediately established a military order. If it's an order from the guild master, of course I would not refuse. But Hwang Mu-ji's next words made him feel extremely confused. This is not an order. It's a request. Every time you think of this, the anger in his heart disappeared by half. But he was still extremely difficult to understand. Not understand. Why did the gang leader make that kind of request to me? But now, we can only wait until later to hold Kim Taek-seon accountable. After all, Emperor Bang still needs him now. But do not misunderstand. I never recognized you. This is just strategic cooperation. More than me. That guy is the bigger problem. Because he's not like me. He is someone who truly considers the boss everything. At the same time somewhere else, Go Zijiang was walking alone on the street. His mood at this time is very confused. Just think about Big Brother Muji's story. He could not help but shed tears. Why did things turn out like that? After all, when saying this sentence, Go Zijiang seemed to have used up all his strength. And the next afternoon, Hwang Cho-min meets Yu Mun-won alone. But he was still extremely nervous. So much so that there was cold sweat on his forehead. Because of the pressure Yu Mun-won brought, even stronger than imagined. Even Kim Nak-chun knew about this last night, was also extremely surprised. I thought the two of them were going to attack Yu Mun-won. But Hwang Cho-min said that alone is enough. Hear this sentence. Kim Nak-chun immediately made a thoughtful face. If I go, it will probably be very difficult. You do not need to worry. The one who went to meet Yu Mun-won was me. But he was even more surprised. If you go alone, I'm afraid I'll lose my life in that opponent's hands. Anyway, Ryu Sang-jae already knows his true identity. If I guess correctly, my true identity in Hwang Mu-ji's death, probably only Ryu Sang-jae and Oh Yun-taek know. That's impossible, because I have absolutely no idea why they do that. About this point, I also rely solely on the actions of the Union Association in the past 2 months to analyze. If you do not believe it, I can give an example. Suppose you are the president of the Union Association. If you hear that Hwang Mu-ji is dead, what will you do? Is not that redundant? Of course, launch a general attack. Let alone a great captain of the Emperor clan. Park Siwa also could not fight. That's how it is during this period. Not only did the United Association not launch a general attack, on the contrary, it always focuses on small-scale combat, used to suppress the Emperor Bang. It's like waiting for someone to appear, and that person, probably someone with command authority of the Emperor Bang. Although, I also do not know what Ryu Sang-jae wants to use this for, but there is one thing I can confirm, that's his purpose unlike Yu Mun-won, and we can take advantage of this point. In the end, the turn of events was not unexpected. When Yu Mun-won found out, in front of me a boy appeared. He could not help but ask, "I've never met you, right? But why are you blocking my way?" Seeing things happen exactly as expected, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately said, "I have something to tell you." Afterward, he immediately said the monologue he had prepared yesterday. When Yu Mun-won heard the following part, his face could not help but show surprise. At the same time somewhere else, Kim Nak-chun is sitting nervously on the couch, waiting for Hwang Cho-min, but he was very worried. I wonder if kid Hwang Cho-min can be alone, or will it turn into a cold corpse later, being brought back. Results next second, Hwang Cho-min appeared before him, and I could not help but say a word. "You look like you really want to go to the bathroom, right?" But Kim Nak-chun did not seem to hear. Hastily asked Hwang Cho-min how Yu Mun-won reacted. "Did things happen as you expected?" But Hwang Cho-min calmly sat on the bench. "This is still difficult to talk about right now. Anyway, I want to get rid of the president of the Union Association. It's not an easy thing, but if things go well, perhaps we can take this opportunity to eliminate him." At the same time somewhere else, Yu Mun-won also reached out to Ryu Sang-jae, asked about the war situation on the front lines. This counterattack by Emperor Bang was truly unexpected, causing heavy damage to the Union's troops. But the current situation has not yet been reversed. Anyway, they still need time to recover their fighting strength. We can temporarily ignore the other person. But this sentence just came out. He discovered Yu Mun-won's expression changed. So much. He thought there was something wrong with his report. But Yu Mun-won said it was nothing. Tell him to keep talking. And Ryu Sang-jae also did not expect it. My story will be revealed by Hwang Cho-min. This made Yu Mun-won look at Ryu Sang-jae even more. His expression was even more wrong. Because he is completely forgettable. The words that boy said to me. Ryu Sang-jae had absolutely no intention of helping him become king. The Daejeon Alliance wants to launch a general attack on the Emperor clan. As for President Yu Mun-won, he is preparing to personally participate in the battle. As for why he did that, it's all because not long ago Hwang Cho-min went to Yu Mun-won alone and tell him, "Ryu Sang-jae has absolutely no intention of helping you become king." These words just came out. He could not help but feel a little surprised. I did not expect this name in front of me. I know that Lu Thong-tai is a good person, but the next word surprised him even more. That is Lu Thong-tai's true purpose, acting commander of the Daejeon Association. He wants to throw you away. To declare himself king, hear this sentence. Even Yu Mun-won was stunned for a moment, but he quickly calmed down, then slowly walked next to Hwang Cho-min. The boy, as soon as he came up, said such earth-shattering words. "But on what basis do you think I will believe what you say?" Seeing Hwang Cho-min did not answer, his tone immediately became cold. "Hongdi Bang really disappointed me. You guys came up with such a clumsy separation plan. This time respect the little boy. Have the courage to come see me alone. I can forgive you this once." And his actions were just like what he said. Immediately prepare to turn around and leave. But Hwang Cho-min did not intend to let this matter go. Although the opponent not only saw that he was a member of the Emperor Bang, and he was completely uninterested in what he said, but Hwang Cho-min is sure, the next words he was about to say, Yu Mun-won will definitely be extremely interested. "Do you know why the Union could not defeat the Emperor clan?" The words just came out. Yu Mun-won was just about to leave when he stopped walking, and his eyes looked at Hwang Cho-min when he turned his head, full of murderous intent. Clearly a weak point has been reached, if Hwang Cho-min fails to give a satisfactory answer. So today he definitely cannot stand and walk out of here. But Hwang Cho-min had already prepared for this. He immediately spoke up, the reason why the Union cannot move forward. It's because Lu Thong-tai did not want Hongdi Bang to fail too soon, and this statement is as expected. Successfully attracted Yu Mun-won's attention. Make him continue listening. To be honest, I originally thought you had already figured it out. Anyway, the Emperor clan's current strongest fighting force, Hwang Woo-ji, was not present. But Park Siwa, who plays the role of advisor, also always in a coma. If I were the chief of staff of the Daejeon Union, I will definitely take this opportunity to launch a general attack. But do not talk about a general attack now. Lu Thong-tae, on the other hand, was always stubborn about small battles. It's as if the Emperor Bang was intentionally allowed to linger a bit longer. And the reason he did that, it's because he needs time to take control of the Union's internal affairs. Before that, Yu Moon-won had vaguely guessed it. Lu Thong-tae wants to achieve something through the Union, but completely unexpected. What he wants? That's the position of him and the Union again. If we only consider his words as a joke from the Emperor Bang, so there are many notable things. But I cannot easily trust this guy of unknown origin. What's more, what he said has no evidence. About this point, Hwang Cho-min also predicted it early. After all, today was the first time the two of them met. It's normal for the other person to not believe you. But how can you prove that I'm not lying to you? It's actually very simple. All it takes is for you to give me an order. That is to launch a general attack on the Emperor State. If Lu Thong-tae really wants to help you become king, he will definitely help, but if what I say is true, then he will prevent you from launching a general attack. But about this plan that Hwang Cho-min proposed, Yu Moon-won was slow to give an answer, and Hwang Cho-min also saw his hesitation. After all, these are not words that someone you just met for the first time would say, but he was sure. The opponent realized that Lu Thong-tae had other intentions, so he did not say anything more, but just turned around and left. But Yu Moon-won called him back again. Ask him who he really is. Why give me such a warning? Uncle. For now I can be considered a Hwang Woo-jae hater. But there is one thing I want to remind you. If you do not take my words seriously, sooner or later, Lu Thong-tae will annex the Union. Right after the two ended their conversation, Yu Moon-won immediately went to the Chief of Staff. Let the enemy report on the frontline situation. But Lu Thong-tae avoided the heavy and sought the light. Tell him to give him a few more days. It will be possible to plan the next battle. But he has not finished speaking yet. Yu Moon-won turned around and left, and told him not to worry. The next battle will be planned by me. This sudden change, making Lu Thong-tae feel a bit surprised. In the end, I still had to suppress my fear and ask my doubts. President, why did you suddenly decide to make your own battle plan? Because besides the battle at Gapcheon Bridge, Hwang Woo-jae has yet to appear. Park Si-hwa is also in a coma. If we want to destroy the current Emperor gang, all that's left is a soulless corpse. So what is the need for a battle plan? Just when Lu Thong-tae was about to say something, Yu Moon-won directly interrupted him, saying that this battle does not seem to require his participation, so just think of it as a rare vacation. So it was early the next morning. The Daejin Association has convened a congress, but Lee Young-soo, who ranked 8th, was extremely bewildered. Do not know what the current situation is, and Myung Do-sang, who was ranked 9th next to him, was just like him. In any case, the Chief of Staff never announced it. The two could not help but look behind, excited that the president must have gone almost 2 years without giving an order. Summoned so many people. On this large square, it was filled with people from the Union Association. Seeing that many people had arrived, Lee Chien-ho, who was in second place, immediately began to speak. Tell everyone to listen carefully. The president is about to give instructions. And Yu Moon-won also got straight to the point, say, the Daejin Association has not gathered in such a large number for a long time. This is the reason why I called everyone here, is to ending our war with the Emperor clan. Start now. The Daejin Union will go into total war. Upgrade to launch a general attack on the Emperor clan. When Kim Nak-chun on the other side learned of this news, the bowl of instant noodles in his hand immediately lost its taste. Anyway, Emperor Bang is currently in a state of defenselessness. If not, immediately summon Big Brother Taexion and other captains. I'm afraid it will not be possible to stop this general attack. There's no need to do that, because it was I who asked Yu Moon-won to launch a general attack. But you do not need to worry too much. Even though the Federation wants to launch a general attack now, they could not do it either. But this statement made Kim Nak-chun extremely confused. Do not know what it means. Did not you ask Yu Moon-won to launch a general attack? Everything is exactly as you said. Emperor Bang is in a state of defenselessness. If in this situation you get a general attack, perhaps the imperial state will truly collapse. But that guy definitely does not want to see this scene. Speaking of this, the corner of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. At the same time somewhere else, Rai Sang-jae also fell into a deadlock. When Hwang Cho-min brought his phone, he disappeared without a trace. So there's nothing to worry about. But now it's different. Because according to the most recent battle, the phone was in that kid's hand. Can still be used to command the Emperor clan. If I want to gain command of the Emperor clan, then I must stop this general attack. But if my guess is not wrong, his intention was probably to lure me into thinking like that. Look at the video in hand. He could not help but ponder. A moment later he revealed a crazy smile. Huang Chomin, long time no see. Your liver is also bigger. Yet he wanted to separate the relationship between me and you, Manhwa, to rob me of my strength. It certainly gets more and more interesting. Then I will be honest. Destroy your... Unexpectedly, the order of King Daejun Yu Manhwa. At the same time, the three captains opposed it. That also included his deputy, Lee Chien-ho. Face the situation. How will Yu Manhwa finally solve the problem? Not long. Because Emperor Bang was in a weak position in the battle, making Longhill High School once again return under the Union. This also makes some bullies in school back to normal again. Start collecting protection money in front of everyone. And Jiang Xizhu as a member of the first team, then smile from ear to ear. Because he can earn more living money from there. The only regret is, the kid Wang Chomin is not here. What about money collecting chores like this? Of course it was left to his junior, Han Chang-hee. And he himself is very interested in this. But Song Min-guk next to him was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He regretted not taking advantage of the Emperor Bang's rise to power. But for this little rat Han Chang-hee, a few slides. There may not be that chance again after this. Because according to the rumors he heard, the Emperor Bang is currently in a state of complete collapse. Speaking of this, Song Min-guk was so angry that his whole body was shaking, causing Han Chang-hee to come to his side. And he did not know it either. Until the other party asks for protection money. He just came to his senses. Reached for the phone in his sleeve. Show Han Chang-hee your transfer history from yesterday. But his actions caused the opponent's dissatisfaction. So he immediately raised his hand and slapped him twice. There's a reason to beat people. It was because of Song Min-guk's action of taking the phone just now, causing Han Chang-hee to misunderstand that he wanted to attack. The two of them reminded everyone before leaving. I advise everyone to prepare in advance for next month. Otherwise, you will experience the consequences of not paying on time. Wait until they're gone. Song Min-guk just muttered one sentence, if you let me take power. You two are definitely dead. But he quickly returned to reality. Started complaining about his tragic life. This also reminds him of Huang Chomin. Because before, Song Min-guk often shares this feeling with Wang Chomin. But now he does not know where to go. At the same time somewhere else. Kim Nak-chun is preparing for the upcoming duel. Because of this, he specially did 100 push-ups with weights. After all is done, he did not forget to thank Huang Chomin. But he was still extremely worried. Feeling like being idle like that is not the way. If Ryu Sang-jae does not act according to your plan, so what should we do? But Huang Chomin told him not to worry. Ryu Sang-jae will definitely stop Yu Manhwa. Launch a general attack. Because last time he commanded combat. Definitely found out I'm back. In other words, he has a chance to gain command of the Emperor clan. But what if the Emperor clan is defeated by the Federation? Even if he had this command, it no longer mattered. So, as long as he does not want to miss this opportunity, then he will definitely stop the general attack. Anyway, your decision was too hasty. Currently Kwon Ja-do and Lee Cho-mok are still injured. It was impossible to return to fighting on the front lines. But his actions caused Yu Manhwa's suspicion. Because he really did exactly as that kid said. Give a react. Although I do not completely believe what that kid said, but Ryu Sang-jae's reason for opposing a general attack is unclear. This guy clearly has other intentions. So he decided to get straight to the point. Express your incomprehension. You are the chief of staff. In theory, there is no reason to prevent a general attack. Or is there another reason? Speaking of this, Yu Manhwa's gaze suddenly became sharp. But Ryu Sang-jae did not feel afraid at all. On the contrary, the correct language replied, President, you seem to misunderstand my objection to the general attack. Is it just my opinion? This sentence just ended. There were footsteps outside the door. The people who came were 3 key officials of the Union. In there, the person taking the lead was Yu Manhwa's deputy, Lee Chien-ho. And opposing the general attack is their opinion. This made Yu Manhwa feel confused, curious about their reasons for protesting, in which Lee Chien-ho was the first to speak. I am not blindly opposed. It's just that now is not the time. We also think this order is temporarily cancelled. But Yu Manhwa still felt extremely dissatisfied about this. I could not help but open my mouth to ask, could it be? Not when I'm not here. Did you guys hold a discussion meeting? This is my first time seeing it. Everyone gets along so well. Hearing that Lee Chien-ho changed his tone slightly, say, he wanted to launch an attack on the Emperor clan, just as much as the president. But what if you fall into the same trap as last time? then we will suffer a fatal blow. In other words, the Union mobilized all its human resources. It's also necessary to hold back a bit. The Chief of Staff saw this and also took the opportunity to intervene. Request the President to listen to the opinions of officials. After all, they have devoted all their hearts to the Union. Finally, the three people said in unison, President, this is our request. Hope you can accept our opinion. After hearing these words, Yu Munwan fell silent. Finally, reluctantly, I had to accept everyone's request. After this is over, Rai Sangjae privately thanked Li Qianho. Anyway, he is also the founder of the Daejian Federation with Yu Munwan. This time without his participation. The president will definitely not agree to their request. But he told the other person not to misunderstand. My advice to Yu Munwan is only due to unanimous opinion. But that does not mean I agree with your opinion, even though I do not know the flood. What are you guys playing at? But do not think I will act according to your wishes. Before leaving, he even gave the other person a warning. Do not think all nights. It's all on your chessboard. Then without even turning around, he left. In the large room, only Ryu Sangjae remained. This made him feel a bit surprised. I did not expect this Li Qianho to be so difficult. But if he had intended to act on his own accord, then there's no way. The most worrying person is still Huang Cho-min. He gave me many poisonous plans. This time, I want to see me and Yu Munwan face off again. Unfortunately, he still missed one thing. The person who opposed Yu Munwan's opinion was not me, but all the officials of the Union. Think about this. The corner of his mouth immediately curved into a smile. Come erase everything you drew. Next, I want to see what moves you will make. At the same time somewhere else, in a luxury apartment complex, Yu Munwan was standing alone, looking into the distance. He does not know when. The guys used to listen to my words, dare to object to my opinion. Looks like I really need a reminder. Who is the real king? So it was the afternoon of the next day. He immediately took his bodyguards with him. Arrive at Chiengo? When the students here saw Yu Munwan, immediately stunned on the spot, there was also cold sweat on his forehead, but the next second, he was punched out by Yu Munwan. Another accomplice ran back to Cheonbok headquarters. Tell everyone here. When Kim Taexian heard these words, also a bit surprising, he did not expect it. The development of the incident was actually as Huang Cho-min had predicted. But this time the squad that came to attack was very majestic. Everyone is tall and muscular. The leader is also Yu Munwan, known as the King of Daejian, but even so, Huang Cho-min still did not panic.